Well, we do. But the other side of it too is like we're telling you what I am is that people don't know that the Earth is a globe. We've spoken to the people whom you might think know, and even those guys defer to other people. So nobody actually knows. We
Well,
just
like
get
for
like
example, imagine we had like an like a 24/7 no oxygen channel, right? Where they're saying that when you breathe, like hear me out on this. When you breathe, there's no such thing as oxygen. You're just breathing like something else. I don't know. Let's say there is pretend that's like a thing. And I join the channel and I'm like a person who thinks, okay, when we breathe, one of the things we breathe in is oxygen along with like nitrogen and other things. But so I'm a person who thinks that and I join the channel. I'm just listening. I don't have like a scientific dissertation prepared in my head to explain that, oh, we breathe oxygen. That's what I've been taught.
Bro, we just need a measurement.
Shit,
Yeah, but the surface of the Earth is something that you encounter every day of your life. And not only that, you have the same experience that we do when we talk about the Earth. So it's not unlike you to say, well, I'm not an academic, so I can't speak of the matter because you experience the same Earth that we do. So we're not. Let's put it this way, Bill Cat.
I visually can see the
Bill Cat. Hold on. What I'm saying is, yeah, I get your point, right? You can't deep dive into it like the quantification of the like math or whatever. I get it. But what I am saying is that you can, like, what we say, what we see, our experience, and what we observe is the same thing that you would. It's not any different. So it's not like we're talking about two different kinds of Earths, if that makes any sense. We're not doing that. We're just saying what we see.
What I'm trying to tell you is if we're going off of just purely our firsthand observations, right? I have flown several times.
No, we're not.
And in the course of flying, well, he just said experiences, so he's telling me what we.
That's the foundation, dude.
So can I get a sense out? Like you're asking me questions, you want a response, you have to allow the other person to respond like a mature adult.
But you're mischaracterizing what we're claiming.
You have to let the other person respond if you want to have a mature conversation.
I'm going to stop you from mischaracterizing what we're saying, though.
Yeah.
What is being mischaracterized? Please.
Yeah, our experience is the foundation only. What we've come to the conclusion of flat Earth based off of measurements. Okay, this goes beyond just looking at it. This goes beyond just what's in your visual space.
So what I'm responding to is the person who was previously talking, not you, but the one before them. I didn't say I phoned many times. I phoned a couple times. So I'm specifically.
Okay, so
you said, okay.
Hey, previous person, do you agree with what I said or no?
What is the point of having a conversation here if you're just going to talk over me every time?
Well, if you're just going to mischaracterize what our position is, right?
But what are you like?
What's the point of a conversation?
What are you, a collective consciousness? Our position. I'm responding to one person's statement, not yours, and I don't even remember.
Well, you're mischaracterizing what that person said. Now, maybe the previous person would like to weigh in.
What did that person say?
Yeah. Well, I couldn't finish because you jumped right in after I finished saying that we observed the Earth.
I listened to you for 5 minutes talking.
You're doing now, like you just did.
Go ahead.
All right. So when we make our observation, the common human experience is that we see a flat Earth. So that's what we're all seeing, a horizontal plane. But then when we start to actually take it to the next step, which is the point of measurement, we're going to do tests to actually verify that it's not just what we see, but we can also measure across the surface of it, like in the case of measuring over large bodies of water, which is going to give us the information needed to make the statement that the Earth is not just observably flat, but it's also measurably flat. And we're going to take distances that are going to equal to above and beyond the expected amount of Earth curvature that should obstruct the line of sight distance or a targeting distance, which would be like laser targeting or mirror flash targeting. Anything that we use from point of observation to a target distance, and we can say over a safe distance, right, 15, maybe 20 miles, we're going to be able to tell you that it's not just observed as that, but it's also measured as such. So it's far beyond that too. We navigate across the surface of the Earth as if we're traveling over a horizontal plane. So there's a lot to it, man. Like, and for us to get into it, you're going to have to allow it for the conversation to unfold and not mischaracterize us like the gentleman was saying.
I don't even know what point you're arguing at this point because truthfully, you just I don't know. It's gone on so long and long. I understand. Yeah, you believe I've mischaracterized you. I'm not trying to mischaracterize you. Yes, you believe you have measurements. That's very interesting. The only point I was making is you had mentioned that oh well, yeah, you're not an academic and I'm not an academic and I don't have to have some academic thing prepared and you're happy that I'm honest about that and you were honest about that, etc. And my point was that okay, well, if you want to talk about like a firsthand experience, I've flown like 3 times in my life, right? I don't know why this guy's like yapping inside channel line, saying I've flown many times. Never said that. Said I've flown a few times. I've flown 3 times in my life, and of those times I flew, 2 times I had a window seat, and you could see curvature of the Earth. Right, that pretty much cemented it in my brain. You could see the curved outline of the Earth. So.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt you. Did anybody else want to jump in before I start? Okay.
No, take it away. Thanks.
So basically, you made an observation, is what you're saying, right? What you were telling me, you were actually mischaracterizing, or you were starting to, but then Yoder jumped in, and now I made my point clear. So the very thing that you said, you didn't want to, or you were saying that you were going to mischaracterize my position for just making an observation, is exactly what you've done. And so you're saying you saw the Earth looking curved, so therefore it is curved. Is that what you're saying? Just based on an observation?
Saying I, from a first-hand observation, have seen the curvature of the Earth.
Right, that's fine. Would you make the declaration that would solidify that the Earth is a globe based on that observation?
I would say that I have made the observation the Earth is curved, and from that I can conclude that if it continues to curve and curve, it would be circular and then globular because we're in a 3D reality. So.
Okay, so based on your observation, though, right?
Yeah, based off just seeing the curvature.
Okay, see, the thing that you were trying to tell me, because I see a flat Earth, then I'm declaring that it's flat. You were saying that's just incorrect. You can't do that. So now you're doing it. You're basically a hypocrite. You're now doing the thing that you said that I was doing.
Dude, you got to be like a little more cohesive on what you're actually trying to say, because I'm not tracking. I'm listening very. So
you're looking outside of your airplane window, and you see the Earth looking like a globe, right? It's curvature.
I see the curvature of it, yeah.
Right. So now you're making the declaration that I see this curvature, and I've been told all my life that it is a globe. Therefore, now I know it's a globe because I've seen it with my own eyes. Right?
Yeah, I can conclude that, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty sound.
Well, it's not. So we're going to have to actually figure out, okay, so you saw the curve of the Earth from an airplane window. But I'm here on the ground, and I'm saying it looks flat to me, man. I'm making my observation, and it looks flat. So we're going to now compare. How do we know who's right? You saw curvature up there. I'm seeing a flat Earth down here. And even some people listen to this. Listen to this. Even some people next to you on their plane could say they see a flat Earth. I don't see a curve. I see a flat Earth out there. And you're like, no, I see a curve. Look, it's right there. And they're like, I don't see a curve. I see flat Earth. So how would we find the deciding factor?
You've just kind of created this hypothetical.
Yeah, we just wait until I'm done, and then you'll realize. Just wait till I'm done. You're very rude by interrupting me. Wait till I'm done.
You've done several times.
Wait till I'm done.
You had Master Yoder cut me off when he was mischaracterized.
Yeah, but wait till I'm done.
In your position according to you, and you cut me off during that.
Because I wasn't done yet.
I'm going to cut you off right now and say you're mischaracterizing. I don't know what this is right now.
No, I'm not mischaracterizing you. I'm not mischaracterizing you. I'm not mischaracterizing you.
Well, what if your fellow passenger said the Earth was flat? It never happened though. So what do you?
Yeah, it does, because there's people in this room that have flown in a plane.
It didn't happen on the flight that I was on. So what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. People have flown in planes and said that the Earth looks flat. All right, so people have done that. There's people that exist, and they're in this room right now that have flown in a plane and said that the Earth is flat. That has happened. So okay, let me just tell you this. I want to get to my point. So if you're saying that the Earth looks curved from an airplane window, and somebody says it looks flat, what would be the deciding factor that gets us to understand whether it's one way or the other? How would we know?
I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical, which hasn't happened.
No, this isn't a hypothetical. People actually fly every single day.
I was in an airplane. Nobody on the flight said it. You said, "What if your fellow passenger said it?"
You're not the only person. Listen, brother, you're not the only person who's ever flown in a plane. So you can't just make it like only you and the passengers in your plane. Because anybody who's flown in a plane at the altitude that you've been at, they could see the Earth for themselves, and they can make the declaration like you did, whether it's a globe or flat based on what they see. And there's a lot of people that say that the Earth is flat from an airplane window. I know that because I've heard of it. People always say it.
When have I ever said they can't do that?
Well, right now you said, well, not in my plane. Well, it doesn't. I'm not talking about just your plane.
You said your quote, exact quote, my fellow passengers. Exact words.
So if your fellow passenger, one person would be arguing with you, would be like, dude, how would you find? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying.
They're not my fellow. Just say other people.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Yeah, it's a hypothetical and it's practical because you didn't ask every passenger either. You didn't do that either, so you don't know. So what I'm saying is, though, if somebody was to say that to you, how would you find out what the real meaning of what you see is? How would you be able to know whether or not it's curved? So you'd have to be able to measure it, wouldn't you? Go back down to the ground and see if you can measure the curve. Because if you've seen it, it's there. Therefore, when you go back down to the ground, it would still be there. It wouldn't go away. It would still be there. And so the guy who thinks the guy who thinks he saw the Earth as flat in the airplane window would be proven or disproven based upon a measurement on the surface. Then at the surface level, you could say, okay, let's do this. Let's test to see if we have this drop over distance because we have a curving surface. The surface of the Earth being a geometric shape like a globe, it would have the property of the surface having that curved path, along the line of sight. So if you have a line of sight and you say, okay, at a far distance away, we can't see anymore, and that's because the Earth is cutting it off because it's dropping away. We can't see further past the curve. That's fine. If you're able to prove that, then the guy who's sitting next to you, hypothetically, like I said, would be able to say, okay, you've proved your case. The Earth is curved because you measured it. There's at a certain distance away, it's predictable to say that we can't see anything farther past that because the Earth's curve would be in the way. So therefore, you would be able to prove to him that not only did you see it up there when you were in a high altitude, but you proved it because it was measured as such on the surface.
Such as this, for example, right here. Here you go.
Such as what?
You said you wanted measurements on the ground.
You gotta be kidding me. The Netflix special?
All right. Yeah, but dude, they didn't measure the surface of the Earth to be curving. Okay, so if that's your evidence that
you're disagreeing with their methodology,
no, I'm disagreeing that the fact that you use somebody from the internet, like a YouTube video, instead of pulling from academia. I'm disappointed that you didn't pull from academia and you actually pulled from YouTube video of some guy. You think
because earlier you said you were giving me you're mischaracterizing me again. I'm going to talk over you for a moment.
No, I'm gonna have to hold you to this, dude. You're using a guy who's a known. And who said he was a flat earther? Yeah, dude, no one's going to be able to hear us because you're just over talking me.
I think we need a different tact with this, guys. I think our friend
talking down to me.
I think our friend should. Billcat, why don't you walk us through the details of what they did?
What do you mean?
Please walk us through the details of what they did in the link you provided. Okay, the audience wants to hear you explain it, especially for those listening.
So what they did, right, is they had two different people at like two different positions, and they had them like talking on radios and shit, right? And they had one person like really fucking far this direction, and then one person really fucking far the other direction, right? Far enough where if there was no curvature of the Earth, they would be able to point a laser through a hole, and it would be able to go straight and then reach the other people, right? It would be able to reach the other piece of, like, I guess they're using like a piece of wood or something like that, and you'd be able to see the laser, right? But because of the way they do it, and when they do the curvature of the Earth and they try to adjust for it, you can still see the laser, even though you shouldn't be able to see it.
Just quickly, just a question, because you keep saying laser. Would a flashlight count as a laser, do you think?
I don't think that's concentrated enough, is it?
Like a regular flashlight, would you call that a laser? Like, would that be comparable to a laser, do you think?
Close enough, yeah. Like, for the purpose of the experiment.
You did a lot of things incorrect. Like, you didn't state for the audience what the distance was away. You were very ambiguous. It's too far. It was far away, far enough. That's not an actual numeric value. You have to give a known distance to actually get an
explanation. You just asked for like a general what's going on in the video. Well, they have this.
Yeah, how they determine how high up they were. How high up from what?
I gave you like a layman's explanation of it.
Yeah, okay, so how'd they determine how high up they were? And how high up from what?
I don't remember. I just had a layman's explanation of it. They just had like one.
So you don't know how they measured their own heights?
Dude, you got to calm down. I'm just having a
No, I'm just pointing out that you have no idea what you're fucking talking about because I know you didn't watch it. Want to know how I know you know? I know that you didn't watch it. It's because they didn't use a fucking laser. That's how I know you don't. You never watched it.
English not my first language.
Obviously not. So why are you presenting something beyond your ability to?
Because
why are you presenting something beyond your ability to detail for the audience?
You're criticizing me now because it's not my first language. Like what are you, dude?
Well, hold on. The other guy, DJ, just asked if you knew the difference between a laser and a flashlight. You clearly did.
Beyond my comprehension.
So now you're lying.
Now you're just making shit up.
No, you're fucking lying.
Now you're just making shit up.
No, it's because the previous guy, DJ, basically had you clarify the difference between a flashlight and a laser, and now you're telling us that you didn't really know the difference between a flashlight and a laser.
What is the difference?
So you don't even know the difference between a flashlight and a laser? It sounded like I thought from DJ you told him you knew the difference. I don't know this
language. Well, clarify for me.
Sorry, I mean, I'm not going to teach you the difference.
I'm not either.
You know it all. Can't explain a very basic thing to me.
Collimated light. All right, now go Google that shit.
Collimated light? Can you be more specific?
Collimated. Yeah, there's a collimator. Do you know what a collimator is?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you don't know anything about the claim that you presented to us as proof of a globe.
Huh?
So you're going to have to go back to the fishing hole and find something else, because we threw this fish back in the water. It was fucking lame.
What are you talking about, man? I just posted some YouTube video and I was like, hey, here's like a layman's explanation of it.
You didn't know, you don't know anything about it, dude. It's not a layman's explanation. A layman would be able to tell it in some kind of way, make sense of it. You couldn't even do that.
Yeah, that's what layman's are good
for. You asked for like a layman's explanation. I just gave you like
a layman should be able to break it down in clear terms for the average man.
Yeah, they have
you're not doing a layman's explanation, dude. I'm sorry, but you're not doing a layman's explanation. You're not doing that.
Yeah, you were you're bullshitting, dude. That's what you were doing.
You're bullshitting. That's
a layman's explanation, man. I don't know what.
No, you're not.
What am I bullshitting about? What am I bullshitting about?
You don't know anything about this.
We should rename Bill Cat Bullshit.
Yeah, you don't know anything about this. You presented something confidently, like you knew what you were going to do. And then at the end, you had nothing about it.
I didn't present anything confidently. I just presented a clip, and you said, we need measurements on the ground. I'm like, well, here's a measurement on the ground.
What's your native language, Bill Cat?
I'm very unhappy, bro. I understand why. I just posted
What's your native language?
That was it.
Yeah. What's your native language, Bill Cat?
Hey, I'm not doxing myself. Fuck that.
Doxing yourself? What? You speak a language of what? Like, I'm the only one who speaks Klingon.
Only 55,000 speak this language. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Or whatever. All right. So we found out that you don't even know anything about what you just presented. Not even a layman's explanation, as you said. You didn't even do it as a layman.
I just gave like a layman's.
No, you didn't. Absolutely not. No, you didn't. That's an absolute lie. You're bullshitting your way through something you thought was evidence.
I just gave like an explanation of it, man. That's all I did.
It's bullshit, dude. Admit it. You're just bullshitting your way through. You're not giving a layman's explanation. That's a bunch of shit.
You just asked for some measurements on the ground, so I'm like,
and you didn't prove it. You did not prove it.
Did I make any claim to prove? I just
you said I got here are the measurements right here. Here's a video. There's a video. There's a measurement. I think
you're assigning a lot of like emotional, like ego language to this that didn't really happen. I just like make a video in the side chat.
Yeah, which you didn't know anything about. That was clear.
I gave a pretty good layman's explanation.
No, you didn't. You're bullshitting your way through. Thought you were going to get away with it, but then now we're pointing the fact that you didn't know anything about it is showing you're just bullshitting your way through it.
I think I gave a pretty good layman's explanation of it.
No, yeah, in your own head. But what we listened to was somebody bullshitting their way through something.
Please calm down. Take a breather. Whatever disagreement we're having here, we can talk about civilly. Okay. We can talk about
civilly. What we're talking about civilly is your inability to be able to articulate any point that you have to offer.
In the side chat for you, okay? I think this is going to help you out here. Let me take a look at that. What do you think of that, man? Can you give me like your explanation on that generation lead right there? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so you're not going to talk about the subject matter at hand. You're going to talk about something else.
Well, for a while,
you eat paint chips.
About my
tell us how many paint chips you like to eat.
And things like that. I mean, Yoder was going on.
We really don't. He was trying to ask you to be honest, but we really don't give a shit what language you speak, dude. Honestly, I don't give a fuck.
Why would you? I'm just some guy on the internet.
Yeah, who's randomly coming in here thinking he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't. Just like every other Glober that comes in.
Dude, I literally came in here to be quiet. What are you talking about? You engaged me over and over and over. I just sat here and I was like listening quietly for like a good 30 minutes, just quietly.
Your accent's so unique, I can hardly place it.
But it's very clear you don't know.
Like every time you try to like add some emotional language, I just kind of push it back.
Yeah, whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. Like right now, all we need to know is if you're able to tell us how you know the Earth is a globe or not, and just admit, hey, I don't know. I'm just a belief.
I just
And
went
that's
up in the plane and I saw
fine.
it. I fucking saw the curvature of the Earth. That's like my solid.
Yeah,
cement.
you
Beyond that is
somebody
like
listen, brother.
listen. You asked me how I knew it from personally me, right? I don't know the scientific explanation for it. I just looked out the window and I saw it, and I was like, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, what's
shit.
funny?
You know?
What's funny is you were ragging on me when I was telling you I observed the Earth is flat. Oh, you observed the Earth is flat. How do you know it's flat? You seeing it's flat?
So I said,
You
why
were
don't
telling
you
me a lot of shit, dude, and
Why
then
don't you
you
go
go
on
and
an
do an observation, and it's just fucking hunky dory.
If you don't like airplanes, you can go up in a hot air balloon.
No. We're talking about an observation. You make an observation, and it's the bee's knees. But when I make my observation of flat Earth, you're like, oh, well, it can't be. It's no flat Earth. Like,
please calm down again. Calm down. I've tried to extend the olive branch.
Dude.
I've tried to extend the olive branch to you several times and said maybe we just have different perspectives, literally in physical reality, based off.
So how can we determine that the Earth is one way or the other? Is what I was getting you to realize. What's the determining factor?
You started talking about measurements on the ground. I said, "Why?"
That's how you determine.
Just
That's
shoot
exactly
a satellite straight up into the air. Well, we'd be able to get like a perfect perspective of everything.
No. Listen, brother. Listen to me when I say this. You don't leave the Earth to measure the Earth. You don't leave it. You stay on it. You're on the Earth. The Earth's surface. Listen to me when I say this to you, man. The Earth's surface should follow a curvilinear path because it's curving. It's a globe.
A lot of scientific mumbo jumbo, but let me tell you,
no, it's not, dude. You're being a dumbass right now. No, it's not.
Did you ever go hunting before? Let me answer that. You ever go hunting?
No. You're not answering my question, brother.
Ever in your life have you?
I'm not going to answer your bullshit question right now.
If you can't engage with a simple hypothetical, then
dude, listen to me. Listen to me.
Take a breather and look at yourself.
Shut up.
I'm just trying to engage you calmly.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're being a weasel. You're being a weasel. Nope.
Anyone here gone hunting before? Anyone at all? I'm
going to count to 3, dude. You better let me finish what I'm saying.
You're going to count.
What you need to do. Shut up, dude. Shut up. What you need to do is measure the surface of the Earth to determine whether or not what it is. You're not going to be able to do it, but you're not going to be able to do it going further away from the surface like you want to with your satellite. You can't do it with that. You have to do it on the surface.
Baseless assertion that you have to measure in the particular way you demand.
It's the way that the surface would be conforming to if you're on it.
I'm trying to engage with you. Right, in a conversation, but you just continue to insist that
Did you just say a satellite measures the Earth?
Yeah, he's trying to get away from the surface. I'm like,
Brett, can you provide the deets?
This is a lot of emotional and angry conversation. I'm trying to engage with you all, honestly. This is like
shut your dumb ass up, dude, with your bullshit ass. I'm just calm. Yeah, you're not calm. Shut up.
This is the lead brain aggression is what happens with these older Gen Xers, probably about 40 years old, is the amount of
skip the meta and get to the meta.
The lead aggression. Very bad.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
So basically, Bowcat, you're accusing people in here of eating lead chips, and meanwhile, you're the one that is presenting evidence for a globe and basically stepping on garden rakes and smacking yourself in the face every which way you go.
Were alive during that time period. You were Gen X and you were in a car.
Yeah. So can you generalize and paint with a broad brush your prejudices anymore?
Prejudices towards Gen Xers.
Yeah.
The lead brain.
Yeah, you seem to have an axe to grind against Gen Xers. Not that I'm one, but maybe I am. Maybe some of the others are. Who knows? But you have no idea who we are.
I don't mind millennials when they're not so lead brained. Some of them are like we're living.
Yeah. Well, okay. So you just believe that you can see curvature of the Earth from an airplane.
Yeah.
Which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. That's how I also know you're a liar.
I personally saw it on 2 flights that I was on.
Okay. So how much curvature should you see if Earth is a globe from an airplane?
I don't fucking know, dude. A couple.
Yeah. So what makes you think you're seeing curvature then? Fucking retard.
I fucking saw it with my eyeballs. Like what?
Idiot. You're an idiot, bro.
Like
I know how much you should see. Honestly, I did the math to test it.
Let me give you an example. You could very honestly engage and say, well, hey, actually, no, that's not what you saw. You saw this, or there's an explanation, or it's an optical illusion, or this. But instead, you're
How about this? Check the side check.
Instead of
the construction of airplane windows are curved.
That is one argument. That's one argument. But instead of just saying that to me, you're both.
Dude, shut your yapper, man. He's telling you something. Shut up.
The structure of airplane windows are curved. Number one. Number two, let's do a geometric test. I'll pop open the details.
Let me cite what I said to you. I said if the window is making it curved, then why in the original photo of the outside of plane that you sent and other people have sent several others is it flat? If it's the windows, then why is it that? Like you can't if it's always
Yeah,
the wind.
well, I'll tell you why you can't see curve. It's because from even like 31,000 feet, you should be seeing 0.07% of the Earth's surface, and you think you're seeing curvature. Yeah, bullshit. It looks flat. Even if it's a globe, it looks flat from up there.
You can just look out. You can see it. Like I don't understand why. Like you're just telling me my eyes are wrong, but you're basically just lying.
This guy.
Yeah. So I'll go further. Want to see an infrared hyper zoom of the horizon?
I can just look at a satellite picture.
I can give you a method that you can actually test for yourself.
I can just go to the ISS live feed right now if I want.
Oh yeah, I can go to CloudSat and I can show you a flat horizon from CloudSat. Why is that?
Just go to the ISS feed. I don't know.
Yeah, did you know that CloudSat actually has a camera that faces sideways and looks at the horizon of Earth? It's fucking flat.
But all I have to do
is that. I want to see that, Master.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me go dig that up.
Let me get you a link. Sure.
No, you don't need to show me the ISS footage, okay? Because from the ISS, it shouldn't look curved either. Geometrically.
I don't think you really have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh, no, I've done the math, okay? And I've tested it. You haven't. You just accept that what you're seeing is globe curvature, when if that's the case, then you must think Earth is a very tiny ball.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, and you got to rewind. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't hold up to the geometric constraints of what the globe ought to be.
You just said I went to go to the live feed and it's been down for an hour. It's got to go back up. But I guess they do that every day for me.
All right, let me post CloudSat.
I just don't understand why you're so upset about me saying I went in the plane, I saw a couple degrees of curvature. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because you wouldn't see a couple degrees of curvature. Nobody has, and nobody can.
And in commercial flights, you can Google right now, can you see the curvature of the Earth on commercial flights? Yes, you can. You literally
it violates physics.
Right, you can Google it.
Even from your own side, right? Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat earthers, by the way. Okay, even he said from 10 times the height of a plane, which would be the height of the Richard Branson Virgin Galactic flight, he said that he did the calculations and you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from that height.
That's an argument of authority. That's all that is. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, that's someone from your own side who's an astrophysicist.
I have no side. I don't know what side
you're on. The globe side. You're on the globe Earth side.
That's reality, bro. I don't have a side.
No. The reality is that you wouldn't see a couple of degrees of curvature from the height of a plane. You would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height. Even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see it.
From the perspective of an airplane, you can literally Google it right now, look it up, see the curvature. Like, it's not that hard.
All right, I'm about to post some electro-optical infrared and LiDAR scans of the horizon from CloudSat.
This again for you. Here we are in the plane, looking over.
Oh, okay, well, I'll post
1,120 kilometers. Here's 1,120 kilometers of a swath of the horizon taken from CloudSat using LiDAR.
We can settle this debate very interestingly by just getting the highest perspective, the most we can of the Earth. So that's the simplest explanation we should do.
I'm posting
the highest perspective we possibly
satellite images of a flat horizon, Bill Cap.
Why would we? What possible loss could we have then, if that's the case? Why don't we just send a satellite up and see?
He's muted everybody. He's on a platform on his own.
I haven't muted anybody at all. I'm sitting right here.
All right. Then listen to what he's saying when he's talking. You overtalk him.
What I'm telling him is I'm telling him.
You're overtalking me now.
Satellite up. Okay. I can't even say a word edgewise. It's sad.
Yeah. Well, why are you getting upset, bro? Relax. Calm down.
No one's upset, man.
You are. Just relax, dude. Just calm down.
Hear you with your bag of chips, man.
Yeah. Just calm down, bro. Just relax. Just calm down. Relax.
It's okay.
It's going to be all right.
So the active infrared of CloudSat's really cool because you can actually see condensation and evaporation lines from the surface to form clouds and from the clouds when they condense and start to rain. So in some of these images that you see in the hyperspectral colors, you can see that the evaporation and condensation lines are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the flat ground. Again, this viewing angle presents about a 1,100 kilometer swath.
So why don't we
just curvature.
Send something up into the sky to look down to see the curvature of the Earth if it is there or not, like a satellite, for example?
Well, that's what I'm presenting. I'm presenting what's called a limb view. It's a sideways view, looking out at the horizon, not straight down like you might be accustomed to.
Why aren't you just directly answering my question?
I am, actually. I'm presenting you exactly what you claim to have evidence of, and it contradicts your claim.
Posit the Earth is flat. Okay. So why don't we just send a satellite straight up? And see
this is a satellite.
Not like why don't you send a satellite? No, what? Send me what you're looking at.
This is called CloudSat, okay? And this is from the Calypso
I'm actually curious
platform
now.
Using what's called the Calliope sensor. And I've got all the documentation you could ever dig into if you want to verify this claim.
Let me a link to what you're looking at, please. I just like charts.
Okay, hold on. I'll give you a link to the whole library of images from the website run by the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Administration.
I'm curious to new information. This is something I'm interested in. I see.
Yoda out here doing God's work.
All right, here are multiple daily scans of the horizon, flat, going back for years.
So standard part of a training satellite. Well, let's take a look here. This is very interesting stuff. You see. Let's look at the 30th.
Oh, it gets even more interesting because CloudSat is actually claimed to be a self-orbiting satellite. You can read about the launch using a Delta Heavy rocket to lift everything into orbit. But here's the funny thing. Let me post you an image I found from the slide deck.
Let me take a look here. I'm looking at the Calypso satellite. It's interesting. You see.
All right, here's where it gets interesting. Next image. All right, so this next image shows in red is the track of the satellite as it goes back and forth between, it looks like Palestine, Texas, and parts of North Africa and Europe. You know what's in Palestine, Texas? It's called the Columbia Scientific Ballooning Facility.
So the Calypso mission, Cloud Aerosol LiDAR, Infrared Pathfinder satellite observations represents a collaboration between NASA and the French space agency CNES. Launched on April 28, 2006, the satellite was conceived to enhance the understanding of the role clouds and aerosols play in Earth's climate system and air quality. Aerosols, tiny particles. Like, yeah, I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud, but I'm going to read it. I don't want to, unless you want me to, but I'm just going to.
No, it's okay. I know what it is already. But what I'm presenting to you now in chat is from their own slide deck showing in red. Those are balloon tracks. Why is this a balloon track when this is also supposed to be a satellite orbit?
So please, hear me. So before I can respond to specific things, I'm trying to get some context here, right? Just like some basic information on what the satellite is, what it does, how it scans things. So that's what I I have to figure that stuff out before I can answer why is it doing this or that. Well, I don't know. I have to figure out like how this works. So please give me a moment.
Okay. Well, happy reading. Also interesting that they're using a projection of Earth that puts the latitude and longitude at equidistant of each other. So that's equidistant meridians. That's pretty cool.
So how fast is this thing moving?
Well, I mean, if it's in orbit where they say it is, it's supposed to be going like 18,000 miles per hour.
So that's apparently how it works right there. So it measures a vertical line of clouds and aerosolized particles completing a near polar sun-synchronous orbit.
That's not true. That depiction isn't true.
Completing approximately 14.
I've got the schematics. It's sideways.
Orbit ensures consistent daylight conditions for measurements, enabling global data collection. This is just that's what you're looking at.
Your artistic rendition, whoever was the artist that drew that, is wrong. That's not, the satellite's looking sideways.
I'm just looking at what like NASA.
Yeah, and I've also presented you
is NASA like
countervailing data.
satellite works, or I'm just trying to get like a basic understanding of this here. It seems to me very confusing to use data from a satellite that you're claiming that they're lying about. Like, I don't understand. I'm just looking at the basic explanation.
Well, there's a point. It's called invoking a hostile witness if this is a courtroom. It's because basically the other side, your side, actually provides information that contradicts your own side. And we're just calling that out.
Like,
so this is basically a blow to your credibility.
It says Calypso uses... Oh, let me read the full paragraph. The combination of these advanced instruments allows Calypso to provide detailed vertical profiles, capturing not just the horizontal spread, but also the height and aerosols of aerosols and clouds. So the point of it isn't to measure what you're claiming. It's not measuring that axis that you're claiming it is. It's measuring this line because it's trying to measure, like if you're looking at
showing
side slice. Think
horizontal.
Of it's not true.
Showing the horizon, and it's showing evaporation lines that are parallel to each other. That's a geometric Euclidean reality that you can't escape.
This just simply does not do what you're claiming it does. Like,
what did I claim that you said it's not doing?
It doesn't measure the horizon.
I'm showing you that it shows you the horizon.
No, you've taken charts here, right? And you're just simply misunderstanding what it's showing you.
Oh, where's the curvature of the Earth then?
It's in the fucking graph. Do you not understand what it's measuring?
I do understand what it's measuring.
So think of like a human body, right? When it's like
it's measuring condensation and evaporation.
Okay, what does that mean?
Rain and evaporation. So like when the oceans get warm and all the little water molecules start to jump around and get excited and they go wee and they go straight up into the air.
What do you call those?
It's showing that. And when the clouds get really cold and start to shiver and they shake all the water and the water condenses and falls back down to Earth as rain, that's what it's also showing. And it's got such a wide view, it can actually show you polar stratospheric clouds. What is a polar stratospheric cloud? Like, holy shit, what's the altitude of that thing?
That was a layman's explanation right there. You got to learn what a layman's explanation is. Okay, that was one.
See,
right, so what it shows is these evaporation and condensation lines, like I said, for the 50th time, are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the surface.
Right, so what you're not understanding, once again, I'm trying to explain this to you, is it is not measuring the horizon of the Earth.
On a globe, those are going to be radial with a common center of mass. Because you think gravity is pulling everything inward like spokes on a bicycle wheel. Which means the spokes can't be parallel to each other on a bicycle wheel, right? Just like the condensation evaporation lines can't be parallel to each other on a globe.
Ask you a simple question. Is a spoke on a bicycle wheel curved or straight?
They're straight and they're not parallel to each other.
They're straight.
Just jumping around now.
No fucking shit, they're straight.
So then why would this fucking satellite...
Actually, hold on a second. If we want to take this to a higher technical level, you don't have straight plumbs. It's called deflection of the vertical in surveying.
Point. The reason this fucking satellite's not going to show you the curvature of the Earth is the same reason that if you have the bicycle spoke is straight from one spot to the other, even though a bicycle wheel is circular, the fucking spoke is straight, because from the perspective of it, from where it's going, it's straight down. That's why.
It's a sideways camera view of the horizon, okay? Why is there no curve?
It's literally a vertical camera.
No, it's not. I told you that your artist depiction is wrong, and I can present to you. Let me just show you. Okay, I'm going to go dig through the schematic.
So NASA is lying then. It's fucking a vertical camera.
No, they're not. I don't know what fucking source you're reading from when I pulled the actual design documents of this thing that are public. Let me go retrieve them. It'll be a minute.
CalOp has a high vertical resolution of 30 meters in the low troposphere and 60 meters above that.
Vertical. It's looking sideways so it can scan vertically.
You said vertical and you disagreed with it. You said
you tried to present this as vertical, like looking straight down, dumbass. It's looking sideways to get the vertical datum. Yeah, I'm still here. So for the audience wondering what it's called the Microwave Limb Sounder. It's part of the CloudSat constellation flying behind some of the main platforms, and its job is to look sideways.
Let me size this here for you. here you go.
You realize CloudSat's not one platform, right?
There you go.
It's a program involving multiple platforms, multiple satellites with multiple capabilities.
Honestly, I just find it very amusing that you
and they find a constellation they call an A-train configuration.
I just personally find it very amusing. You cite NASA, but then when I'm just sitting there reading about this thing from NASA, you're like, nope, that's
okay.
Hostile witness.
It's because you're trying to mischaracterize what it is. You've been trying to mischaracterize everything everybody here's been saying since you first started yapping.
Hostile witness.
Yeah, you are.
No, you said that NASA was a hostile witness.
Oh, you're a hostile witness to NASA.
I'm a hostile witness to NASA.
Yeah, NASA's providing evidence of a flat horizon. And you're contradicting that.
I think you're just a little bit incorrect. And I think I've
No, I'm actually precisely correct.
You can't autocorrect this, Zoomer. You can't autocorrect this. It's just the way it is.
Well, I'm pretty sure
would you like to play again?
Vertical resolution. So, what are you arguing?
Insert coin to continue.
He wants to get closer to his mic as if you didn't hear him. I'm telling you, as a child, he got so ignored. He got so ignored that he had to do with interrupt people, and his parents were talking, and they probably gave him negative attention. They probably did. Go back to your room, Tommy. And he's just like, dude, I'm telling you. Every time someone speaks, you like to interrupt. That's what you do. That's your deal.
I think maybe because it makes you a little unhappy.
I don't care what it makes me. It just shows that you're an idiot.
I don't care what it makes me. Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. Yeah, he crashed out. He's just waiting to respond to you, Yoder. Even though you showed him that he's using some information he can't even tell you how he understands it to be true. You showed him this is what NASA's actually showing us, the flat horizon.
Yep, and he's confirming what we're saying is true and trying to mischaracterize it as if it disagrees with what we're saying. So, yeah, I mean, he's actually now the hostile witness to NASA's claim. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I mean, NASA's also a hostile witness to NASA, which is also funny.
And I like the fact that he's triggered and he gets close to his mic and doing the thing that's antithetical to the thing he said he was trying to do onto me, calm me down. He's all uptight about it. Bro, relax. You're not right. Oh, you're muted because you don't know how to let other people speak, bro. You're like a squirrel on crack. I said that earlier. You're just bouncing all over the place. What do you think you guys' generation is called? Zoomers. Duh. The ADHD generation, brother. Yeah, but funny enough, you're on this platform not speaking and you're listening to me. How ironic is that? Yeah, that's all you have in your brain of those memes. A layman's explanation. That's funny, dude.
What's funny is I find in this this presentation deck these red ground tracks going from Palestine, Texas, quite clearly out to the east, and then actually looping and coming back. So southern jet stream or northern jet stream, southern jet stream, I guess. And it's a ton of squiggly lines going around. This is not a satellite orbit in the traditional sense of a globe. So what I was saying earlier is you can read about like the launch of CloudSat satellite, multiple launches, big heavy rockets to boost these things really high up into orbit. And it's like, okay, if these things are doing the loop-de-loop around a ball, how come we see this loop-de-loop back and forth between America and Europe? Doing like a hard U-turn, hairpin turn around Texas and another hairpin turn around Greece. I find that fascinating. Not sure what's going on or how they're controlling that. I've got some ideas, though. Oh, maybe we should believe that they're augmenting the orbiting space junk with scientific balloons for the same program, the CloudSat program. Maybe that's it, guys. They totally have self-orbiting satellites, but they also use the balloons.
All the orbital pods are meant to be natural.
Oh, thanks, Morvis Palestine. Yeah. Well, I mean, AV pretty much exposed this guy. Like, he was telling us his debate bro tactic to try and just remain calm because it only works when one of the other party is spurging out of control.
Yeah.
Like, that's all he was here for. Just tossing shit at the wall. Here's Jaren's freaking laser test. Didn't know a thing about. I see curvature from airplanes. Didn't know a thing about that. Well, satellites prove the Earth is curved. ISS footage. I mean, this is just basic, like tier 1, level 1 Glober shit.
Yeah, bless his heart. He tried. Well, I mean, tried in his own way. Not that he met any standard of like actually accomplishing his goal. Yeah, you were like, I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. You took him to NASA, and he's like, he lost his shit. oh, you're showing me NASA. You can't show me NASA. You guys don't like NASA. I'm like, well, gonna use this as a hostile witness.
Yep. Oh, dude, I already had the next step ready. Like, oh, you like satellites, bitch? All right. Let's go to the Goddard Space Flight Center, satellite tracking query. Go read that magnetic flux tube of force thing and go explain that to me.
I was telling in the text chat, I was like, Yoder's the soy whisperer. That shit was funny.
Yeah.
Cause, bro, they come in here nothing but gimmicks, man. Like, I'm tired of that shit. Like, I can at least attempt to listen to what the person say. He was like not even listening, bro. It's like, man.
Oh, like, you crave substantive conversations.
Yeah,
you might
dude.
be lucky if you get one a week.
Fucking something, bro. Like, I would give it to him if he just at least repeated back or what you're like something, dude. Just give me something to work with.
Yeah, like honesty.
Ugh.
I mean, there's something to be said for our tenacity in this space. Like the staying power we have, the duration we have, we can outlast and tread any troll that comes in here. We've been forged through the fires and flames of the worst ridicule, the craziest targeting. I mean, it's pretty insane what this topic does to people and the kind of abuse you endure over it. It's only made us better at what we do.
Yeah, I like it. Yep. And then we got the homies to share it with, like anti-globalists. That glows 20 cups.
Shout out.
I appreciate you guys. Sometimes you do just want to sit back and listen to somebody else take it, you know? You love frustrating the plans of the wicked, though, don't you, Yoder?
Yeah, that's my main shtick, if you're gonna call it that. I love that. I love to frustrate their plans.
Oh my goodness.
You know, you got to kind of match their energy and tone. You give them a chance or two.
Good luck matching that tone.
Yeah. And when you can't do it, that's when you turn on the juice, you know?
That was comedic timing on that, though, Globalist. Yeah, because he's a soy boy, right? So it's like, how are you going to match that tone? Unless he becomes soy-like.
Yeah, you got to kind of lead them on so that they unknowingly strap themselves to their own electric chair.
Hey, Matthew, are you there?
The honors.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm here. So,
hey, do you think if a flat earther came in here and made a really ridiculous argument, we'd call them out?
yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Did you notice that when the last globe earther came in here and made a bunch of ridiculous arguments, you didn't call him out?
Right, because this is your forum, not mine.
Okay. Just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
Yeah, got to close your ranks, huh?
Appreciate the admission. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew agrees his arguments were bogus.
Yeah, stronger together, right?
But I didn't hear all of his arguments. But in general, I don't think you can prove that the Earth is a globe.
A torch and a laser are the same thing. You can see the curvature from an airplane.
Why did we? I don't know. Imagine taking elevation scans, but you're looking straight down.
Yeah, like if that's straight down, like what's that horizontal line supposed to even be? If it's not the horizon. All right. Any more globe earthers in here? Who's next? I think they're all done.
Hey, yeah, insert coin to continue.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in the side chat here some pictures real quick. Hold on, let me send this. Okay, I posted some pictures. I saw this on Twitter. So this is the comet that what is it called?
3i divided by Atlas.
Yeah, 3i divided by Atlas. So what's really interesting to me is that the worst image in this picture is the one from NASA, and the other three are from amateur astronomers. That post that I found on Twitter. I also
taken through cloud cover. Did they take these through cloud cover? Like, why do they like so? Looks like they're like behind a cloud or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I just I know that all I know is that the one that's the least clear, the one that's like most distorted, is the one from NASA. And there are representatives in Congress. I'll try to find it. There are representatives. Yeah, let me try to find this. There are representatives in Congress that are trying to unclassify information regarding this comet. I saw in the pictures, it looks like there's some weird dots around the comet. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts are, if you had any on what this really was.
I haven't really formed an opinion. There's so much misinformation about it. I don't think. I don't even know what to say at this point. There's a lot of bullshit out there. There's shrines, like 9/11, where there's like so many different freaking stories and some of them contradict each other. It's like a contaminated crime scene, where this crime scene's staged, but there's still evidence of the crime there, and you can't tell what's staged and what's evidence, and you have to freaking sift through it and try and figure it out. That's what this is. I think there's like disinfo, misinfo, speculation, and some true information all freaking mixed into one, and you kind of can't tell what's what. You know what I mean? Because you got that Avi Loeb, who's like a freaking Harvard astronomer, astrophysicist. He's saying shit, which who knows what could be true or not. And plus, he's biased to already think aliens exist. So he's trying to say, like, this was the wild radio signal that was detected, fucking 50 years ago. So there's a lot of bullshit out there about it. But I'm sure some of the shit's true. The thing is, how do you tell what's bullshit and what's true? You kind of can't. That's kind of the problem. I mean, what do you think about it? Have you researched this at all, mathematician? Can you give us any information?
Well, I just find it uncomfortable, just in general, just not being given answers to these, like, what should be easy questions, like, why is NASA giving us a blurry picture?
What instrument did they take it with? Did they say?
Let me see if I can find that.
Obviously, it wasn't like the Hubble or fucking James.
Oh, I thought when you said members of Congress were commenting, I thought you were about to say they were going to demand a budget review of why I'm giving you so much ass money, but you're giving me these shitty quality pictures.
Yeah, that's a problem. So did you, what telescope?
It says 8 different spacecraft, satellites, and telescopes.
Took one picture?
I guess so.
So they combined the imagery of 8 different instruments?
No, I guess not. Okay, hold on. Here, let me post this from the subtitle of that picture.
The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter image comes. Oh, yeah, this is the one from a while back. I don't know, I'm not too hip on that freaking particular image that they're saying.
Yeah, they're not releasing. Let me see if I can find the member of Congress.
How could they even focus in on that, dude? The shit wasn't designed for that crap. Even if you believe all that shit, right? If they have a satellite up there, it's taking pictures. It's not designed. When they design these things, they're designed for to do their purpose very well. And they don't you can't just be like, yeah, we're going to design a frickin' a surface surveyor, and then we're going to just turn it around and point at the sky and do astronomy. The shit don't work like that. This isn't a fucking consumer camera that's made for general use, purpose use. These are very specific instruments. That's why you can't really take an astronomical telescope and start looking around and get good images of your surroundings terrestrially. Because they're made to take images of low light conditions with a dark background. That's why you can't go frickin' really bird watching with one. And that they make ones for bird watching. And you can't use those for astronomy. So I find it hard to believe they just took the Mars frickin' reconnaissance surveyor camera and just fucking whipped it around and were like, hey, dude, now we're doing astronomy. It's find it hard to believe. Why is that image so pixelated, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too. What's freaking weird to me, though, is the amateur telescopes. It just doesn't look like a freaking comet, man.
That was the thing. Wasn't its tail pointed in the wrong direction or something? That was one of the other things that it really? Became the brightest. I don't know how they knew this when it was on the other side of the sun, but then when it started being close to the sun, instead of the tail being pointed away from the sun because of the solar wind, it was pointed toward the sun.
Yeah, you're right. I just looked
at something weird like that they were saying. But like I said, I never verified that, and you couldn't actually. I don't know how they would even figure that out. Kind of, that's one of the other things that you have to kind of trust what they're saying, because your viewpoint from Earth, you can't look at the sun. It would be very close visually to the sun, so you would need a special instrument to block out the sun. And then C3I Atlas, and that would be so fucking small. This is one of those things you kind of got to take their word for it that this is what's going on.
Well, that's why I'm looking at these amateur pictures, which are way more clear. Just from some of these, the people just said I took this from my telescope in my backyard.
Yeah.
And these look freaky as hell. I just hate if this shit's weird, if it is really weird and this isn't just a coincidence or something. I just hate knowing that there's this much hidden information. I just wish they would just tell us straight up, we don't know what the heck this is in the sky. But here it is. This is what it looks like.
I want to ask yourself why you would assume they know anything anyway. You were alive during the pandemic, right? Obviously, there are a bunch of fucking morons in charge.
I kind of think they don't know why, but they're pretending like they do. I think they're just pretending like they do know why by providing us with a blurry image. I think they know it's a blurry image. I think
their job is to tell a story and keep people from freaking the hell out, or make everybody freak the hell out in a controlled situation. But their job.
Atlas stands for, though.
No, what?
Atlas is the advanced. Hold on a second. They just stood this up not that long ago. The Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. So this is something that didn't even exist until 2015. So it's a decade old. And NASA was taking up, so it was a freaking, I remember even back then, I'm like, man, they're fucking so full of shit. They were giving grants for people to invent systems on how to deflect Earth-threatening objects, like, a la fucking, what is it, Armageddon, the movie Armageddon, and blast asteroids, out of the way from hitting Earth. Now, coincidentally, with 3i Atlas, I think it was on October 28th, there was supposed to be also detected by the Atlas program a near-Earth object that was going to come within 90,000 miles of Earth, and which is between the moon and the Earth, according to their nonsense. And then they just canceled all the data. And that night, that there was there was some sort of burst in Moscow, but it's hard to say whether that was the fucking Ukrainians shooting a missile at them or it was, some space debris. But this never made the news or any other thing. I got all this off of Telegram. Russian sources. So the Russians were talking about this. It wasn't being talked about in America. The point is that is this some fucking bullshit to keep funding their program? Like, I don't know. Because it is kind of a bullshit program, man.
Yeah, but like, I don't see why they wouldn't just use their telescopes. I mean, they have to have a freaking telescope that has a better image than this. I mean, even if it's one of the dude's hobby telescopes or whatever that they had when they were a kid, like, they can get a better image than that. And like, I would imagine they would just say, "Oh, this is a weird thing. We don't know what this is." Like, they just
they're saying that that's gas, that they can't resolve it and focus in on it because that's just like emitting gas, right? That it's I think they were saying it's CO2 or something instead of water. That's frozen carbon dioxide, dry ice.
Do you believe
and that's why it's that color? I don't know. That's why I said there's so much garbage that's floating around. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, like,
why just like some items in the news, when I just hear too much shit coming from too many angles, I just ignore it because I can't. There's no way I can sift through the information and determine which claims are true and which aren't.
Yeah, I get that. For me though, I have seen the device. I've seen the device that they use to identify the signatures, the color signatures on the spectrum of certain chemicals, and like, it's pretty freaking accurate. If you point it at something in the sky and that thing is emitting a certain chemical, like, it's going to have a certain light signature that's detectable.
How do they know it's accurate though? That's really a problem. How do they know it's accurate?
Well, because you can test that instrument on things on planet Earth, and it does actually give the exact same phenomenon. So, like, if there's like a very specific signature that is emitted from Earth, and the thing is though, the stuff in the sky, like whether it's a bunch of stars that NASA claims it is, with these galaxies that have billions of stars for trillions of light years, whatever. That to me could be very well all be bullshit, complete bullshit.
Are you talking about spectroscopy?
Yeah, spectroscopy, but
it doesn't really work in the lab the same way it works in astronomy. Quite a bit different. It's a little bit different, dude, because you get smearing and shit. The lines aren't in the lab. Everything's well defined. You have well defined freaking well defined absorption lines. the shit that's supposed to be in outer space, you get like what's called like Doppler line broadening, and then redshifting, and then like all this shit is smeared, right? It's not it's not like crisp. I'll just use an analogy. It's almost like a sharp image versus a blurry image, where you're like you're trying to figure out what something is by looking through like smoked glass or something.
Yeah, redshift does from what I understand, the redshift blurriness doesn't really affect anything at a local level, like a comet. Like a comet is, according to the model presented by NASA, a comet is really close. It approaches the sun, and like all the redshift, that stuff's like that noise is gone. It seems like those lines are not so blurry for things that are at least within our solar system.
Well, I mean, I don't know. All I know is it's not as straightforward as people think it is in practice. It isn't just they just point something at the sky and go, oh, look, it's made of freaking CO2. It's not that simple. A lot of it's theory-laden. You know what I mean? A lot of it's like their interpretation of what they're seeing. It's an interpretation of what they're seeing. It isn't just like a straight measurement.
Do you think the lines are like blurry for the moon?
Well, that would be reflectance spectroscopy. So that's a whole nother fucking issue.
What do you mean?
You're saying that this thing is an emitter, okay? Because it's going so fast, right? Energetic particles are making the freaking comet glow. They don't claim that with the moon. They're claiming with the moon it's that the moon's not a source of light and that it's reflecting light. So you got the spectrum of the light initially, and then you got the resulting spectrum from reflection. Now, those are two different things, and like one is definitely reflecting spectroscopy is definitely theory laden, and I'm very skeptical about it for this reason. Well, why can't you use it on Earth and tell you what shit's fucking made of here? Take a picture of Statue of Liberty, see if it's made of copper. You're getting reflected sunlight, right? Just do the same thing here. Right? The moon's just reflected sunlight from the sun, right? And they're taking a picture of that light, and they go, hey, dude, the fucking moon's made of Swiss cheese. Right? So, why can't you do that on Earth, dude? Why can't you take a picture of a fucking Ferrari and go, yeah, that's fucking steel fucking walls?
Yeah, I think your point makes sense. But what your point is basically that if I use the instrument on the moon, I should get a very clear signal, right?
Well, it's reflectance. The light has a spectrum that's hitting the moon, and then light's being reflected, and you're seeing the reflected light.
But
right?
You're
So
right that
you're not seeing the original spectrum. You're seeing a resulting spectrum, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. But on Earth, if I point a spectrometer at the Statue of Liberty, it will tell me it's copper, right?
Will it?
I think so. Isn't that how it works?
Dude, fucking goddamn, man. The real dude, some CSI investigators would they'd like to talk to you. You'd be solving a lot of crime scenes from their freaking cameras.
Well, I remember what maybe I'm missing something. I remember in AP chemistry, they turned the lights off and they lit up this
sodium lamp, right? Yeah, I seen the sodium lamps and all that shit, right?
So. Yeah, and then you look through the thing and you can see the lines like absolutely clearly where they're supposed to be according to the signature or whatever.
I understand the principle in the lab. I understand all that.
But so then why does it not work?
That straightforward.
Because it emits light.
Because nature's messy. Nature's just messy, dude.
I think I see what you mean. The only reason I could see it is because the only source was that material,
exactly,
not the sunlight bouncing off of something else.
Yeah, okay, and there was also no intervening fucking gas, and it wasn't in motion, and it also wasn't fucking superheated, like it fucking because the other thing that affects the spectral line width is the temperature.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, that is also another confounding variable. So, like, all I'm saying is that maybe it's fucking accurate what they're doing, but it's heavily laden in theory. And then it comes to, like, how do you actually verify? So if you got an observation and then your interpretation's heavy laden in theory, how did you verify that extra component that you slapped onto it, the theory, is actually correct? You'd have to go to that fucking place and take a scoop of 3i fucking Atlas and go, yeah, we're right. But you kind of can't do that with any astronomical things. So there is some level of, uncertainty in this stuff.
That makes sense.
And I'm not even trying to be like super skeptical. I'm just being fucking, just doing like a rigorous evaluation. Not even that rigorous. Just like an evaluation. Like, hey, dude, can I fucking rely on this 100%? No, I can rely on it, but not 100%. There's a chance the theory could be wrong. Maybe 80%, maybe 70%. I don't know. But the 3i Atlas thing is interesting. But
yeah, I just hate stuff like that. Like, I
have you heard of the WOW signal? Have you seen that connection between this thing and the WOW signal?
No, I haven't.
So they got a WOW radio burst fucking in the 70s or something, SETI did, with a bunch of radio telescopes. This Harvard astrophysicist said that if you roll back, just according to him, where this thing was at the time that WOW signal was, based upon its trajectory or whatever the fuck it's doing, that it was in the same place where the WOW signal originated from way back in the 70s. So it's radio telescopes. They're looking for what is a non-nature signal, right? Some signal, some radio emission that appeared to come from intelligent life. So SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So they're looking for some radio signal that could not be natural. They got a signal and it said WOW. And they wrote WOW on the fucking thing. That's why it's called the WOW signal. Because the person that was monitoring it wrote WOW on the printout. Dude says that this 3i Atlas was at that location in the sky when that WOW signal came out. And he can tell from rolling back, I guess, where it was, 30 years ago, based upon its current trajectory and path. Now, this is part of the story. I haven't verified whether any of this shit's true. It's just like, I just hear this shit in passing, like on Twitter or fucking YouTube or whatever. I don't know if any of that crap's true. I know Avi Loeb is a big frickin' alien nut, and I don't even know how he's still on the faculty at Harvard. 50 years ago, they would have fired him in like 3 seconds, but,
I got something for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to post it. Give me a second. So this is a YouTube link. This is a screenshot from the comments. If you watch this whole video, you see some very weird stuff going on. There's numerous people that have recorded videos like this. It's basically low light, infrared, or night vision goggles looking up into the sky. Now, a lot of people believe there's all kinds of satellites up in the sky. And they would be, something that's streaking across your vision, right, in like a pretty consistent rate of speed and a pretty consistent direction. But when you go out and you actually look at these things, you see things that are going very fast, then all of a sudden they slow down. You see things that are going slow, then all of a sudden they zigzag and take off in another direction. I've witnessed that with my own eyes. Other people have witnessed it and recorded it, and plenty of people comment about it all the time. So when you look up into the sky with advanced vision devices or low light vision devices, there's all kinds of unexplained aerial phenomena going on that makes no sense from any standard mainstream interpretation of what's going on up in the sky. You could just go out and look at it yourself.
It's an entirely different dimension of anomaly, you know? Is he speaking? Or is he just lighting up?
No, I'm just like watching this video.
So, I would imagine like the people that have a more true cosmological understanding of Earth and whatnot would understand that there's, along with the cycles that they allow us to know about, there's probably cycles they don't allow us to know about, where there may be an uptick in anomalous activity in the sky, and then they of course co-opt these anomalies and write them into heliocentrism in some way to reinforce that whole structure.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm never gonna understand it, dude. Fucking, what's wrong with these Zoomers, bro?
Yeah, well, speaking of Zoomers, man. So this guy in the clip, I isolated a little clip out where he's focused on one, and he's zooming in, and you could see it streaking in the sky. And normally you'd think, well, it must be a sky satellite or something, and it's just going to keep going at the same speed across the guy's screen, but don't. It streaks in, and then it slows down very quickly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, brother. People have eyewitness accounts and even some video accounts of a quote unquote sky phenomena like that. Zips in, stops abruptly, and sometimes will even take a 90-degree turn. And there's nothing that we know of, dude, that can move like that. You know, you're talking tens upon tens of what the scale would be, thousands of miles an hour, come to essentially, you know, an eighth of the speed almost instantaneously, and then take off in another direction. Like if a human being was in something like that, they'd be liquefied.
It's like fucking blinking. What the hell? That thing just slows. That's so weird, dude. It just slows down.
Yeah, there's many people, dude.
Yep. You know, I'm pretty sure I saw some weird shit like this in the sky before, and I remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no way I saw that. Like ever since then, I keep telling myself, there's just no way I saw that. And because it's like it's such a weird anomaly, and I just hate like just thinking, well, I guess I'm just gonna move on my day and keep doing whatever because you know after witnessing something like that, you know. I always think though a lot of our ancestors, well maybe not yours, but a lot of the people back in the ancient civilizations would worship the sky.
Oh, have you heard the new hotness? Oh, they went back and they looked at photographic plates of the stars from back in between 1947 and 1950. Could have been 51. Yeah, and they detected things that they seem to be satellites for the space program. Yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Satellites before satellites. This is peer reviewed in the astronomical journals. This isn't like me making shit up or some dude I saw on Twitter. It's in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. I think it was in November or October edition.
And what do they say? Like there are these lights in the sky that move for some reason?
Yeah, that there's these lights in the sky that move that are consistent with being freaking orbiting spacecraft, but it was pre Sputnik.
Wait, like 60s Sputnik?
Yeah. So they're photographic plates from the 40s to 50s.
Oh, Josh has joined the chat. Josh is back.
Josh is going to go as an astronaut for Halloween, right?
Yeah, Josh.
I'm a zookeeper this year.
Did you dress up as Dom Pettit?
You're a zookeeper. That's what your globe archetype is, zookeeper.
Zookeeper.
Yeah. He thinks he's outside the zoo and we're the animals, and he's looking at us going, look at this. Look at their mating habits.
That's more like the NASA pen when they're watching their rocket launches, isn't it? Or high-fiving each other like a bunch of chimpanzees.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Woo, woohoo! Hooping and hollering. Because
the graphic?
The graphic just changed. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, in their paradigm, that happened like 15 minutes before that on Mars. Like, they're high-fiving a computer graphic of some event that happened 15 minutes before.
Yeah.
That's closer to 8, but yeah.
Fucking nerd.
It's amazing as well when we make fun of the shitty computer PS2 level graphics that they show us for this kind of stuff. The Globers try and strawman it and go online and say, the flat earthers are saying that this animation proves that it's fake, but NASA admit that it's an animation. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, they ain't the flex. They think it is.
Like, they're trying to make out like we're thinking that animation is supposed to be some real representation of it, when we're just pointing out that it's laughably cartoonish.
Is there any particular reason the animations need to be so atrociously shit?
Because they really like trolling the diehard Globers.
Yeah, I know, but
it's just for trolling.
Like you could grab like a stock fucking pro mod, like 3D model off of a website for
because
like
there's no way to tell.
It's better than theirs.
Nah, it's still got to be bespoke.
It's because there's no way to tell, dude. They have nothing to refer it against. There's no way to tell. They could show them anything, literally anything. Earth looks like a unicorn. How are they going to know? They've never seen the Earth from 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's probably like all their. Oh well, if the Earth was a globe, it would do this. If the Earth is flat, it would do this. Like, you've got no idea what a globe Earth would do. What a globe.
All they can compare it to is like a Mercator map, or maybe a globe in the corner of the classroom, or something like that. That's the only comparison, or some other fake video.
But the fact that they're like so convinced that they're like, well, if we were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, it would feel like there's nothing at all. It's like, what are you even talking about? You'd even know what that would feel like. And we give them the benefit of the doubt on that. We're like, well, yeah, no, they can't be detected, so it could be like that. Like, no, I'm not giving them that. I'm not giving them that they would know what living on any kind of ball would be like, because they never have.
That's a good point, dude. Like, AB was bringing this up too with the Black Swan. Like, why are we taking a position like Why are we going, hey, man, it looks flat. Hey, it's not a globe. Like, they never proved the globe in the first place. Like, what? Like, we like, taking on the burden of proof is showing that the globe doesn't exist.
Yeah, they've got no right even uttering a globe. They can't even come into the picture.
Yeah, they really can't wrap their head around that level of much the burden's on them.
That really just was like, nah.
Yeah, because it'd just be like we sit around and be silent. People come in and like, right, prove your globe. Oh no, show me a picture of the flat Earth. Prove your flat Earth. No.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
That would be the conversations, you know.
But we are generous to them by even entertaining any argument from them, really, where they say, "Oh well, if Earth was a ball, this would happen." Like they've got any idea what would happen if the Earth was a crazy ball, which they have they've got no reference for it.
The funnier thing is they go, if the Earth was flat, this would happen, and then they say something absolutely stupid.
Yeah, something different. If the Earth were flat like I observed, then the Earth wouldn't be like I observed.
I think Josh has realized he's in an echo chamber circle jerk yet.
I hope so, Josh. You picking it up?
I'm really glad that you said it and I didn't.
Well, at least it's a change of...
Who's the pivot man?
Echo chamber, Josh, because surely you've been in the other echo chamber for, I don't know how old you are. Let's say 38. 38 years?
Oh, damn. No, I'm 29.
29. Damn, they're just hiring kids, eh?
29? Dude, you're a young buck. I won't hold that against you.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I'll quote Reagan. I won't hold against my opponent for political purposes his youth and inexperience.
Be honest, though, Josh, it must be refreshing to hear a challenge to the heliocentric globe dogma, right?
Refreshing? Yeah, I've been around this conversation for a long time. It's more stimulating.
Stimulating.
Would you like your colleagues that kind of rib you for dealing with us?
Yeah, they can do it.
You
like
think they'd be horrified if they
paint.
came in here? What do you think what would happen to them?
Oh,
what do you think? How do you think they'd react if
Glober
they came?
do stuff too? Did Dunning-Kruger and
really
freak out? Yeah, it's just something we never have to talk about or think about.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So you are, in fact, not in on it then, Josh?
Not in on it? What do you mean?
You're not behind the green curtain pulling levers, I was asking you.
No, I mean, it's just, clock in, do what you got to do, clock out, check. That's what it's all about for you guys.
No, I mean, I do a ton of stuff outside of... Yeah, I was going to say, I do a ton of stuff outside of work for free. It's not just about the money.
But you're certainly not going into work with any kind of intentions of unveiling a worldwide cosmological deception, right?
I definitely, poke around and put my head where I probably shouldn't. Ask to get photos of things and, all sorts of stuff with, like that.
From a place of skepticism?
Yeah, oh yeah, like I said. Well, from a not place of skepticism as much as a place of curiosity. Like, you guys asked me, like, how do you know that's true? I'm like, oh, wow. Well, I mean, I should probably go get firsthand experience with that data. And so I poke around internally and go learn and go hunt down the data because I'm in a place of privilege to go do that.
I endorse that approach 100%. So, two things. I'll just bring up this one instead. Why do you think that somehow? I assume you believe in evolution and all that shit, right? So why do you think now, after 250,000 years of human beings, that have been telling stories about what the stars are. How come you think now that we have the answers and all the other people were wrong? Why do you think that somehow we're special compared to all those other people?
I think. What do you mean, other people? What is the other opinion?
All the other human beings that have existed that told stories about the stars and what they are and the whole cosmology, right? Planets, stars, all what they're made of, what created them, and all those stories that they used to tell, cosmogony, right? How come you think the modern cosmogony is actually the correct one? How come they're all wrong and we're right? Isn't that a little arrogant?
No, I don't think it's the correct one. It's not like a religion. It's just we're building off of. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Josh, you have a creation story, right?
Are you talking about the Big Bang, or are we talking about?
Yeah, that's a creation story, right? Is the Big Bang?
I don't give a shit about the Big Bang.
Okay. Well,
I don't
there's
think
a creation man story too, right?
Okay. I don't put a ton of eggs in that basket.
You got one.
I care about the here and now. I care about the here and now.
Yeah, I understand, but it is like a religion. Okay, the whole thing is a religion. This doesn't have a deity with a personality. That's the only difference. But all the other parts answering the big questions, they even say this. You know, they say this. Science is answering the big questions. Those big questions used to be answered by religion, but now we say that we have a superb method of figuring out the actual answers to the big questions. We're going to use inductive reasoning, which can't prove anything. Duh.
Okay.
I mean, is anything I said factually incorrect?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, no, not sorry. Yeah, nothing you said is incorrect. There. I'm not gonna like die tooth and nail on the Big Bang. Like, you know,
it's the whole thing. They have
the whole thing.
The model.
I mean, you must be aware of the science propaganda that exists out there.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I'm also aware of the religious propaganda. I still go to church on Christmas to see my family, right? So you can engage with dogmatic organizations without, like, you know, wrapping your entire self-worth and identity in their beliefs.
I wasn't trying to personalize it to you. I'm just
no, I get it. I'm just saying, like if you're gonna, you know, liken it to a religion, I'll carry out the analogy.
Well, heliocentrism.
But
heliocentrism, I mean, it kind of is a bit like a religion. You know, I mean, the dogmatic worldview given to the layman by the elite,
realistically, Josh, let's grant you everything you believe to be true, every freaking possible thing, rockets, spaceships, all that shit.
Okay.
Is there any? Do you think there's ever going to be time where human beings can confirm what a star is physically?
We already know what it's. You can just look at it. What do you?
You can just look at that. That would be an inductive inference that you would need to confirm.
Do you not believe in nuclear fusion?
No. Have people been inside of a star to observe nuclear fusion, Josh?
No, but you observe the heat and you get the spectra. You get the spectra off of it.
There's actually problems with all that.
Okay. I'd be happy to look at those problems,
no,
I just disagree with you that there's any time in the future that we would know what a star is. I would argue that in the past we already know what a star is.
Yeah, well, you don't know. You think you know. So we look at the spectrum of a star. We look at the can't even remember the name of it. Need more sleep. We look at the emission curves and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And we look at all that,
hydrogen.
and then we make. Well, you're just claiming that.
Okay.
That's what it is in the lab, but you don't know if that's what it is out there. Okay, because you've never actually confirmed it.
Well, no, we've also flown through the outer layers and the coronal mass ejections and collected, physically collected the emissions from our sun using the Parker Solar Probe.
Those would be unbound protons and electrons. They wouldn't be helium? They'd be just protons.
It's a little bit of column A, a little column B. You can dive in. I mean, I'm happy to pull up the payload design for the Parker Solar Probe if you're interested. But we have stuff that's skimming the sun currently.
The chromosphere.
Yeah, it gets down to I'm trying to remember what the exact altitude is, but it gets pretty damn close.
1,000,000 degrees, dude.
Oh yeah, it's real hot. It's got a big shield on it.
Oh, made of what? Unobtainium?
I don't know. Let's. Do you want to go on a deep dive on Parker Solar Probe? I mean, I'm more than happy to.
No, I want to stick with what I'm saying. Thing I feel you're trying to wriggle out of. Okay, regardless.
Wriggle out of.
Yeah,
okay.
We're making indirect measurements of something, right? These aren't direct measurements, meaning we don't have access directly to the thing we're concerned about, as in the composition of the sun, its actual matter and molecules, and we're reaching inductive inferences from observation of the light that reaches some device that we possess, right? There's no doubt that this is inductive inference. There's no doubt that this is affirming the consequent. You can disagree. It's a matter of logic.
No, I'm just saying we have sensors. Like, we have the ability to send technology out to directly observe these things.
Yeah, observe. What are you observing?
Like I said, capture coronal mass ejections and orbit around other heavenly bodies to take direct spectroscopy images and hyperspectral images and optical
Those are images, right? The conclusions are inductive inferences.
Everything's
a matter of logic.
Everything's a conductive inference. Then, how do you define a direct observation?
No,
does it have to be a human? Does it have to be a human? Sense that is the one capturing the data for it to be a direct observation.
Even human senses use inductive inferences. That's not
exactly.
Meaning we don't have a sample of the sun in the lab to measure its composition, right? We don't have a sample, right? So we have devices like gas chromatograph spectroscopy or something like that where we can tell for certain hold on. We can tell for certain what something composition is. Okay. This is they claim precision greater. I'm dead serious. They claim precision greater than what we can do physically in a lab with direct access to the samples. Are you aware of that?
What are you referring to?
Gas chromatograph spectroscopy can detect elements to 9 parts in 1 million. They claim that they can look at shit and see 3 parts per 1 million.
I'm not familiar with that.
16 million miles away, they can see 3 parts per million.
I was going to say, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to compare.
I can't make a claim to confirm or disagree with you on that.
So often, Josh, what I do is I'll compare what we know we can do on Earth to what they claim they do with stuff in space. And oftentimes, the terrestrial devices that we use are significantly worse than the ones they claim to use in space. I mean, they'll claim they can do things. So Uranus. Uranus smells like farts. They detected hydrogen sulfide at 3 parts per million. Okay, let's look up gas chromatograph spectroscopy. We actually have the sample. We stick it in the fucking device, and it fucking measures the mass spectrum, right? Boom. 9 parts per million. Precision. 3 parts per million. 16 million miles away, right in the fucking device. 9 parts per million. That shit don't jibe with me, man. This sounds like bullshit. I'm sorry. Because they use this technology to convict people of crimes and shit.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I'm sure
if you have a primary source for me to look at, I'm happy to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the precision is probably better now. So this is like 10 years ago when they said Uranus smelled like farts.
Okay.
But if you looked up the precision then, what they said is like I said, gas chromatograph spectroscopy.
There still should be a primary source from Zach then, right? Like, I'm happy to look at it where you're getting
that Uranus smells like farts? Like, which one do you want?
Yeah. The paper that claim was made off of, right? And that you're seeing the discrepancy between the parts per million of the state of the art of terrestrial tech versus what's being claimed in that paper. Like I'm more than happy to go look at these things.
Now, hold on, I'll get to you. So, but I just want to say this one thing. Now, we know when we have the physical sample, what it is when we because we have direct access to the material.
Yeah, but how do you, even if you have it in the lab, you're doing the same types of tests. Like how does having the sample in the lab change than just going out and taking a picture or an image or observing it
No,
in
they
its,
can
in
actually
its normal
they can actually
environment?
weigh the elements, right? They can measure their mass because
So
they
you
have
can do the
actual
same
access to it.
thing. Yeah, I was gonna
No,
say you
of
can
course you do that
do
with
the
the
same
sun.
thing in what? Yeah, because you
Yeah,
can
do that with the sun.
You can what? Because you understand the gravitational
Because you
constant, and then
understand,
you're
so you do
able
it with your
to.
mind. This is about what you understand, dude.
Yeah, you're doing the same thing here on Earth. You understand that things accelerate towards the ground at 9.81 meters per second. Therefore, if this amount of force is applied on a scale, that its mass should be this. You're doing the same thing here on Earth. You're applying a gravitational acceleration that you understand to be universal here on the surface of Earth. So you're doing the same thing in the lab that you would be doing out there.
No, that's not what that's not how they measure mass in the lab. They're using the resistance to acceleration mass, not gravitational mass.
Resistance to accelerate. You're talking about the same thing.
Well, allegedly. I don't know if that's ever been proven.
Okay, but I'm just
The mass
saying.
energy, the inertial mass, gravitational mass equivalent. There's actually someone who's been working on this that has the data that shows they're actually not equivalent. That's why I say that. This isn't just based upon me making it up.
I would assert that both. It doesn't matter if they're equivalent in the nature of like what's causing the force, right? I'm saying that you're taking the resistance to an acceleration and inferring the mass from that point. You're doing the same thing, both out, imaging the sun or seeing how bodies move relative to the sun as you would be doing in a sample in the lab. Therefore, I don't find having something in a lab to be more viable than going out and doing science in the field.
How are they measuring the mass of the elements within the sun?
I'm not sure.
We need samples.
I disagree with that, but
I mean, yes, you can make inductive inferences, but all this stuff is theory laden, Josh. You do realize that, right? All this stuff is theory laden. Okay.
Exactly. In the lab, you have a theory that it's gonna, the resistance to acceleration is going to be universal. Like, why isn't like you're doing the same thing here on Earth?
But there's things that are known empirically from testing, and then there's things that are known.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do. We go look at how objects move relative to other objects, and we backed out how these trajectories work, and we have empirical data about observing, hey, this thing moved from point A to point B, and therefore here's the ratio between the mass and its period. So it's also empirical data. Like I disagree with your differentiation here.
What are you talking about the sun specifically? What?
Oh no, and objects just in general. The moon moving around the Earth, and the planets moving around the sun, and
you drinking, dude?
No,
I'm just trying to say on the sun, the composition of the sun, dude. It's like you're freaking going way off. Just the composition of the sun. There's no way to directly know that. But I was talking about stars, not even the sun. Stars, and the reason I said stars is because they're so far away, right? Do you think that we're ever going to be able to confirm what a star is? Light years away, nearest one. This thing on?
You're good. I'm taking care of some stuff.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Cyclone, whatever. You can say what you're going to say, since he's taking care
I was just going to say, Josh, I think would you say it's fair to say that although you said you know what the sun is it more fair to say you think you know what the sun is? Since you're not really confirming what you think it is in order to say that's correct.
No, it's a large enough amount of mass to create the conditions for nuclear fusion, which has been, demonstrated in short bursts here on Earth. We have performed nuclear fusion here in labs on Earth that lines
Not
up with
a
theory.
giant mass. Not using a giant mass, though.
And even if that was the case, you've got no way of
but we found
confirming that that's what the sun is.
Because it releases energy in the same mass fractions that we observe coming from the sun. You take the mass plus the spectra to understand the chemical ratios of what it is, as well as the solar flux, the energy that gets to Earth. The actual energy that we're feeling at X distance away, and all of these observations of how big it is, how bright it is, the spectrum coming off of it.
I mean, what test was performed that can be validated that shows that?
I mean, I don't have a primary paper. We can go on a rabbit hole if you want. Go figure out how we figured this out.
Sounds like a cool, convenient story, but unless you could actually show someone doing something like that, it's not really much of an argument.
Oh no, I don't argue in these rooms.
You're trying to justify your statement that you know what the sun is when
I'm just answering a question.
Yeah, because you're asked, do you think you know what a star is? And you said no. Well, you said yes, I do. I know what the sun is, but you don't know what any of these things are. You maybe think you do. Like India was saying, you can't go to it. You can't test its composition, its makeup, or the mechanisms that you believe power them, drive them. You can't do any of that.
Yeah, even within your own paradigm, Voyager is going to take 150,000 years to reach the closest star.
Oh yeah, 100%. 4 light years away.
So you have to concede that you don't know what they are.
Oh, you can take pictures of. Oh Lord. Okay.
You can take pictures of them. You can observe them.
Yeah.
Draw a smiley face up.
What they are, but you can't say this is what it's made of. This is how it works.
You can say what it's made of.
Well, no, you can't.
Or do spectrographs
what you think
not work outside of Earth? I don't understand that. Why do you think that matter emits certain frequencies of light when we're in a lab, but if you observe the same exact frequencies of light not in a lab, that you can't make the conclusion that it's made up of the same elements? Why do you think that doesn't work?
Why do you think you would be able to know what an element was from what distance are we talking?
Spectrography is consistent because we actually have.
But that's accurately done within a machine, within a contained environment, not pointing something at the sky for how many millions of miles, billions of miles.
Yeah, it's just a frequency of light. I don't understand why you're contending it makes it any different. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's just pseudoscience. It's just you making claims.
So reach for the buzzword just because. Why does the light
similarity between something on Earth and then you're saying it must be the same thing when you've got no idea and you've got no way of verifying that it is the same thing?
Yes, so you send things there and then you take direct samples, right?
Yeah,
if India is making the claim, that we have to physically touch the things and manipulate them to understand their composition, right?
No one's sending anything to these things.
We have sent them. We have probes on Venus. We have probes on the Moon. We have probes on Mars.
Those are stories. We've got no evidence for any of that. You've got no evidence for any of that.
We do have evidence. Yes, we have. If you point a radio antenna, receiver at Mars, tuned to the specific VHF frequency that the Mars Perseverance rover moves its data down to Earth, and we pick it up with the Deep Space Network, you can hear the data coming back down. It's actually unencrypted. JPL does not encrypt the data coming back from the Mars rovers. So if you literally just point
possible means to falsify this signal.
Well, again, that's just cool stories because who's got?
No, I've done this stuff. I haven't done it specifically with the Mars rover myself, but I've built my own antenna, my own ground station. Why are you making this claim? That's not. You have nothing to back that
it's
claim
your
up.
claim.
I
It's your claim
apologize.
that they're sending little vehicles.
No,
to the light
your claim
sky.
is that no one has been able to do that. My claim is
Well,
that there's antennas all over the
no
world
one
that are
sent
tuned to do
little
that.
robots to
Josh,
the lights in the sky.
Sorry, Cyclone.
No, I was just gonna. Well, I mean, like these are cool stories and everything, but I mean, what data or evidence could you actually show us that there's a little vehicle running around on that light in the sky that we call Mars?
Like I said, you can point an antenna at Mars, tuned to the VHF frequency that the Mars rover uses, and you
Well, that's
can
just a
get
cool
the data.
story at this point. You said you haven't even done this, so have you got something that can
Not
actually be
specifically
seen?
for that, but you can just go to the deep space. What country do you live in? Are you in Australia or Spain or the US? Any of those three countries?
I'm in the UK.
You're in the UK. Okay. So the closest antenna to you is in Spain for the Deep Space Network. You can file to go visit there.
I'm sure I could submit an application to come and hear the robot on
serious.
Mars.
Yeah,
Is there any actual accessible evidence
let's do this right now.
for the public?
Let's do it. Sure, let's do it right now. Deep Space Network, Spain. Visitor.
Like, a member of the public wanted to know if this story was true. This is what they'd have to do.
No, because you
what
want
can we do?
data. You want to ask your own questions. Yeah,
well, I want evidence.
Deep Space Communications Complex, the TVC.
Well, yeah, but what evidence can be accessed by the billions of people who are being told this story? How can we know that's true? We can see this little light in the sky. What evidence do we have that they're going and sending little robots to it, driving around?
Because that's how radio frequency propagations work.
No, I mean, you just claiming that some people are pointing an antenna at the light in the sky and they're speaking to the robot. I mean, that's just a cool story, bro. What could you actually put in the side chat that we could look at that would be evidence for this claim? Like, if you were to put it in a link, what link would you send to evidence this claim you're making?
I don't debate in these channels. I'm happy to provide you opportunities for you to go learn.
It's not a question of debate.
I'm not here to change your mind. No, I'm not here to change your mind.
Of course you can't. You're not going to change my mind. You're not even offering
I'm not
evidence.
here to attempt to do that. That's not my purpose.
And that's fine. But if you're going to make a claim, you're going to be asked for the substantiation of this claim. I mean, this whole thing.
Okay, I do not want to make a claim. Then I apologize for if you. Yeah, I just wanted to answer your question. I'm sorry.
Indio's whole thing was like, you can't verify what these lights in the sky are, and your thing was we're sending little robots to them. And I'm asking, well, what's the actual evidence for this? That's reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me grab the frequency if you wanna know what you need to tune your radio to get the.
No, I want evidence that there's a little robot on that light in the sky called Mars. Not that you can point an antenna somewhere and hear something. If I have to go to Spain for.
You don't have to. Okay, Lord.
Anyway.
You might have to trust somebody. You might have to trust somebody besides your own direct observations at some point.
This is it. At a certain point, you want to believe in the gold. You just have to believe these stories that can never be validated. But
they can be validated. I just told you to go to the DSM.
Do you not find it odd? Do you not find it odd that they can apparently send these little robots millions of miles away and go and do all this sci-fi, Star Wars level stuff, but they can't measure curvature of the Earth in all human history? Okay. That's odd. That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction, right?
I think you're setting up your own walls and saying they can't because we have tons of things. I'm not going to make that assertion. I don't deal with this.
But that's a good point then. If someone has measured the curvature, I would love to be shown that evidence. But anyway, I'm going to drop off. So good chats, everyone, and yeah, look forward to seeing these globe measurements. Finally.
Have a good night, Cyclone.
Bye-bye. Yeah, we get it, Josh, that you're used to being the voice of authority and you don't like it when people challenge you and ask for evidence and then you try to claim that you're not making a claim when you clearly are because you're countering both the assertions of Indio And Cyclone, for example, when Indio asks you why you could have this claimed level of precision that's greater than what we experience on Earth when you're talking about the sun, you did not produce any data to back up your claim that it was possible to measure these things. Same thing with the curvature of the Earth that Cyclone mentioned, and same thing with the other evidence that Cyclone asked for. And then you kind of used a derisive tone and said maybe one day Cyclone would believe in something beyond what he actually saw, as if he was a child, and you were the great voice in the Amazon sky. So we get it that you like being the unquestioned voice of authority and that it annoys you when you come in here and you're not, but I don't like you making the disingenuous claim that you're not here to make or bring an argument when clearly today you just demonstrated 2 times that your purpose was to be derisive toward the flat earthers and to act like they were being ridiculous by denying your non-substantiated claim. Indio put 2 citations at least last time I checked in the text. I haven't seen your citations for any of your claims. Yeah, you're not trying to argue. I got you, Josh. You're so peaceful in your derisiveness.
I really don't appreciate your tone. I'm sorry if I came off as derisive,
and I don't appreciate your tone. Glad you got it. We got it straight then. We don't like each other's tones. Noted.
Oh, okay. Can we start over here? I have no intention of being derogatory or having
then you'd have to rewind the last half hour where you clearly tried to frame the argument within your voice of authority, NASA zombie mindset. Yeah. Okay. So can you erase that from everybody's mind with your little? You got one of those blinky things like Men in Black?
I don't want to argue. Can we not do this, please?
I have no interest in talking to you either. Just wanted to point out the obvious that everyone saw in the last half hour. Thanks.
Well, okay.
He does have one of them blinky things, Dandelion. That's how they do their NPC research daily.
If the powers that be know that it is a lie, then why spread that lie? That's sort of what I'm interested in.
I mean, we'd have to be mind readers to know that. And say we knew, maybe we'd want to participate in it.
We can speculate,
Yeah, it would be speculation.
NASA takes millions of dollars of taxpayer money every year, and that
ain't it, Joe. That's a bad reason. That's a bad argument because the government prints money. They don't fucking need money. It's the last thing they need.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Also, then I like to speculate. So why pull the wool over everyone's eyes at the same time for something as simple as the basis, foundation for our existence on this planet?
Good question.
Well, I mean, what is the fundamental? What you have to think about? What is the claim in its nature? Claim is you're here. That you're in a particular environment. This is your environment. This is where you are. They're telling you where you are. And if you believe that, it restricts what you what you think your capabilities are just automatically by believing it.
Yeah. I feel like it is a
now. Why would they want to do if they're lying? Why would they want to do that? It could be for a reason that we can't even imagine what it would be. Because if we knew the reason, then we would just say it. Maybe we can't conceive of the reason, and that's the point of the lie, so that no one can actually peek into what the truth of it is.
Well, I feel like globe-centric theory is very demoralizing in nature, because it's like this whole, huge infinite universe. We are like a random speck of dust, and there's nothing special about us. And it just sort of it promotes atheism, right? And
worse, solipsism, that nothing matters, nihilism. That nothing matters.
Exactly.
Right. Because you can be an atheist and care, but if you're a nihilist, nothing matters. You don't care about anything.
Well, I feel that atheism and nihilism are kind of the same ilk, not exactly the same, but they go hand in hand. And so I feel like I'm not saying
fraternal twins,
religion is
certainly.
the way either, because religion's got its issues as well. But I feel like it's demoralizing.
Human beings have issues, Ruddy. Like, in case you haven't figured it out, human beings have issues. Like, it doesn't matter what we're doing. There's gonna be some problem somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. But it does feel like it's demoralization. It's there to make people miserable, and when people are miserable, but like nihilistically miserable, they are not threats, generally speaking, to governments. They're just threats to themselves more than anything. And that's an easy to control population. So I think that's sort of, but that's a long way from where we just started with the So you could say.
Well, there's another reason. I mean, we could speculate. It is almost speculation Sunday. It is almost speculation Sunday. So on Sunday we speculate openly. So, well, my one reason to me is to replace God with man, right? It's just an absolute. Yeah, there was a Big Bang evolution. We're just animals. It's a materialist universe. The highest moral authority is obviously the government, because there is no God to give you a moral authority. So the moral authority is the government. Do what we say. We know everything, right? Man can solve. I mean, think of the pandemic, right? People relied on those people and thought, "Hey, it's man that's going to perform the miracle and save everybody from dying." A group of men in white freaking coats with pocket protectors, working hard in a lab somewhere, crunching the numbers. They're gonna save everybody, because they were telling you everybody's gonna die. Oh my God, right? And you're like, oh, who's gonna save us? Oh, the fucking technocrats, the fucking people in the lab coats. They're gonna save us, right? That you can't tell me that isn't what was actually the ideology of a lot of people. That they thought man was gonna save them. Now, what actually saved them was man created the problem in the first place, and that, like, due to hype, they were never actually in danger, but they created the perception of danger, and within that framework of perception, they thought that man was going to save them. But it's more like a psychological test of like, hey, if we're actually in a situation where it's critical to human existence, of like humanity's existence, who are they going to turn to? Are they going to turn to the divine, or are they going to turn to some fucking dude in a lab coat? Well, obviously they're going to turn to some dude in a lab coat. Because we figured out the Earth's a globe, right? Because the Earth's a globe, we're freaking highfalutin super intellectual. They use science to figure out the secrets of the universe.
Yeah.
If the Earth's not a globe, then those people aren't that fucking smart, right? Right? And fucking maybe they don't have the answers. Think about it. It was demonstrated, to the masses that the Earth is not a globe, and the so-called scientists have been wrong for 400 fucking years. That would destroy the Western world, at least.
Well, so I wanted
Africa
to speculate about if that were to happen. Like, let's say in, I don't know, like, this is very optimistic, in 10 years' time, like, at least half of the population is, like, convinced that globe theory is bullshit. Then, how would that affect the world? And would people just carry on for the sake of it? Or would there be, well, I mean, there's already a lot of political strife across the entire world at the moment, it seems.
There'd be a return to nature. I think people would return to, like, away from the abstract mental gymnastics that people play on every day, and probably return, stop playing video games and play actual games with human beings.
Well, I don't know if you can thwart video games so easily, because it's like they're just so
I just think that people would go back to the natural world more. Like they would, because the way the natural world is portrayed in the common, I guess you'd call it zeitgeist, is that it's some super complicated, mysterious thing that only special people with special instruments can figure out what the truth is, and I can't learn an equation full of esoteric symbols, also called mathematical equations. So I'll just retreat into my like fantasy land because nature is some mysterious thing to me. I can never know the truth of nature because it's too mysterious. Like because you always can run away to like, well, quantum mechanics, things are in two places at once, and nature does. What did Neil deGrasse Tyson say? The universe has no obligation to make sense. Shit like that. Well, if it ain't going to make sense to me, then I'm not going to pay attention to it, right?
Well,
But if nature can be made sense of it to a normie, to a layman, then maybe they're going to pay more attention to it.
I feel if the world, like if majority of people on the world say started, oh sorry, my mic's cutting out. If the majority of people in the world started believing, then I think you'd get a lot more impromptu investigations of Antarctica, which would be quite fun.
I don't even know what the majority of the world thinks now.
Yeah,
I know what the West. I know what the West thinks, right? So the Western world, I know what they think. Probably Russia, they think the same thing. Chinese, I don't think Chinese is ubiquitous as people think about things like that. Chinese were flat earthers pretty much into the 20th century, and they do have a tradition of that. Indian, there's kind of a little backwards. I wouldn't say backwards. I guess we would call them backwards because they don't believe all the. There's a significant segment of the population doesn't buy the so-called scientific rhetoric. So it's hard to say. Like Africa, I'm sure there'll be like hit or miss. You know what I mean? Some places they all think the Earth is a globe. Other places they think it's all flat. You know, who knows? Like I know what they think in the West. I don't know what they would think worldwide. Brazilian, I've heard, has a large flat Earth population. I mean, they did some sort of survey like maybe half a decade ago that showed like 11% of the population were flat earthers or something.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I mean, it's hard to say what the world thinks. I think the closer you are into like the modern media narrative, the more likely you are to probably believe that versus if you're freaking growing up in freaking the Congo, right, with no contact with the freaking outside world, you probably just think the Earth is flat.
Well, it'll be interesting to see
let me just say one
in the
more thing.
Congo. Oh yeah, go on.
Just to give you the context of why I'm saying that is because Dave surveyed children, and children between 4 and 6 that they surveyed think the Earth is flat until told different by an adult. So I think it's the normal, natural inclination until told otherwise.
Yeah, no, I think it is also. I think that's also why that was our first. It was the first big take. It wasn't the first big take, but it was before the globe theory. Was that it was flat for quite a while. But I don't know. Is it a bit off topic to ask you like simulation theory? I think it probably is. Like, could that be true? Connected?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Sorry?
He wants to know if anybody thinks simulation theory could be true. That is the question Plex has asked.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I don't think it's true. I mean, there's just a paper published about it that it can't possibly be true.
Oh, I mean, I was just saying, like, is that too off topic for this chat? I guess it might be.
Well, if it is a simulation, it's a flat Earth simulation. That's
yeah, maybe.
It's a simulation of a flat Earth. It's not a simulation of a globe. So I just posted a link. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah. So as long as you agree to read the rules, I can give you the VC verified role, so you can come back in the chat. Otherwise, if you come back, you'll be auto muted. If you don't have a role, you're auto muted when you come in this chat. You gotta have.
Are there other chats that aren't live stream that are just like more casual?
Oh, someone gave me VC Verified. Yeah, the chill chat. Yeah, no one's in there right now, but occasionally, like Augie has 10, 20
Okay,
people
I
in there
see it.
sometimes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
nice. I might pop in there at some point.
We're
But,
also
Yeah, a lot
not
of
always in
people
here.
used to be in there. I don't know. They haven't been in there so much. You should get it going there again, Plex. What were you saying, Indio?
Yeah, I was gonna just tell them that we're also in. We also like we have we go in other servers. We have guest channels in other servers. In the politics server, you don't see anybody in here. We might be in the politics server. We have a guest room, 24/7 Flat Earth guest room. We have a 24/7 Flat Earth guest room. What's called the English Hub. So it's people that are learning English, right? So it's English learners. There's about
yeah, that's where I
300,000.
saw all of this. I was really quite impressed.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was just going on there to just chat random people, and I saw it was Flat Earth. I was like, that sounds like fun. So
yeah, we have our fans and we have our detractors. Obviously, when we go in places like that. But so
I'm
if you're looking to live stream, well, hold on one second. Just to answer your previous question, I hate letting shit get the simulation. I posted a link to a study that, like they say, it debunks the idea of assimilation. It's not that simple as a debunk. But the argument is basically is that any computer simulation has to run algorithmically, in that there's particular parts of physics and nature that do not run algorithmically and can't possibly be running within a computer program.
Well, that's just how physics and programming work in our world. What if the simulation is a reality we can't comprehend? I guess that's.
I mean, yeah.
That it's all
Well,
possible.
it can't be a computer. What they say is it can't be a computer simulation in the way that we use.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I don't know about that, but like simulation theory is just like this is a fictitious creation of some being we can't possibly comprehend. But yeah, well, at the same time, people can think it's just like humans made this simulation, blah blah blah. But yeah, no, I hear you. I don't know if that's debunking it. It's debunking maybe one facet of the possibility. I don't believe that this is a simulation, but I'm open. I'm open to all sorts of ideas, basically. So I think it's interesting anyway. And I think
I think it's an interesting mental exercise. I mean,
when you say flat Earth, like you personally, do you believe like there's an ice wall and a firmament? Do you believe it's infinite plane?
Not me.
Do you believe what do you believe in that sense?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I don't think the universe is a bounded entity inside of something. Meaning it's not an object inside of like some greater space. Right. So just the way I said, hey, what's the universe inside of? That question would make no sense. Because the universe is supposed to be everything. It's not inside of anything, because that thing would also be the universe.
So, but anyway, my question
what I'm saying
like,
is,
is there a boundary?
No, it's impossible to tell.
Okay.
It's impossible to prove. It's impossible to tell. This was actually proven by Zeno with Zeno's paradox, that this type of question can actually be answered logically, geometrically, or any other way.
Really? If the Earth is flat and you get in a long distance airplane and you just flew in a direction without turning, surely.
Yeah, and what Zeno would say is go halfway there each time, see how long it takes to get there. Go halfway to where you think the boundary is, do a halfway increment, then go half of that. And each time you get halfway closer, and do that as many times as you can, and you'll never get there. That means that things like discrete boundaries can't be logically, mathematically, or geometrically proven to even exist at all.
Okay, so
just because we, in our perception, right, I pick up a ball and it seems like there's a boundary to the ball in my fingers. Okay, there's no actual boundary. It's just how we express it mathematically. And mathematically, it's just a known problem in mathematics. There's the so-called boundary condition. Because you reach it, you have mathematical infinities and shit and logical contradictions.
Okay, so do you think that, like, if you look at Google Maps, for instance, like everything you see there is everything
Google Maps is a cylinder. Yeah, Google Maps is a cylinder.
Well, I'm just trying to say, like, are there other continents? Can you, if you keep going in one direction, will you loop around, even though it's not?
You can't. Yeah. But the problem is going in one direction.
Oh, okay. So it's like,
because you need a reference, right? You need some spatial reference that you can reference from all points in your journey, and we don't have that, right? Eventually, whatever you started with as your spatial reference when you travel 2,000 miles, you're not going to be able to see or detect it anymore. So your orientation relative to that reference, you're not going to know.
So you think like you could always wind up coming back the way that you came if you just kept going?
We know from what people do when they're lost, like in the desert, in the ice, in the snow, in the woods. They typically think they're walking in a straight line and walk in a circle.
Yeah. But like,
and no one knows exactly why this happens, but it's just like a human issue. Like, hey, I'm going to walk in a straight line to that town, and I just went in a fucking circle.
I mean, like, how do airplanes get from point A to point B without getting lost?
They have waypoints, they have transponders, they have international flight corridors, domestically and internationally.
So if you were to put all of that infrastructure in a straight line towards one direction, surely eventually you'd come across something other than the continents we're aware of. You know.
So it's going to be the same problem. So east and west on the globe is a circle, right? It's not the compass rose, it's actually a circle. So you're going in a circle. North and south is also a circle. Though no one's ever taken that circle. They have taken the east-west circle.
So what do you think of Hyperborea?
Going a straight line relative to what? That's what I mean. A spatial reference point. So you need an origin of coordinates, right? Some point, and then a straight line relative to that. So what point are we using? Or 2 points, or 10 points, or whatever, to go in a straight line and know we're going in a straight line. So what we typically do when we navigate, right? We use either one of three methods. We use the celestial sphere, we use the magnetic compass, or we use the sun. Now, these three methods don't match each other. Their cardinal directions don't match. Contrary to popular belief, these cardinal directions don't match each other. They match each other in certain locations, typically what you would call the northern hemisphere. That's where they match the most. But in other places, they're way off. So magnetic compasses experience something called magnetic declination, in which the compass needle appears to be pointing north, but it's actually, appears to be pointing north toward the magnetic
You're getting a little bit too technical for me. I'm just trying to ask you, like, are you aware of the Hyperborea argument and like theory that there are many?
Yeah, I'm aware of the Hyperboreas. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So
are you saying that it's infeasible without going into the technical jargon? I don't need to, like, I'm just trusting.
Well, I mean, it's not technical jargon. It's like when you say straight, it seems simple, but it's a geometric claim, right? You're saying some geometry. A straight line is geometry, right?
Okay, but you're kind of digressing from the point I'm trying to explore here. Like, I hear what you're saying. I might not understand it, but I'm just trying
to. I think you do.
I'm trying to understand just get the basis of what you think. Like, if there's a possibility for more continents and more exploration.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't really know. I mean,
But
I don't
it
think our
sounded like
maps are
what you were
sorry,
arguing was saying
well,
that it's impossible.
it's impossible to go in a straight line. That's what I think.
So
We're very far. I think you
okay,
go for a period, but not for a long time.
well, like if the map of Hyperborea was like semi-correct, it wouldn't be that far. It would just be like an 8-hour flight after Antarctica or whatever, you know. And then
Hyperborea,
you
that was
go.
supposed to be in the north.
Sorry.
Hyperborea is supposed to be in the north.
Oh, okay. I don't know the word for the model that has lots of different continents outside of our observable.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the I mean the short term is pond theory, but a lot of this is based
Maybe.
upon well, let me tell you what it's based upon. It's based upon so there was a newspaper article published in Hawaii, like in the 40s, that was a map that was discovered in Japan by a Zen monk that was printed in something like that was made in like the 1500s. And this
Okay.
map showed the continents and outside the continents other land masses. This
Okay.
is typically called pond theory or outer freaking continent theory or some shit like that.
All right. Sorry for mixing it up with Hyperborea then.
No, it's fine. Yeah, Hyperborea is like because on old maps, so like the old Mercator map, so would have at the North Pole were 4 islands, and in the center was supposed to be something called like Mount Meru, right? And there was like 4 rivers that led into where the North Pole was, and this was on a lot of maps at his time period, but the first Mercator map featured that, but the ones afterwards it just disappeared.
Okay, so
But it
the
was in the North Pole.
Hyperborea, you've got that mountain. Is there anything like important about that mountain?
It's supposed to be a magnetic mountain.
Also,
supposed to be like
I've heard a
connection
theory
between
where there's like a hole, a huge hole that just goes.
That those 4 rivers flow into a hole. Yeah.
And
so
where
basically
does that
bottomless
hole
void.
go? A bottomless
Fuck if
void.
I know.
Okay.
I guess I don't like it. It depends on what culture you're dealing with, because the Russians have a story of Hyperborea, the Irish have a story, the English have a story, the continental Europeans have a story. Like there's a bunch of different mythos about it.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to verify which one is more likely, or if any of them make any sense.
Yeah, I think the Russian lore is kind of like this. Hyperborea is almost like this, like it's like almost like a Shangri-La type city, where everyone's living in harmony, holding hands, kind of like a weird Garden of Eden. But it can't be found because it's perpetually locked in fog. But it does refer to the 4 rivers, that there's 4 rivers in the center. But I don't think they have a hole in that lore. I think the Irish Hyperborea lore is the one that has a hole in the center. If I remember right. I haven't read way into this. I'm just the shit I picked up over time.
All right. Well, thank you for your take on that.
There's other people with well more versed in this. I mean, if you type Hyperborea in the search, you might find more on it. Here, I'll do it as a matter of fact, because now I'm curious.
All right.
There's a lot of things with old maps that don't appear on modern maps, but they appear on, old maps that were like, Yeah, I can't find anything in here. Oh, not for me. Hold on a second.
What search engine do you use?
No, I'm just using our see if anybody talked about it in this Discord. I'm using outside chat, so see if there's anything. Seven Cities of Gold. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go to the spot where there's some
Helio.
kumbaya. Net would go there with me.
Helio Skeptic, who does the live stream here, he He actually made a video about it. It's on his regular channel. So here's the Hyperborea map. So I'll post it real quick. This is what it looks like. We're almost in speculation Sunday, I guess. I
think every day should.
I mean, I'd hear some weird shit about. Yeah, we do speculation Sunday. Where usually we don't deal with speculation, except for but people want to speculate, so we made a day for it.
All right.
We usually just try to stick to like what we can prove.
It's Sunday where Plex is.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it
so
is.
You're allowed to speculate. We're not.
Yeah, no, it is. It's
just
yeah. You speculate. Yeah, we'll shoot it down. It'll be fun.
Yeah, that sounds like my life. So I'm wondering, there's lots of people in this.
I mean, just to be fair, we try to just deal with Plex. Just to be fair. Yeah, they're just listening. Yeah. Do you want to chime in? You want 30
We're
people
very
to talk
tired. We're tired in the USA. We're very tired. I know you just had your coffee, but we're very tired over here in the USA.
What time is it?
Drink some coffee. It's 10.
Like approaching
Eastern
midnight.
time. It's 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, okay. At like exactly 12 hours.
So you're in the
That's
Indian
still
Ocean.
awake.
It's 8 p.m. in the Rocky Mountains.
Nice, Rocky Mountain High.
Oh, where's the link to the live stream? Is it anywhere on this Discord?
Yeah, it's in. I'll post it, but it's in the social media links channel.
Okay,
That's all the way up top.
Yeah,
it's all the way up top. Okay, cool.
I was at the top
We
of
also
that.
have it's the top of the channels.
The YouTube.
Yes, if you go on social media links, the YouTube is there's two of them. We got a bunch of them. That was posted in the main text. It makes it just easier.
Oh, I'm surprised you
got it.
You do a live stream.
We've been doing it for like 8 years now.
We gotta wake these people up.
So in 8 years, going 12 hours a day, how many people do you think we've talked to about this topic?
Maybe at least
100,000?
7.
Well,
7
I'll tell you this.
People. No, just
over
kidding.
200,000. I think last I looked, which is quite a while ago, 250,000 people have been in this server. Well, 250,000 accounts.
Most impressive.
Can you see on the YouTube statistics, like unique views?
Oh well, Helio hasn't showed us in a long time, but I know it's millions of watch hours.
It's about 1,000 views a day.
I can't find the live stream.
I posted it in the live stream voice text channel.
All right, I'll have a look.
We have 2 live streams, so there's another channel too.
I can't see anything
Rumble.
in this. Oh wait, no, that in the voice text. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, we started doing this before they added a chat to the voice channels. So this is how we did it before they added that feature, and we just didn't change anything back. We're not changing just because they changed. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, but
Yep,
we don't have a teleport text.
Well, hold on, let me explain real quick. So we have the VC, and they added that feature where there's a chat associated with the VC. Before they did that, we had the VC and a channel for it, text channel called Live Stream Voice Text. We switched to the VC to use their built-in one. Then we'd lose all the shit that we did before, and we'd have to like go back and forth to reference it. So this is just easier.
Okay. think I'm gonna head off for now, but thanks for talking. It's been fun.
Yeah, so it's also on Rumble and X, so you can watch on there. Plus, we also have 2 podcasts. Well, 1 podcast. So we clip interactions or dialogues or debates we have, and we upload it to Spotify, and it's also on iTunes, right? So if you go on one of those, type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it'll come up. You'll actually, if you want to hear us talk to someone that's working for Amazon's Kuiper satellite division, it's like a 2.5-hour conversation. You can listen to that, or there's other ones. We talk to all sorts of people, PhDs, freaking pilots, pseudo-intellectual nerds, you name it.
Okay. Well,
midwit.
Having me.
Dandelion got the midwit.
Yes, less than a midwit. That you're being too generous, too generous. But even midwits deserve to have a conversation about the flat Earth. Yeah, Plex, we're so glad that you stopped by. Yeah, come by anytime. Good
All right,
talking to you.
take
Yeah.
care, everyone. Fun.
All right, peace. Now, if Hyperborea doesn't exist, the Earth is not flat.
Don't forget about the moon map.
So just a couple easy use updates. You can get the links to the respective live streams straight from the YouTube bots that are at the top of the chat. And if you do join the in-chat text, you can hyperlink straight to our live stream 1 channel. So pretty simple. Especially if they can read, because if you go into the 1 text chat, it says, welcome, read the rules, join VC check-in to get voice verified. And then it says join hashtag live stream voice text to participate in the text chat. So once you press that with your finger, any one of those, it takes you right to where you need to go. Or click it with your mouse. You know what's weird, though? I don't think people realize how problematic the boundary is for the heliocentric paradigm. The main expanding in cosmology. Because they basically have they only have a sample size of the alleged visible universe, right? Because obviously everything beyond that can't be sensed, and so they have absolutely no idea what's out there whatsoever. So their reverse engineering of how things far are away would be completely debunked by any new information that they get. So they're really making a bold claim that we know what the universe is now, when we have no idea where the boundary is and what's between us and the boundary whatsoever. It's a pretty bold claim. Not only that, but in their worldview, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. However, the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, which means that it's impossible to ever reach the extra luminal space, right? And not only that, you could never reach the boundary even if you entered that space, because the boundary would be accelerating away from you faster than you could ever possibly accelerate. So the question, where's the boundary of the universe, to them is not only unknowable now, it's unknowable ever. Period. Yet they want to come in here and demand of us that, where's the boundary of our world? Because they've been pre-programmed to think that that's a limitation of flat Earth claims, but they don't realize that they have the same limitation in their worldview.
Well, they don't question their worldview. That's just a given. That's given all deference. It's given no skepticism. It's given no interrogation.
It also kind of has this this vibe where it's so far off and so far out there and so far away that it doesn't matter. So I don't really have to think about it. I can just make claims within the world, that's local to me. And the local world to them is the observable universe. So it's like, oh, questions about the boundary, that doesn't matter. We could still make claims about what's within the boundary without knowing anything true about the boundary or the extent of the universe in which we live. Yet somehow, when they say that out loud, they're not willing to give that concession that they just gave themselves to a flat earther. All of a sudden, a flat earther is demanded to have all of these questions already answered. It's really not a fair standard.
I mean, I might start doing that survey. Just start asking every single glober I interact with. Start the conversation with, have you ever been skeptical of the globe? And if so, what exactly were you skeptical about? That would just be interesting. Because I don't think the average person questions it at all, which is very weird. Honestly, because people typically they question a lot of things just automatically, at least a little bit.
Well, that's where that
Part of the
yeah.
part of the mainstream education and the way and the mainstream in general, the way in which they phrase the question is, here's some questions people already had, it's already been answered. And if you say that enough times, you get this illusion that all my questions have already been answered. Somebody knows, right? So I can just rest assured that no matter what skepticism I have, it's already been answered. I'm not original.
That was funny. You said it way more eloquently than I was going to say it, but that's where that phantom expert syndrome comes in. They just rely on feeling like there are people with the answers, so they don't have to question, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah, because they walk around with all the answers in their pocket all day. We all do. Those are all the answers to the world or on your phone.
Yeah, instead, I have a red wagon with an encyclopedia set. I just carry that around everywhere. If anybody asks a question, I just get the appropriate volume.
That's funny. That's the funniest joke you've heard all day. Good job.
Thank you, Creation Code.
I can hear the wagon wheels squeaking right now.
Oh, Globe? Let me get out volume G. Just a minute.
Man, I can see the film now. So I've been watching this show, Law and Order, and there's been these commercials coming up where it's the lady in the yard, and it says, "When the wind is so still, she comes to you like a chill." And obviously, it's a Halloween theme type thing. And then there's like maybe noises approaching, and it's Mary Mom with her wagon, because she's coming after you slowly but surely.
That's right. It's the Flat Earth Encyclopedia. I got Josh in my sights. No, Josh, I'm sorry. You will never know the true nature of the sun in your lifetime. Volume S, Sun.
Would Law and Order have Ice Tea? Black guy?
No, Law and Order has a bunch of different shows. I was talking about the OG original Law and Order.
Oh yeah, that's SVU. Never mind.
So Ice Cube. Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah, I was just gonna say about Josh. Like, I still can't believe how angry he got about me saying that we don't know what the sun actually its composition is. He got more mad about that than us saying that he drinks the Kool-Aid, which is crazy.
Oh, yeah, he was cheerful about the Kool-Aid, but yeah, don't you try to tell him he doesn't know what the sun's made of, Indio. It's a sacred cow. How dare you? No, he was. He was like flustered, like, what? I don't understand. How can you not accept this? Yeah, he was mad. You're right.
You don't believe in fusion? Yeah, that tells. Yeah, like I can believe in fusion. It doesn't tell us what the sun is.
Fusion. Ha!
Would he be interested in the guy that re-examined the spectra and said that the sun's actually liquid metal?
You know, I listen. I was actually going there, AI, but I couldn't get there because he was kind of like freaking having a mental breakdown, dude. It was really weird. He was kind of like glitching. He just like went straight into science communicator mode and just started babbling.
Like I couldn't.
It was kind of weird, to be honest. As far as like all my interactions with him, he like went into some weird autonomic freaking response.
Yes, it was really weird. He was being incredibly obnoxious to both you and a Cyclone, and subsequently myself.
You didn't like his programming, did you?
Why are people so obsessed with knowing about these things out in space, but we don't even know what's in the middle of the Earth, or if it's round, or if it's flat, or what's in the oceans? I mean, they're so obsessed with what the sun's made out of. It's like, do you even know what's underneath your feet? Like, try to start there first. Then let's work outward, maybe.
Yes, I'm right there with you, Dib. I've said that to the Globe Zealots many times. Yeah, like, how about, yeah, if we just explore more of the oceans, which are largely unexplored, new organisms being discovered, and so on, or, yeah, just learn more about the amazing natural world around us, or just, save up your money and travel to places around the world. Like, why these people are obsessed with space when for sure they haven't been to all the continents or, all the places you could possibly go on Earth. I don't know why there's such a lack of interest. It's very odd.
Yeah, like try to go break the record and drill farther than 8 miles into the Earth, and then see what you find. See if you find some magma, like they say.
Well, their 8 mile dig didn't match predictions. So then they want us to believe all the way to the center of the earth at thousands of miles. You guys are literally smoking drugs if they think we're that dumb, dude.
Well, they're trying to push the
It's like, I
drugs on
can't
us.
tell you what's
Make us
8 miles deep. Yeah, I can't tell you what's 8 miles deep, but I can tell you what's 3,000 miles deep. It's like, yeah, get real, bro.
They always come up with different answers. They're like, oh yeah, we can use a LiDAR or we infrared. It's always a different answer how they can figure out what's below.
Well, we shoot P waves and S waves. Okay. See, that's one of the things we should do on Flat Earth Opposite Day. Well, how do you know, like, the Flat Earth is... Well, we shot P waves and S waves. See if they accept that shit. For a fact they won't. Got some new people piling in. Welcome, Drilla. Welcome, Raiden. Welcome, Zarkos. Let me unmute Zarkos. Hit him with the listening pass. We still have Nut here. And go ahead, Inline.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, maybe Nut, went to sleep on his rowboat. Those rowboats can be real soothing when they rock back and forth.
I'm still here.
Oh, he's awake! Yay!
Yes, baby, yes.
Dude, you thought you were a mermaid for a second.
He's going to sing the row your boat multilingual round at our Hyperborea campfire right after the Kumbaya you told us about.
Is he going to sing his part in Finnish?
Yeah, he already did. Did you miss that? I'm sorry, India. It was so great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you missed it. You missed it.
You're pulling my leg.
No,
He never sung that. Did he really?
Sing row your boat in Finnish. Come on. India doesn't believe me. You can do it.
Hold on. So the time. I don't remember how it goes.
All right, well, at least you started it. You heard it.
Can't remember what Child's doing. Come on.
Stupid. You had more of it before. Come on, start again. At least get to the next line.
I'm finding the lyrics.
Focus.
Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
You know my favorite child song or whatever, the kids song, is "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." You know why?
It's a good one.
Because it's like I feel like people forget that one. You know, they didn't say "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, we know exactly what you are." It goes, "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, how I wonder what you are." It doesn't say like a plasma in the sky. It says like a diamond. You know, so I don't know where these songs come from, but I think there's some truth to that one. And it's hard to make that as an argument when you're talking to Globers, like telling them you don't know what stars are. It's like, well, they have the kids song, bro. I mean, I have said it before, but I do think there's some truth in that one. Absolutely. Nobody knows what stars are. Nobody knows what the moon is. Nobody knows what the sun is. And I'll say it. I'll just stand on that one. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what any of these things are. And no, I also don't think the sun is a star. They don't even look alike. So, yeah, well, for that guy to freak out when you said, we don't know what the sun is, I would just simply turn to him and say, well, tell me what it is. What is it? And if you're just going to repeat the lore, well, that's not very helpful because we know the lore. So it's like, what can you tell me beyond that? What is your knowledge that you acquired? Oh, you don't have any? You just have the lore DLC? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, the question I asked him was, within your own paradigm, let's assume everything you think is true. Are we ever going to know what the composition of a star is? Since we'll never reach them. He was like, we know now. What do you mean? We know now. Like, how do we know? You don't believe in fusion? Like, dude, like you literally, the dude got glitched, man. I never, like Josh, he never did that with me at least, dude. He totally started glitching, man. Like his code freaking started being rewritten in real time. It's really
You know what's funny? When you say, what is the sun? They go, it's a star. It's like, okay, well, what's that?
We scooped some up.
Part.
We have satellites roaming around and roaming around the sun, scooping up material.
Yeah, so check this out. You ready for this logic? You need something the size of a star to have the mass to create the effect. I know this because I identically made the effect in my lab. One more time. You need something the mass of a star to create the effect. I know this because I created the effect in my lab. Figure that one out.
Yeah, what he said was, he said a lot of things. He was kind of all over the place. Like, I've never heard him that jumbled up. It's very weird. Like, he's very on point. His rhetoric is like, he's very clear communicator. He got very. I mean, you'd have to go back and listen to it. It happened about this time last night. It was very jumbled and odd. He totally glitched, man. I mean, Dandelion can vouch for my estimation. Me and Cyclone were talking to him, and he kind of went off the rails.
Yeah, he totally did. Yeah, his mask totally slipped. That's why he was mad at me when I pointed it out. Yeah. He was being downright rude to Cyclone.
Yeah, so just a PSA for the slow globers in the back. You can't create something with the mass of a star in your lab, for goodness sakes. So you can't use that in your argument, for God's sakes, man. Come on now.
Yeah, that's what he tried to say. Like, we created fusion on Earth. And I was like, yeah, with a magnetic field, not with gravity.
We cannot measure a globe, and nobody ever has.
Why?
Because Earth is flat.
No, why can't you measure a globe?
There's no globe to measure.
But if there was a globe, you could measure it, right?
In principle, yes.
Okay, so it's not like a globe is an unmeasurable thing.
No,
okay.
In fact, that's the other side claims that the globe is impossible to measure from the surface of the Earth. But if you actually look at the mathematics, it should be easily measurable. We say, hey, if it was a globe, we'd be able to easily measure that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But it doesn't curve at all, at any rate. 8 inches per mile squared or any other amount.
You're right. It is possible to measure the globe on the surface of the globe, which we've been doing for several thousands of years.
Oh, really? Lovely.
I don't see.
Okay, do you have any receipts? Can you show us the bill?
No.
Then how do you know that to be true?
Depends on how deep you want to go into it.
I'm just asking you how you know. You made a statement that this has been measured for thousands of years, and I asked you how you know that's true. And because Yoder just asked you, do you have any receipts for that? And you said no. That means you don't have any evidence to support what you believe to be true.
What
you want to go deep? Listen, I was just talking about 3 Babylonian astronomers from the 800s to 700s BC.
Okay.
So we can go deep.
No,
Dude, I just posted in the chat fucking Al Baruni's method. And Terrence Tao, who is a Fields Medal winner and is freaking considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world, it's just like gobbledygooked. How'd they measure the height of the mountain? Oh, they might have walked around it, and you just do a lot of trig.
I heard that when he was saying that. I was watching that. I was like, "Oh no, this is what 240 IQ gets you nowadays."
Yeah, not very freaking much.
You need to be 270, I guess, to cross this line.
So back to the receipts thing, and
yeah, the measurement part.
By proxy, the evidence, right? You asked me for.
Yeah, the measurements, right?
Right. So what would constitute as a sufficient enough evidence for you?
Measurements. How many times I got to say it? Measure the surface of the Earth and measure it such that it's curving. That would be the evidence. Because that's a true dichotomy, right? If the Earth is flat, it's going to measure to be flat. If the Earth is a ball, the surface is going to measure to be curving. One excludes the other.
Not really, but continue.
No, so you can have a flat ball?
No, you can't have a
The
flat
topology
ball.
mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one has been known for like 2,000 years.
Depending on your perspective, you can be so small that the plane around you feels like it's not curving.
Well, that's why we operate at sufficient scale where that's not a factor.
Okay.
Well, so the thing that you said nobody claimed, you didn't say nobody claimed it. The thing that you were just saying about it being immeasurable, now that's what you're claiming.
How?
Now it just became immeasurable again because we can't see it from the surface of the Earth because we're too small.
Imagine thinking that your proof for a globe is how flat it is.
What?
Imagine thinking that your proof of a big globe is by how flat it is and how much you can't determine it to be a globe.
Well, if your judgment is only by seeing it, you can't. But measurement is not only seeing, right?
No, seeing is not measurement at all.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What can you measure with your eyeballs?
When you look around, it feels flat.
Maybe.
You can't get any units, right? The only units you can get are angles. You can't get any units like feet, inches, rate of curvature. You can't get any of those fixed because your individual perspective will change what that looks like. So railroad tracks, even though they're in parallel, they look like they're converging to a point, right? So you can't use just simply seeing to reach conclusive ideas. Now, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point, but that's not 100% dispositive. Now, you said, hey, dude, a giant ball would also look flat. Okay, show us that the Earth's a giant ball that just happens to look flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What would be showing to you? What do you mean by show me?
Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if you take a straight line, like a level line, a straight line, and extend it out in some distance, you can, if you measured along that line, the distance from that line to the surface of the Earth, it would increase with distance at a certain rate. So if I shoot a laser, 40 kilometers, the distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth should increase up to a certain amount.
No.
What do you mean no? No?
Because lasers don't work
Measuring
like
a
that.
ball that looks flat, lazy. Isn't that the task? Measure a ball that looks flat?
No, because lasers don't work like that. Light doesn't work like that.
How does it work? Tell us, please.
Well, it will curve only if you have a black hole that is sufficiently enough covered to curve it. So...
What the fuck's in my coffee? Did I just really hear that?
Yeah, where's the black hole now?
Spiked my coffee, dude. Who spiked my coffee?
Since there is no black hole, the laser would go straight out to the fucking cosmos.
Okay.
This guy is a nice little comedic interlude for this evening. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Is your laser going to go straight?
Yeah, because light doesn't bend around objects, any other than...
I'll post the diagram in the side chat for you.
I got one. That one? Is that what you're going to post, D-Dub?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
So can you look in the side text chat, buddy? This is the idea right here. So I measure the height of the laser above the surface, right? And it gets bigger.
Yeah.
So 10 miles away from the laser source, it should be one height. And then 40 miles away, it should be a greater height.
That's exactly how it works.
Okay, but that's not what's measured in reality.
Have you done that?
Personally? I've not personally done a laser test, but I've done other tests.
Like what?
Observations of ships sailing away.
Okay, tell me about it.
Okay, so for instance, I went to the beach, Boston Harbor. I watched a ship that was 6 miles away, a container ship, sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. This is testing the idea that ships disappear over the horizon of the Earth. Now, at 30 miles, that ship should have been 420 feet under the curvature of the Earth and should never have been visible. I could see it with my naked eye from 30 miles. Now, the ship was tracked with an app called marinetraffic.com, and you can look up the specific tracking instrument. This is tracked by a marine radar tracking station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is also 30 miles away from where the ship was.
Okay.
So the globe Earth predicts that that ship is going around the curve of the Earth in such a way that eventually the Earth itself will block my view of it. Well, that didn't happen.
That's a peculiar thing to say.
So DJ just posted laser test. So this laser test was done in Lake Isomere, and this is it's 5 tests, 3, and then 3 weeks later they went back and they replicated 2 of them, the 2 longest ones. It's 40 kilometers from basically a 1.92 meter laser height. It goes 40 kilometers and is picked up at 1.5 meters off the water. So the globe prediction is that laser's for 127 meters in the air. Okay, the only way you should see this laser according to the globe is being on top of a 44-story building.
Can I ask you one thing you mentioned before about the ship? So you said it was. Fuck, I'm bad with miles.
I got pictures I can show you if you want.
No, I want the. Okay, it was 30 miles, right? I'm trying to.
Yes, 30 miles from where I was. Yes.
The picture. So
48 kilometers. Okay.
30 miles.
48 kilometers.
Can you? So
15 feet above sea level.
So the curvature, if I remember that right, is. So the curvature from you to the ship was about 600 feet at that point.
Yeah, tallest ship in the world is 220 feet. Or 280, my bad. So it wasn't that ship, A, and even if it was, should have been not visible. I know what ship it was. It's called the Ever Living. I can post a picture of the ship too.
I mean, I love ships, but I don't think that's.
Well, the ship's about 120 feet above from the sea level to the top of the ship. Look, you can just go on Google, Earth Curve Calculator, punch in 15 feet viewer height, 30 miles object distance, and it's going to spit out 420 feet obscured. Obscured, hidden. You know, we have so many pieces of evidence like this, it's silly to even fixate on one. The laser test was carefully controlled. They had meteorological stations at both ends of the laser. And they have actual direct measurements, meaning they took a freaking tape measure to measure how high the laser was. Okay, so they have actual measurements of the laser. It shows that the surface of the Earth and the laser have to be running in parallel, and one can't be straight and the other curved.
It be noted that the engineers conducting this observation and measurement have demonstrated competence in their respective fields.
Nice, that's peculiar. I've never heard about it. That's cool.
Oh, this is the tip of the iceberg. Okay, I'm going to actually post the PDF, which was the report that they made on all of them. Now, this PDF has 7 measurements. 2 were in Lake Balaton, Hungary. They weren't really long enough to be conclusive, but the ones they did in like IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, those were, like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were differing distances away. Right? So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started like, I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. EJ, you still here? DJ, show that laser, show the 21 mile one. The freaking Salt Lake City with the, the one you always show. I like that one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo. You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay. Well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry. Very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there. Okay, so he set his camera up at 5 foot height. Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5 foot height.
I don't care what he said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5 foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like four and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah. I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter anyway. The horizon's over 20 miles away. I mean, you guys are quibbling about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in Imperial. Okay, so from a 5 foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21 mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Wait, let me. I'm bad with Imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Let me. Is it showing miles? Yeah, so mile.
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards. Seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
the average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6 foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away. But if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no, I just.
You just said that's where the camera is.
Set up in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close-up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh.
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's two comparisons, daytime and nighttime, from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower,
Okay. Mhm.
and we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see
Okay.
any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the
Well,
rest of the water.
فين
Okay.
دخلة يمنا خرج من هنا.
Yeah, hold on
I
a
have
second.
no idea what he's
dude.
measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So
من هنا وغادي نبان لك ديري فريندز وغادي نبان لك فين
Who is
دخلة
this?
دخلي عندي
Why are you doing that?
there,
What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Like a high knee ho.
Lick a hiney? Please don't look any heinies. The
All right, bro,
question
look,
here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance? Where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out. But we observed that there's no visible horizon at all. Meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah,
No,
that
because
the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon. And then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well, towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
No, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
So this is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long-distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work? Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
With the season?
Sunset, because the sunset.
No, he's asking about with the double sunset. when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well, you know, they say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can stand up, look at the sunset, or lay down, look at the sunset, and stand up and see another one.
Yeah, so it's like, how far away do you think the sun is, right? Like, sun's a far distance away.
I've asked you a different question.
How come without standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away, and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a diagram in the chat.
I like the deep part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right. I mean, what if there are 300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right, towards the west where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon then?
They don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
Not really. It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon itself is not.
Look, dude. Dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
half a millimeter, or like
no, wait.
1/10 of a millimeter.
Listen to my question. It doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it, and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description into the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens?
Listen, I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon is appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on. But the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy, and then the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and typically, when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time. And you know, an inferior mirage, it's like a double image.
So it's
like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what that looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches. Now, from the 1.5 inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon's 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even The fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ship's behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion, the ship's behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say about that? We can replicate this when we know the curve. We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat, and it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong. And the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface, I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure, and what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. And we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does happen.
The railroad has to do with that. That's the perspective of how.
The railroad. It's an analogy. The railroad tracks, when you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So
there'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day, in perfect water and perfect everything, no air. Basically, an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it, it's 0.02 degrees, right? So if I took your line of sight, right, if I drew a line from you to the water, and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water, some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had your kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being under
the table. Okay.
No, if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get. Exactly
what if your line of sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So.
Can you see the table?
Well, the surface of the table or the table?
Yes, the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you went down to your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
If it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
you can see it if it's parallel?
You can if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from your, so you got the surface of a table's flat,
Well,
right?
you don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
As where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's
What
weird,
are you
dude.
talking about?
So I'm talking
Stop
about that your
being
vision.
stop making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking
your
about.
question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at it edge on. And look, bro, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I never said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no, it's not lower. It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it. Even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table, you wouldn't be able to see the table because we see in angles, right? In the smallest visual angle, why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
so
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen, you can be above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
this is
the definition
basic
of
physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
Talking about the surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
Because
the surface.
The light from the surface, and at that point, still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess
Oh,
but
my
physically,
Lord, dude.
it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole table.
The surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Can you see it?
Right. Unless you
Can you see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that.
So the only time you can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it at 0. So with a parallel line of sight, you're saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my thought.
And what is it? You said 0.
Yeah, imagine the table is
angle
at
0, dude, right? No, you're trying to get out the stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you. Dude, I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said. Angle 0?
Okay, if you're not going to let me talk.
I want you to clarify what you said.
And if you're going to go ahead being offensive, I'm not going to.
I want you to clarify what you said. Angle 0, what did that mean?
Start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Here we go. Feelings police are out. Now we have to talk a certain way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by angle 0.
It's also not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle 0 is.
Because you're saying dumb shit that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can continue.
Yep, there it is.
There's
There it is.
nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you said already. Piling more garbage, group. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called a look angle, grazing
You
angle,
want to listen to yourself? Or
angle of
me?
incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested
Repeat back
in
to me what I
getting.
just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing
You
that.
just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problems?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that?
you...
Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
I need you need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is
You have
at
to define your
at
spatial
Y.
reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal, to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations. That's what I said. And I even quantified it. 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same
It's not
level.
running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you don't know Pythagorean's theorem,
can you say that's the
trigonometry.
same
You didn't pass
angle?
third grade geometry now?
How can you say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle's going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see
Let's just
what my
clarify
name
something.
is?
So we're so
Yeah, you didn't see my
friend.
name.
Let's say that.
Go ahead, says to breathe
Let's
some life
shrink you
back into
down.
this, man.
Let me say, let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table, okay? And I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table a distance away from you, increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points.
Doesn't matter what you see. The angle factually.
Maybe if the table was a chess table. Maybe the table's too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface,
Yeah.
those are different angles, obviously.
Thank you.
But
That's what we're talking about.
but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we
How do I-
didn't make is the one
how do
you like. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance? Right, these points that Setsu was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it because the angle was too small?
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
You can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No,
Yes.
it's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
Not brain perception. It's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical.
of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when
the
the
only way
angle,
you
so
can
when it comes to
measure
your eyeball,
wavelength
right?
is
it
with
gets-
your eyes.
Look, when it comes to the eyeball, so the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic
Just
spectrum,
because your eye
you'd be
has
able
a
to
limitation
pick it
of
up.
seeing some wavelengths doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not raised, dude? Weren't you just so now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus?
What? When did I say light is not raised?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in
an
waves.
analogy.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
What?
You're trying to teach us physics.
I can't.
Like this is freshman level physics.
This is
My living room fills up with light from the bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light. I need a
If
light
you can
preserver.
overflow a room of light. Can you overflow that?
Weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this is that there's some point on the surface from which you cannot see beyond because
That
of the
is not
resolving power.
factually true. That is not factually true. If you can't see
It
that
is
with your
factually true, and I
eyes-
just demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get a
Way more
camera
detail
with
than you
It's up to a
deserve.
limit, right? Like there's the Planck length. Like have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? And an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution.
Shh.
Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling
And
us
everything.
there's a spot. Hold on. You just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface, no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
That's
what you mean by
nonsense,
seeing
dude.
then.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
in that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
Okay. So look at the graphic. Look at the graphic in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller. Okay. Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait,
like we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details,
I mean by seeing, seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're gonna see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my angle of view to the surface. So my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.00000001 degree. I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let me show you this.
I posted something for you.
He's thinking about it orthographically. That's the problem. But like, that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
Fuck, I can't.
No, I don't know. I think that's just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle.
Right, but the building isn't perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh no, building is curved. Yeah,
that could be it. It is. I have no way of knowing.
The building can't be perfectly straight.
Now look at this graphic. Cool. Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? Do you think you could just make out squares forever and ever and ever? Do you see how each square that's further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right, and they get smaller and smaller, and eventually they turn into a line.
They are not even squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
but what do you think we're talking about?
He's going to fight this no matter what. He doesn't realize.
We're talking about how things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking about me seeing them. I can see them.
Seeing the way they look. Seeing. That's the same thing, right? Seeing things look right. That's the same.
Okay.
Right. So you would be able to see squares forever.
Yeah. Do you see that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
Obviously, they disappear. So
right, you don't see it.
You don't see the surface
because of the limitation of your eye. Yeah.
It reminds me of A Guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation, isn't that what we said?
Yeah.
Thanks for wasting an hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretic's Razor.
Heretic's Razor. What is that? What is Heretic's Razor? I haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You said nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said was nuh-uh.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You asked me if I see
Let's switch topics. You want to know what Heretic's Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretic's Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look. All right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. Think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it
because
this
they're
way,
also dumb.
So they start. They go. It's like, hey, Indio. It's like going in IRC. Okay, you start off in this channel. Like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go. And so you just go down. You're like, man, fuck.
The
Let me go
inverse
to the
Peter
flat
principle.
channel.
You fail down
Yeah.
to your level of confidence.
That's the Peter principle. Yep.
And then Heretic's Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
Can you
I can't
educate
be
me on
dumber
your
than a flat
theory
earther.
any further?
This isn't about you. It's about like you went like there was a change when you came in. You were curious. You were looking at things, but
Yeah,
then
I just asked, can you educate me on your theory any further?
dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. For what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now
well,
we all
I'm
agree
being
that
a
Indio was
decent
right.
person.
Yeah,
At least I'm
you're
being a decent
struggling, dude. But like you were like someone like like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
maybe
what's
tired.
your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting
No.
it. Look, just
Was it that
fact check
simple?
what we say, dude. If we're fucking full of shit, look
I
and
don't
fact
want to
check.
do that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it.
Because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
We listen. Our argument. What we're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to argue. The only argument that we would have is like, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument. Is that, hey, the Earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the Earth looks flat. That's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat Earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey, dude, it's just a ball that's too big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigating like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like, well, that depends on how deep you want to go, because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can go.
Indio was wrong.
Dude, we can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're fucking at the surface.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you?
Oh yeah, you're challenging us.
Anymore?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh
yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
good answer.
Deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now.
So we can't do chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles.
Oh.
What do you want?
Yeah, do you want to go into surveying?
No,
Listen, we studied how people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about surveying.
Well, you got to build triangles to do a lot of that. But you got to build triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography, coordinate reference systems, topologies and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yes. Yeah.
You want to talk about like the cosmological claims? the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start easier.
Don't speak about Big Bang.
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay. Easier.
Earth is
The
measured
surface
flat,
of water.
There's no curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something well, it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world from being parallel to the surface of the Earth, the horizon at distance. So we can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which, according to the story, occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is, right? So an aircraft will fly
parallel,
horizontal.
It would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
that's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced to?
In your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey,
Awesome.
just remember, he's here to learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Right?
Yeah.
So, in that regard,
Fucking
it is
bullshitter.
logical to... Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to learn or you're here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
No,
Did you question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I
Say it a
don't
bunch
see
of
that
times.
it operates in the way the globe would, and that's okay.
No, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the hemisphere? You're presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different...
So the curvature, weather's caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro. Now, thank you for that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the
Holy crap!
What?
You realize that you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
whoa, where? Can you demonstrate that, please?
You can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo. And
When tomorrow? Have
Well-
you been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course.
So
we
you
can't
said
show
you can
it
go to the
when
International
we're-
Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there, and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean,
no one is
forgive me,
going.
but that's a ridiculous thing to say. You can go because we can all can go. It's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate? Can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking
Can
way.
you get me,
Did
can
he
you
really
get me
say
a
that?
booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to because that's not relevant to my point now.
Wait, bring it up then.
You
The
brought up the
relevance is that I
tilt
was
of the
trying to
Earth's
tell you-
axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No,
seasons
you're not going to
work.
tell us your
And
story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it was determined and
Flat
proven.
Earth is fantasy.
No,
Yeah,
it's a
see,
measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you to
which,
red hair.
which you were shown by me, you were shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
You're
that was
just in
just
fantasy land
fantasy talk.
at this point. You did the math yourself,
How I know
bro.
you're mad? Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
Talking to people involves not calling them names.
Well, stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one
Don't
called me
have
names?
good proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else because this is getting tiresome.
I told you I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have
But you just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view. But as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
Without
how
letting us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean,
And so
we're an
far, you haven't been doing any
interdisciplinary
of the
panel of
listening.
experts from different academic resources and different departments. So,
Great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No, what causes weather in your head?
And you tell
us.
me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you tell
course
us
I
what?
can reason
Because you
that.
don't even know your own bullshit. That's
That
why we're
doesn't
laughing
allow
at
you
you.
to
That's why
call
we're
me
making
stupid.
fun of you because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims that weather is caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes?
Hadley cell, differential heating, ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This would
Depends
be
on where
the
you are,
measurement
bro.
of the sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking about seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
And in local geography and local weather currents.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Right? In southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
Southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania.
a light in the sky, and Earth is not that.
That's crazy, bro. Have we thought about this? The Earth is flat because we're on the floor. Let's take that into account, dude. Like, what if the floor is flat because we're on the floor? The floor is flat because we're on the floor. But does that mean Earth is
So
flat?
if I
Round.
jump, what are you trying to throw down? If I jump, that it's not flat anymore?
No. I think it's round.
Hey, listen,
We
don't
told
think
you
about
you can
flat.
think whatever you like.
Don't think about flat like your flat screen TV. Think about it more as an orientation, a horizontal. You see, it's an orientation. There is no curvature between, let's say you're on one side of the Earth and the other guy's at the other side. Between you two, there is no curvature between you two. You're orientated horizontally towards each other.
Okay, so like when you walk
Parallel.
far enough distance, it just slash TPs you back to the other side of the world?
Wow. Like an automatic cope. No, if say there's a basketball court, Madison Square Garden, and there's a basketball court in China, those people aren't playing a basketball upside down from one another. They're playing on the same plane.
Yeah, parallel to each other. Even if one court is higher or lower than the other one, they're parallel.
Are you guys sure about that? You're ruining my basketball dreams. I just thought that I was really good at basketball upside down.
Well, if you watch Space Jam, it works in space.
Still pursue that dream, bro.
If you watch Space Jam, it works in space if you turn on the TV. But if you turn it off, it's totally different.
I mentioned the basketball, Daronk, because about 5 years ago, Shaq said, he goes, when I fly to Beijing, when I get off the plane, I'm not landing upside down. That's crazy. Yeah, we're on the same plane. They've sold it that there's people antipodal to you right now, standing upside down. That's what they've sold on the textbook. They sold it to us all. We all bought it hook, line, and sinker. Then pull head out of ass, realize reality is not demonstrating itself to be a ball, and here we are.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, what about water, Daronk? Just the way water acts in nature would tell you you're not on a water ball.
Exactly.
No one's ever seen water doing it.
We're on a water ball.
No one's ever seen water doing anything but finding level. It's not arcing.
A water ball with gravity.
Space-time.
Space-time gravity.
Yeah, you're missing the whole point of me bringing up water. Because water in reality isn't curving. Fill a vessel with water, no matter the size. You can go from your bathtub to the Suez Canal. The water is flat. That's the way it is in reality. That was never controversial prior to this whole flat Earth thing. But now we have people like you saying, "Oh yeah, it's flat, but what about gravity? What about it? Water's flat." You've never seen the ball. You never will. It's embedded in your psyche. You learned in school. You saw the spinning paper mache thing on the desk, and boom.
It places just nicely on a round planet. Think about it. The water settles anywhere you are in the world.
It settles horizontal, flat, stationary.
With gravity in a round world.
Hey, Dunk, whatever you say your name. Hey, bro.
Sounds like a Jerry Bruckheimer film.
I know you can. I know you like listening to your own stupid, weird stone stories. But in the side chat, at 5 minutes past the hour, there's a laser test done. You wouldn't believe it. Over water, 21 miles, no curvature. That's a problem. If we're on a ball, there should be curvature.
It's pretty neat.
But like, what if gravity pulls the water towards the center of the Earth and it makes it horizontal?
Excellent. I'm glad you said that, because if there's a center point, that means
I've said that before. It's
that
just like
the water would be consistently curving, because gravity is a point in a three-dimensional space. So that means your water would be evenly distributed around that point. And it's not curving, my friend.
But it's always perpendicular to the gravitational pull.
You keep telling yourself that. So where's the curvature then?
Nowhere, because it's pulled by gravity.
You're not too up on this, are you? Hey, Duck, what I want you to do, I want you to grab yourself an A4 piece of paper. I want you to put it in landscape position. And then I want you to draw a line using a ruler across just short of the top of the piece of paper. A straight line. Now, down the bottom somewhere, I want you to put a dot, a single dot. That single dot represents your gravity. Now, notice how measuring up to that line, it's all different measurements. So if you pick one spot, it'll measure one length. You pick somewhere else, it'll be either shorter or longer. Pick somewhere else, it'll be different again. This you'll notice. If you've got your gravity, that means it's not even. It would be evenly distributed around that dot. If that is true and correct, and it is evenly distributed around that point of gravity that you claim, we would be able to measure that curvature. It's as simple as that. We don't measure any curvature.
But what if, since the Earth is big, the effect does create a curved surface?
But it doesn't. We'd measure the bloody thing.
But just like around the globe, you know what I mean?
But just like no measured curvature, you know what I mean? I don't think you can put two and two together. You don't sound too sharp.
He's in denial.
No curvature.
Like when you're looking
no ball.
at a lake, it seems flat. But like the Earth,
But like, no curvature.
Like outer space or something, the water just looks a little bit curved.
It just looks a little bit curved. You're still not catching on, are you? I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down. There's no curvature, bruv.
Just gravity.
So the picture shows something that's not demonstrated in reality. Well, that should be a red flag for you, Bonk.
There's not a lot of other things like that though, that are like that huge, that we just like look at it and it's just completely it's just not like that.
Hi, is anyone debating at the moment?
Nah, bro.
No, there's one clown that seems to think he's I don't know,
Well,
what does he think? Or
you
lack
might
thereof,
think-
I should.
I don't mean to interject, but you might think I'm a clown too. But if I can interject,
Excellent.
I don't know. Can you?
I can. So
I think he can.
who is the main
That
boss?
was a Pee Wee. Speaking of clowns, that was a Pee Wee Herman line, but it sailed over your geniuses' heads. But go on.
Right, it did because I'm like a clown, as I said. So to get past that, though,
Stupid is as stupid does. But go on.
so be it. Who is the main boss here?
Sounds like you are.
Main boss?
No,
What is this, like some kind of...
I'm the big boss man CEO here.
I wanted to be the CEO.
It's like a computer game. You got to fight your way up through the levels. Nah, fuck it. I'll just go straight to the top.
Because, like, okay, I'm
The guy's got a John F. Kennedy PFP, and he's asking who the boss is. Sir, your Kennedy in your PFP is wearing shades. You're the boss.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So, as I was like alluding to, I've debated in this channel many times, right? Many times.
Right.
And I'm not a flat earther, but I'm a indescriptive earther. Do you know what that is?
I mean, you agree the moon landing was fake, right?
No, I'm a Richard.
Yeah, an indescriptive earther. That's you.
You know,
I'm a
there's people that don't believe the Earth is flat, but there's people who believe that NASA is fake.
Right,
This is
exactly.
another important point.
Yes, Spanish Empire gets it exactly. Yes. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
feel
like
you.
I'm not a glober, but I'm also not a flat earther, and so I kind of fall in between these.
Yeah,
Like,
but that's good.
yeah, of
You know, I'm
course.
a flat earther. I'm telling you. I study marine biology. I have knowledge into this. That doesn't
In
mean that I know
Spanish.
more than you or whatever. It's just there,
Spanish.
bro. At least you are able to see the manipulation. Or
Of
you
course.
are there to see there's something in
Yes.
there.
I see a manipulation, but I don't fall into the same headspace that you guys fall into because you guys
What,
fall into.
reality?
I wouldn't say that. I would say more so like, okay, so I'm gonna bring this up.
This is
It's not easy though. It's not easy though.
This is gonna piss a lot of you guys off. Are you
No,
guys ready?
you couldn't piss me off if you tried, Jack.
Okay. All right. So you guys claim the Earth is flat, correct? Not everyone at once.
Yes, they
Well,
do.
that's obvious, isn't it? I mean, does water not see confined level?
Okay, great. So
No, I'm asking you because you may be one of these flat earthers too. So does water not see confined level? Is that controversial,
let's dive into that.
Mr. Kennedy?
Let's dive into water seeking flat level. So let me ask you this question as a
That's the
reminder.
water curve.
Sir, please don't interrupt me. Let me elucidate.
That was Spanish Empire.
Let me elucidate my point before you guys interrupt and dogpile. So,
Go ahead, brother.
okay, so my point is this. Water seeks flat level. We know this. I agree with you on that. Now, let me ask you this.
Well, you're a flat earther.
No, I'm not. So, let me ask you this.
Okay, you're a flat waterer.
Dude, can you let me finish my sentence?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Let him finish. Come on.
Okay, so the depths of the ocean, as we know currently, empirically, we don't know what the depths of the ocean are. So if we don't know the depths of the ocean, how can we conclusively conclude?
If we know above.
Okay, but no, but like, hold on. We don't know the depths of the ocean, right? Which means
Your question now.
Dude,
the question is, how can we say that the Earth is 70% water at its surface?
No, you're not. I'm a little drunk right now, like most people that come
Okay,
here.
Goran.
You're a Kennedy.
The depth.
We would expect
The
nothing
depth of
less.
the ocean.
You guys won't even let me
has
explain my
no
point.
real.
No, just go on, dude. Can
I just say? I'll try and make it as simple as I can. Okay, so if we don't know the depths, and by the way, you should unmute Spanish Empire. But if we don't know the depths of the ocean, which we don't know, then and we're going to claim that conformity of the flat surface is based on those depths. How can we claim what the surface area of the Earth is without knowing the depths of
It's not based on the depth.
Yeah, it is though.
No, it's not. If you have a bucket, if you have a bucket of water and the water surface is flat, then you take a second bucket of water and put a hammer in it. The water is still going to be flat.
Bucket
or some
insinuates
sand or whatever.
Sir, bucket insinuates a depth, right? We don't know the depth of the ocean, so a bucket.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it does matter.
You could have a puddle next to the sea that's connected to the sea that goes through these unknown depths. It's going to be flat all along the surface.
Sir, that's ridiculous.
That's what happens at the beach. Yeah.
Sir, if you don't know the depth of the ocean, then how do you know if there's even a bucket to begin with?
We don't care. The depth of the ocean is absolutely irrelevant.
So is Admiral Byrd irrelevant?
Dude,
yes.
Oceans are in things called ocean basins.
You should unmute Spanish Empire, by the way.
You shouldn't tell us how to run this room.
Fair enough.
Hold on. What about the last guy? He left.
He ran away. Yeah.
This was the smoke screen, a Kennedy smoke screen.
See, I don't agree with Scott Mackey, but I think Scott Mackey was unjustly banned as well. But my point being, Scott Mackey's here.
Scott's the channel favorite. What are you talking about?
But you guys have muted him every time he comes in.
Oh, dude.
Couldn't
I've been
imagine
muted
why.
on here. You're about to get muted.
Okay, fair enough. It wouldn't be the first time or the last.
Yeah. Say something, Nick.
But I agree with you guys. This is the thing.
To say.
I agree with you guys to an extent, but I think you guys are so narrow-minded that you are almost like globe earthers in a sense, if you get what I'm saying.
No. Just being focused on something doesn't mean we're lost in an outer space stream like they are.
I'm not saying you're lost in outer space stream. I'm saying this. If we don't know the depth of the ocean, which is measurable, because you guys like to focus on measurable things, but we can't measure the depth of the ocean, which is an important aspect to this whole conversation.
Okay, Goran, I'm going to ask you a very basic question.
Okay.
Why the necessity to measure the depth of the ocean? Go.
Does depth not equivocate to the conformity of the plane that we live upon?
No, I mean.
Oh, really?
Not the surface, not whether or not the surface is curving. Listen, I like Jacques Cousteau. I mean, I was reading Jacques Cousteau articles and watching his movies when you were probably running around in diapers. One of the Cousteaus, Michael Cousteau, I think he said, mankind is not yet ready to know what lays at the depths of the sea, or So, yeah, I like the idea. I used to scuba dive. I like the ocean.
Have you read Have you read The Smoky God, the book?
No, I'll add it to the list. Is that about Cousteau?
No, it's about the Hollow Earth.
Oh.
It's about a Swedish fisherman and his dad going into the Hollow Earth, which I believe Admiral Byrd, as you probably insinuated at this point. But this is the problem, is like, you guys focus so much on science, but my problem is, okay, and I would like for one.
I used to watch the Admiral Byrd interview.
But okay, but you
it's
seem
interesting.
reasonable. It's interesting, right? And that's what got me into flat Earth.
It can't be taken as gospel.
Okay, but old Haas. I don't mean to mispronounce your name, but let me ask you this: he was a respected admiral. He led a fleet after World War II. He did all these things, right? And his son was on the fleet too. And they both just died mysterious deaths. And they were speaking out against what we know to be the Earth as we know it. But they don't conform to what you guys believe. They conform to what I believe. And you guys disregard it because you say it's not scientific. But we can't scientifically prove what I'm claiming if we don't know the depth of the ocean.
Yeah, dude, I'm not disagreeing that there are, for the rest of our lives and possibly for the rest of everyone's lives, whoever lives, there will be vast mysteries throughout their lives, especially about what the Earth is. But it's certainly not a ball in outer space.
I agree with that. But this is why I constantly get muted and kicked in this room and have to come back every couple months, is because I get into this disagreement with you guys where I fall in line with exactly what you just said. But it's a bridge too far when I start claiming, okay, yeah, the Earth is not round. Okay, but then I say the Earth is
let me ask you something, Goran.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing. Any of these things you're going to be talking about are speculations, or, hey, this Navy guy said this back in the 40s and I saw it on TV. So you can say those things. You can say, hey, I think the Earth is this. Hey, I think the Earth is hollow. Hell, I've been in the Mammoth Cave system and wherever it is in Kentucky or whatever.
You have?
These are giant caverns underneath the Earth.
You've been to the Kentucky Cave system.
Yeah, I mean, you can take tours.
Of course, you can take tours of everything.
Giant cavernous rooms underground.
I know what it is. Have you been to the depths of it to the fullest extent?
No. Well, who has?
No one has. That's my point.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. My point is, listen, Kennedy. Listen, Mr. Kennedy. You can say these things, but you can't expect us to halt everything. You can say, what else other than just sharing the idea can you do with those things other than sharing the idea? A lot of these people, you want to speculate or want to say, what if, and then want to stick on it. What if? Well, yeah, what if? What if? But that's not this channel. You know what I'm saying? Don't
It
call
is
us
this,
narrow-minded for sticking on
this channel
sticking
because
on the subject of the channel.
okay,
You're talking about things that are going to be unknown.
so exactly, and so
Mysteries abound. Welcome to
right.
reality.
Can I ask you a question, right? So I joined this channel. I was on board with you guys for a long time, and I dogged on Scott Mackey, which I think is very bad. I repent for that. But I will say this:
He survived.
no, he hasn't survived because he's muted, and I think that's unjust. Because I don't agree with him and his position.
I didn't know he was muted. I wonder why he was muted. Well, since he's being spoken of, I'll unmute him for the time being. We'll see what's going on.
Okay, Scott Mackey, you can take over, but like Scott Mackey, I don't agree with Scott Mackey, but I think he should be heard.
Though.
Scott, you can take over, but I'll elucidate my point after you because I know you'll get muted very soon after me. So go ahead.
Take over what?
They haven't been muting me lately.
Spelunking?
Oh, they stopped muting me.
I know they banned you for a while, and I think that was really unjust. But go ahead.
I'm just here to listen right now. I'm busy.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
So I'll take over. No worries. I don't agree with Scott Mackey at all, but I think he brings a point. He has a different viewpoint. My point being, and you say, okay, the unknown, and I agree with that. It's unknown, but this is my point, and this is the point I want to get across to you guys, is that this is unknown. So the same way that globers claim that it's a globe, right? I think when you guys claim it's flat Earth, you're doing the same exact thing on the opposite spectrum because we don't know for example, if we don't know the full extent of the Earth, which, like I said, the depths of the ocean can't be explored, and we haven't explored it yet, then we don't understand why water conforms the way it does. So if we don't understand why water conforms the way it does, then we can't claim anything's flat, because for all we know, it could be like, who knows what it is under the surface. But my point is, like, we don't know what it is. You can't say it's flat Earth. You can't say it's a globe Earth. We don't know what it is. That's my point.
Flat Earth is the whole flat Earth thing is the surface of the Earth. The surface is flat.
No, flat Earth.
It's not
Sir. Flat Earth insinuates that the whole Earth. Because it's a claim. It's similar to the globe claim. A globe is claiming it's a circular.
Yes, the known Earth that we exist in.
Known is a cop out, though. Not known, that term that you just used.
How so?
Because known insinuates.
So when we're going down into a cave, you're okay with the unknown, but when we go to the reaches of what this realm is, it's a cop out.
Because the same way that globers claim that the Earth is a globe because of NASA, because of whatever they want to say, right? Is the same way you're saying, well, because water conforms to the surface, it must be a flat surface.
No, it's not the same thing, because their list of things are their fantasy wish list and what if. All we're talking about is reality.
But reality,
it's not the same thing. It's the opposite.
Sir, reality is based on perception, and perception is based on what we know. Perception of the depth of the ocean is what we claim. What you claim.
You're the only one, You're the only one that's sinking the whole conversation to the unknown depths of the ocean when we're talking about the surface.
Is it not? Wait, is the depth
not relevant? Matrix asked you 20 minutes ago how it was relevant, and here we are.
I'll answer the question. If you say a bucket of water, you're conforming a shape to the question, right? Bucket of water.
Yeah, you missed the whole shape. You missed the entirety of
shape of the water.
Hey, Goran, where you're getting lost is you're thinking that we care about the bucket. We're just talking about the surface qualities of the water. The shape of the container underneath it, not relevant at all.
Why not? Can I ask you why not?
Because we're talking about the surface of the liquid within it. We don't care what the shape is.
But
yeah, it's only Mr. Kennedy. it's only relevant if you're chasing after some omniscient point of view of what the Earth is.
No, it's not true. It's not true. I want to address exactly.
Okay, Goran, let's address it the easy way. If I put water in a teapot, the water becomes teapot shaped. The surface is still flat. Now, if I tip that water out of a teapot and put it into my coffee cup, it's now coffee cup shape. The surface is still flat.
Matrix.
If I tip that into your bathtub, it's bathtub shaped, but the surface is still flat. Do you get where we're going now?
I understand where I've been in the
Excellent.
channel.
So if you ask us about what's underneath the surface of the water again, don't be surprised if I tell you to fuck off.
Great. I'm glad that you explained me into understanding your opinion. I appreciate that. Now, Matrix, I do want to have an intelligent conversation with you, so I can only hope we have.
You're not doing a good job so far.
So be it. I'm a little drunk.
Yeah, dude, that's not an opinion. That's what happens when, like, you put sand in a bucket.
I'd appreciate not dogpiling on me because I think about. I think I'm about to make a very great point that you might align with. So you say observable surface, right? Let me ask you this. Honestly, do you guys know what the full surface of the Earth is? Have you explored it?
It's 16,000 miles in diameter and 64,000 miles in circumference.
That's not true. Flat Earthers don't.
Here we go.
No, that's not true. Flat Earthers don't even agree on that. You're wrong.
No.
The truth is you guys don't know what the full extent of the Earth is. The truth is that you guys don't know.
That's what I've been saying.
Okay,
I said that I've said it a dozen times to you.
So if you don't know what the full extent of the Earth is, how can you use a reference point of the Earth?
Where we are is flat. They call where we are.
What's the reference point, Goran? Hey, Goran, what's the reference point? What is the reference point?
I'm answering it. He just said where we're at is flat.
You said we can't use the reference point. What is the reference point?
There is no reference point.
Wrong.
Because the reference point is too big.
What about the 70% of the 72% water?
70% says who? We don't even know the full extent of the ocean.
That's the claimed numbers from you guys. 72% of the known world covered in water. That's why we use the water as a reference point. We know as an axiom that water, flat level, whilst at rest.
I know you Australians are very passionate about this subject, and I appreciate.
And so he's just not going to answer. He's going to attack me and not the fucking what I said.
No, I'm getting to the.
No, exactly.
Okay.
So what was the reference point?
You said 70%. That's why I believe. I've never said that I'm a glober. So why would you put me into that category?
I didn't say you were a glober.
That's what globers claim, though.
I don't care. That's nice.
That's the claim that's being under the microscope, dude.
So I disregard your accusation against me because
Methinks the Kennedy doth protest too much.
Yeah.
So keep going.
I just think you guys.
So, anyways, what's the reference point?
That's my point. There is no reference point.
I just told you what it was. Weren't you listening?
Go ahead.
Well, I don't need to repeat it now. What? The water. The surface of water.
Surface of water conforms to a surface, and the surface is undetermined, therefore.
So you're telling me when I hop in my mate's boat and we go out to the ocean, next time I'm down the coast, as we're cruising along, we're going to be going up and down over lumps and bumps and shit on a perfectly clear day.
Matrix is observable surface.
So he's going to fucking sidestep it.
Dude.
Matrix.
Yeah, he's tapping.
No, I'm not. Hey, Matrix.
The way you talked about water conforming to a surface was very slimy. What happens is the water conforms to the vessel that it's in. At its surface, it's flat. You're trying to hypnotize maybe yourself into this idea that if you say conforms, then all of a sudden you have water bending.
No, I'm asking you.
Let's just confirm this conformity to everyone.
Right.
If you 3/4 fill your bathtub up, Goran, and you let the water come to rest. Now, the surface of said water is flat, level, and horizontal. We all agree with this. Now, let's grab your dad's favourite hammer, and we're going to place it gently in the middle of the bathtub. Is there now a hammer shape sticking up above the surface of the water, or is it flat, level, horizontal whilst at rest with the hammer in there?
So within a bathtub, which is an observable, repeatable, a bathtub is observable.
Okay, you
repeatable,
barely
right?
have enough water to cover the hammer.
So
Listen
let
to
me
him
ask you
just
this:
sap
as a
this.
flat earther, have you observed?
There's
the
only
whole-
one correct answer, Mr. Kennedy.
Sir, this whole like
Hey, Goran, you do know being a lying little weasel is going to eat away at your soul. You probably want to stop doing that
I think
shit.
I've been the most intellectual, honest person. that you've ever
Dishonest.
debated.
No, you haven't. Not by a long shot.
Because I aligned with you guys at one point, and I actually was.
No,
close to becoming
you're only aligning with your.
Yeah,
you're just the
fine. You're
sophist.
so
try
worried
hard.
about.
I was
Yeah, you're
close
so
to
worried
becoming.
about,
I was close to becoming a flat Earth mod, and I was close with Heretic at one point. But I got driven away because of the echo chamber within here, and that's what's got me banned and muted.
The only thing you would have been closer with Heretic is his DMs after he scalded you again.
No, he used to have the guy from Happy Gilmore. I remember him. He's a good guy, but he's misguided like you guys are.
Dude, the fact that you're in here just talking about your hopes and dreams of what the Earth is proves this is no echo chamber.
No, it's because I gave you guys elucidated points on what I believe, and like other people
Well, thank you for sharing your beliefs, sir.
If you want to mute me, go for it. I don't
No,
care.
I don't want to mute you, but this is we've come full circle.
But what? Okay,
I
can I ask
think
you a
you
question?
expect. I think you. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can ask me a question. I apologize.
Dude. No, what I'm just saying is, what do you want now? We get it. The Earth is hollow or something like that. Okay?
Okay.
I mean, but you can't build a foundation from that to argue against flat Earth, which is just an acknowledgement of reality.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay,
Do you ever listen, or you just?
I know I do. You said I heard what you said. So let me ask you a clarifying question on that. What you just said. Is it possible? Because you guys like to argue. I've been in this channel hundreds of times, muted hundreds of times, kicked, banned hundreds of times. It's fine. So be it.
I wonder why.
I don't understand why. But let me ask you this clarifying question. Is it far-fetched to ask the questions I'm asking? Is it out of the realm of possibility?
No, I wonder what the entirety of the Earth is too.
But
my
you
toilet
guys,
bowl has level water in it, and it's calling my name. I'll be back.
Chris, no one was asking you, but Old Hoss, I was asking you. Do you know specifically?
You're allowed to wonder.
Okay,
yes.
but
what are you asking permission? I mean, it's
No.
kind of strange.
No, but Chris, or Old Hoss, you claim a specific entity of the Earth. You claim a specific shape by saying
No, it's not. Why use those terms? Entity. It's just an aspect.
Is it
that
spiritual?
is an observable reality? It's not wishful, fanciful thinking like the ball.
Observable can be manipulated all the time. We know this. This is what.
Okay, so yeah, I get it. You're going to go down to this. Let me guess. You don't look both ways before you go across the street.
No, but I'm saying, like, for example,
Do you?
Okay, hold on. Like,
Do
for
you
example,
look both ways before you cross the street?
Old Hoss, I'm gonna answer your question. The whole like fisheye lens of outer space, that's observable, right? But that's not reality. I agree with you on that. So you can't invoke observable reality when it can be manipulated to fit a narrative.
Well, go ahead and present the curve of the Earth's surface. You'll be the first.
I can't present something like I agree with
that
you
doesn't
guys.
exist.
I agree with you guys up to the extent that
So observable realities hanging pretty tough at this point.
observable reality conforms to flat Earth. But what I'm saying, and as I hope
Let me
you guys
ask you
would
this: if you had an Olympic-sized pool, would you be able to measure the water, whether or not it's curving from one end of the pool to the other?
Correct.
You would be able to measure that.
Correct.
Do you have any measurements of that water curving?
Well, not personally, but it's observable and repeatable because we.
What does
we
that
have
even
the-
mean?
What do you mean? What does
So
it mean?
you're telling me that a 50-meter pool at the Olympics, the water is actually arcing from one end to the other.
I didn't say that. I told you. I agree with you that it's flat surface in
Okay,
the
so
Olympic pool.
there you go. Observable, measurable.
Great. So, okay, great. And an Olympic pool has a depth to it. Does the ocean
Oh my
have
lord!
a depth? Does the ocean have a depth to it?
It doesn't
that we've
matter.
Observed.
No,
You
that's a
invoked
great
observed.
point. That's a great point because there's a lot of pools that one end where the blocks are is 3.5, 4 feet deep, and the bottom of the pool will curve into the diving well on the other end. You've seen those.
He's not seriously asking if there's any depth to the ocean. You've never been for
I am
a swim
asking
in
that.
the ocean before?
I am asking that. I am.
You've never been for a swim in the ocean?
Have you
or
been to the depth of the
been
ocean?
been in a boat or seen that there is any
Oh, okay. So
depth
you've been to the
ocean?
depth of the Mariana Trench. Okay, first
I
person
don't
ever.
need to go to the bottom to know that there's some type of depth to the ocean. Yeah,
Depth insinuates an end, right?
And like everyone's explaining to you, the floor makes no difference. The surface is level.
Really? So the floor doesn't the floor? And this is like a pointing question, right? Like you Australians are an interesting bunch because I admire you guys. But let me ask you this: so you're telling me the bottom, the depth of whatever surface we're talking about, bathtub, as you guys talked about, that doesn't have any effect on the overall surface of what we're talking about?
I already explained that to you, kid. You just didn't want to listen.
Oh, I've listened quite a bit.
How do you think it does?
Because, okay, for example, okay, so let's go, if you guys will indulge me before you mute me, because that's inevitably.
No one's muted you, dude. It's like you've asked to be muted ever since you started.
This inevitably happens when I ask this question. When I get to this point, this is where I usually get muted. When we get into the metaphysics of things, right? Do you agree?
Can you give us a demonstration of water in some sort of container where you choose the scale, where the things on the bottom of the vessel are showing themselves at the surface? I mean, yeah, you might get like an island being formed by a volcano and a little bit of steam here and there. But your whole argument about what having the entire depths of the ocean known,
sir, you're a North
before we
American.
decide whether or not water curves.
Sir, you're a North American.
Outlandish, Mr. Kennedy.
Sir, I can respect you because you're
You're out of line.
And I respect Australians too. They're a good bunch of people. I've partied with them many times. But can I elucidate my point before we attack and dogpile on me real quick? Because this is usually where I get muted.
You've elucidated your point, and your point's been addressed, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, so this is where we get to the metaphysics, and I know you guys don't like this, but this is the metaphysics, all right? If we're gonna talk about something, can we go point by point really quick? I think this will get to the point where I get muted too. If we can address this, do we know? And I want to ask all the flat earthers in this channel, mods especially. Do we know? Let's go point by point. Do we know the depth of the ocean?
Yeah, the Marianas Trench is only 6 miles deep. There you go.
No, it's not been measured. Sir, it has not been measured to the depth. We don't know the depth. So can we get an honest answer here?
Yeah, my honest answer is, how's it relevant? Who cares?
I'll get there, but listen, I'm not trying to pigeonhole you, right? I'm just asking you
All
a
right.
question.
Well, we'll run with you. Yeah, we'll run with your story.
Okay.
So
Okay. Fair enough.
we don't know the depth. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I
All right.
appreciate it. I know. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we don't know the depth. So we know, like, for example, when you guys were invoking bathtubs earlier, that insinuates, because the bathtub we know creates a flat surface, because we've all experienced a bathtub in our lives. We know what that is. So we know what a bathtub, because we know the depth of bathtub and how it forms. We know the depth of a lake. We know the depth of all these things. Ocean is a different story. But my question to you is, if the depth creates conformity on the top, how can we claim anything on the top when we don't know the bottom, which is the ocean? That's metaphysics.
Okay. So that would be because we do understand the physics of water, and we know that all water at rest is going to create a level, horizontal, flat surface. Now, this is
AJ,
regardless
observable.
of the
AJ,
depth,
AJ,
regardless of the
observable.
depth, and regardless of what's at the bottom.
AJ, observable, right?
Measurable.
No, observable. Because if,
Measurable.
AJ, if the depth of the Mariana Trench hasn't been discovered,
So what?
then it's observable.
So what? Who cares if you can't see that far down?
Measured.
Same way, I can put a fisheye lens.
He doesn't even want to listen. Goran, can you say the Goran? Shut up and listen. Repeat after me. Measurable.
Measurable.
Excellent. Observable, measurable.
Observable.
Don't even sound the same.
Measurable, observable. Doesn't even sound the same. I repeated it.
Good boy. You're getting it.
Okay, great. Now that the clown show has been subsided, can we get back to what we...
You think that's funny? You haven't realised the reason why you haven't been dogpiled, as you keep begging for, the reason why you haven't been muted, as you keep begging for, is because you are the clown show. You are our entertainment. But anyways, please proceed.
Matrix, I show respect for you guys, and I hope you show the same respect for me, because I was one of you guys at one point, and I've...
No, you weren't.
Well, dude,
you guys love to say that I wasn't, but I was, and I was a big part of this.
Why were you? Why were you?
Because I believed what you guys believed until I believed.
No. Why did you believe it?
Because I'll tell you exactly why, T-Dub. I agreed with you guys. This is where my starting point was. That what they claimed with NASA, with all these fairy tales, was bullshit, right? And I was like, okay.
Why was it bullshit? Why was it bullshit?
Because the claim itself was disproven, right? With observable, repeatable evidence, right? And then as
like what? What was the evidence?
Okay, for example, let's start with the moon landing, for example. Like,
Okay, you weren't one of us. You didn't answer correctly. You weren't one of us.
Oh, I didn't fall into line. Sorry, what was the right answer? I'm sorry.
But the Earth measures flat.
Right, so all flat earthers
measurable,
come with the same
testable.
Yeah, dude. You're talking about something. You're talking about a TV show on the moon.
Oh,
not
really?
the Earth.
I followed what's that guy's name on YouTube? That Astronauts Gone Wild.
So you were part of another group that said that it was flat for different reasons.
No.
Say it's flat because of different reasons to that.
T-Dub. I was a flat earther. I remember.
Yeah, but not for the same reasons.
T-Dub, can I ask you a question? What's the name of the guy who's not a flat earther, but he disproved that we went to the moon, and he did Astronauts Gone Wild? What's his name?
Barcerel,
right, exactly. So he's not a flat earther. I followed him. I believed that we didn't go to the moon. Then it segued me into to believing that the Earth is not round. Because of Australian, and there's plenty of fine Australians in this channel, don't get me wrong. But there's an Australian chap that had a YouTube channel where he asked simple questions to people saying, when have you ever seen water conform to the shape of a spear? And I forget his name, but he was a very good YouTuber. and he was asking
He's
street
from
questions.
Australia?
Yeah, from Australia. He wore a
Was it
beanie.
Mitch? Was he called Mitch from Australia?
I forget. He was like a jacked bloke, and he was like very like he was a bodybuilder, and he had like a beanie, and he asked people in Australia, and he goes, and then so.
Are you sure he was Australian, or was it Scott? Sounds like Dell from Scotland.
Oh, it might have been Dell. But it was a jacked guy, and he went around asking people, saying, and this is what led me and segued me into the flat Earth, which he asked people, when have you ever seen water conform to the shape of a sphere? And I went to the flat Earth side, and then I was in this channel for a long time, and I got muted and banned many times, and I probably will again. So be it. It's a badge of honor to me, because I think I've convinced many people in this channel to feel what I have felt, that we don't know what Earth is. It could be.
We're not claiming to know that either. We're just saying that the part that we live on is planar.
T-Dub, but the name of the channel, and this is what I've disagreed with you guys on many times, is 24/7 Flat Earth. Flat Earth is a claim. It's a claim.
Yes.
Similar to a globe Earth, it's a claim.
Yeah, but it doesn't go beyond the surface part that we live on.
But okay, T-Dub, you seem more rational than others. Let me ask you this: do you not think that the surface is relevant just as much as the depth of what we're living on?
Well, sure, but it's unknown, so we're just dealing with the geometry part of the surface.
It's unknown, but like I feel like you guys don't want to delve into that aspect, which drives me mad.
I don't have a good enough shovel. Sorry.
Okay, and you don't have a good enough spaceship to go over the ice wall, which is why you guys can't.
No, he doesn't have enough cartons to pay people to dig over.
Oh, I don't need the dog piling. Come on.
Right. We were talking about this the other day. It was just the same guy.
Dude, the flat Earth. Listen, the title flat Earth exists because the claim is that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, but
when you say it's flat, that means the globe in everyone's hopes and dreams doesn't exist.
Old Hoss, the reason I bring this point up,
why doesn't it say it's a topographical plane with caverns and mountains?
You're actually going to agree with me right now. The same way you guys have distinguished and distanced yourself from the Flat Earth Society is the same way I'm trying to elucidate to you guys right now that you're doing the same thing they did, right? Where they try to hijack the Flat Earth movement and say, listen, we have a map. We have a map of what the
We're not trying to hijack with a map, boy. I don't know where you got that level of stupid from. All we're here is informing persons like yourself. It's measured flat.
Okay, so show me. Okay, Matrix. If it's a flat surface and it's observable people, show me the map. Then it must be on a map if that's what you're claiming.
What? I didn't claim a map. You're strawmanning me. Why do I have to provide a map for you to prove that something's flat? If you want to see a flat piece of paper, go and get a flat piece of paper and put it on your freaking desk.
Matrix, flat.
You can draw your own stupid pictures on it.
Matrix, flat Earth is a claim.
Hey, pal.
No, Matrix.
Show me a map.
Can I deal with one of you guys at a time and not deal with the dog piling?
Oh, dude, this isn't a dog pile.
You're right. Go ahead.
Show me a map of the depths of the oceans to prove to me that the depths of the oceans are unknown.
That's crazy because we all know that the depths of the ocean, flat Earth or globe Earth, we both accept the same notion that we haven't discovered the depth of the ocean, which the depth is what creates the conformity of the top. So, and by the way, let me finish my point. If we haven't discovered the full scope of the top, because the ice walls, whatever you want to claim, if we haven't discovered the full scope of the top, and we haven't discovered the full scope of the bottom, then we can't claim.
Go ahead. Your whole complaint is basically like a title. You're upset with the word flat, a 4-letter word.
Exactly.
Good God.
And that's what's got me.
There's mountains and valleys. Would you rather it be like a John Denver song, Earth?
That's a good one, but no, that's not what I'm saying. It's like for example, and this is what's gotten me banned many times is I say, why don't you guys?
Yeah, you're focusing on the wrong thing because the flat is just, other than people who are in a cope spiral like yourself, that's just reality. But it's also a kind of a nice FU to the global brainwash that seems to be receding.
No, old Hoss. I think it's this. I think if I can elucidate it, actually,
Sure, should upset you.
Okay, if I can elucidate it in a point that I think you guys might understand and might gravitate to, no pun intended, is that this, right? So, gravitate. That's a good one. I'm going to save that. But so, if we can't scope out the full extent of the Earth and the depth of it, right? Then how can we claim any conformity or anything?
No one is claiming
really
a coverall answer for what Earth is. We're just saying, hey, by the way, where everyone lives, everyone within the reaches of our voices right now, it's flat from here to there. Newsflash. That's why it's called Flat Earth.
But okay, but do you not agree that there's a
It doesn't. It's not. It doesn't say, "Hey, come listen to us. We've solved all the mysteries that have existed forever."
I've converted many. I've talked to you guys many times.
Yeah, you seem really obsessed with keeping score and who's on whose side, and if I'll score points with this guy or the other guy. You're kind of just
not at all.
You got a messy score sheet, dude.
I've had many.
The globe, the whole idea that the Earth is a globe is unraveling, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, except okay. So, like for example, the
it's
point
like an arcane viewpoint that many on Earth still hold on to desperately.
The same thing that was said to me that like opened my mind and actually opened it to like the viewpoint that I'm at currently is when someone said, like in a video game, when you're in a video game and you look at the open world, right? And it's only processing what's in front of you, not what's behind you, because like that's the processing RAM, right? Is the same way I look at the world, where the world can change behind and beneath you based on your perception, right? Which is why everyone has different perceptions of the Earth and their experiences on Earth. And you guys seem to fall into the same trap that Globers fall into, where you think, oh, because I observe this is reality. But observation doesn't necessitate reality. You guys don't get that.
So let's just test something here, Goran. If you're standing beside me, right beside me, and I whip out the old tape measure and I measure my table, we're standing in front of, both you and me, standing in front of this table, I measure it as 6 foot wide. Are you going to tell me you see it as 4'2"?
No, because that's observable.
Why not?
Because that's observable in the present. If we're next to each other and we're observing the same table, that's observable.
So that's where we are. We're presently on Earth.
Oh, great. So we're,
okay, we're both present together. So what are you saying? That if we're not there at the same time, it's different. So if I measure it at 6 foot, and then tomorrow, whilst I'm not in the room because I'm at work, and you measure it, is it going to come out at 4'2"?
Matrix, it's the same question if we're in the ISS.
Oh, so you don't want to answer it. Interesting.
I'm answering it.
Well, it was a close-ended question, so probably a yes or a no would suffice.
Okay, great. So same concept.
So would it come out at 4'2"?
Yeah, correct. And the same thing if we're on the ISS and we're on an.
He's off his head. This is
Let me ask you. Hold on, sir.
I like Kennedy. Australians, but you guys are off the rocker a little bit, right?
Mr. Kennedy,
dude, do you walk around with a box of towelettes for everyone? Seriously, the amount of arse licking you've done, you're gonna have to mop up some serious shit here.
I like Australians, but you're giving a bad
Mr.
name.
Kennedy, you have a continuity issue. Because you said you figured out that the moonwalk was all just a hoax. Yet you're clinging to some tin can in space where they have guys in gorilla suits floating around.
No, my question is
That
you guys.
footage.
No, old Haas. My problem is I've said this, and this is why I got muted and
Okay,
banned
you're
for many
gonna
times.
you're gonna say that an image
You're gonna cut me
from
off. You're gonna cut me off. All right, go ahead.
yeah, but let me tie up the whole. You're gonna say that an image from the ISS will show a globe Earth. Yes.
Correct.
Can you show me your favorite image from the ISS, and we'll take a look at this ball Earth that they've presented and see exactly what they're showing. Can you do that?
With all due respect, I agree that ISS has no valid footage or something that I can look at and be like, oh, that's real, right? But
so why did you bring it up?
Because it's observable, right? The same way Globers use ISS as an argument.
Dude, I could make a unicorn out of Play-Doh and it's observable.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Let's get deep into it. Why do you guys
unicorns exist?
Let me ask you this. Why do woolly mammoths not exist, or do they never exist?
They don't exist anymore.
Okay, but did
There's
they
elephants
exist?
with tusks.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
they're furry elephants, bro.
do we disregard Admiral Byrd? Do we disregard all of his claims? Do we disregard all the Admiral
I don't really care about any of his claims. Don't really care.
Yeah, I know you guys.
They're kind of vague.
No, I'm not.
Did he say anything? Did he say anything about the geometry of the surface of liquid?
No, he explained.
Then I don't care. Then I don't care.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, you guys are smarter than me.
Well, I think you're just still in some stage where you take certain things as gospel.
Okay, whatever. You know what? You know, guys, like we've been through
What claims of Admiral Byrd are you here to defend?
Okay, the fact that this guy had a diary and he was an admiral in the Navy. Okay, you want to cut me off or do you want me to explain?
No,
This guy's an admiral in the
my
Navy.
comment on that. Yeah.
This guy's an admiral in the Navy. He explained what he experienced in the Antarctic when he was up there, and then he died in his diary, and then his son mysteriously died, right? And then we all disregard this because it's like, oh, this is not scientific. This isn't scientific, so we can't regard it as anything. But in reality, this is an admiral. He led a fleet up there.
What do you mean mysteriously died? He was an old man when he was on TV. I mean, people died.
He didn't mysteriously die. His son did.
Okay,
His son mysteriously died. You know this.
It's a sad and beautiful world. I don't know what to tell you, people.
And his son was also on the fleet that was there when they discovered what they discovered. And Admiral Byrd's diary got released after his death. And the only person to confirm it was his son, and his son mysteriously died. Oh, suspicious! You guys are so crazy, man. You don't want to. You don't want to acknowledge. You don't want to acknowledge anything that might go outside the realm of like your narrow belief system, which is just drives me crazy.
It's just not our focus. It's not contingent. It's inconsequential. to what we're saying.
JFK died to Lee Harvey Oswald. The 9/11 happened by jihadis. Yeah, we're all on the same page. We're all on the same page here. I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Notice how he hasn't got what he wants yet.
You guys are just as bad as the rest.
Oh, thank you for your complaint.
I'm gonna go find some redemption in the atheism channel. I don't understand.
I mean, like in any other setting, is it No, it's not Speculation Sunday. But on Speculation Sunday, if you come back on Sunday, and you probably find, we'll be more willing to sort of like entertain some of this talk. It's because it is interesting talking points, right? It's just not really relevant to what we're saying about the geometry of the Earth, right?
I understand. You guys have told me this many times before you banned me, is that come back on Sunday. And I've heard this. But the problem I have is I think this is over-encompassing into the main conversation, but you guys disregard it to a certain day of the week. And I think that's so silly because I think it's so relevant. Because if we're going to disregard Admiral Byrd, who led a fleet to Antarctic, and his son, who mysteriously died, then why are we even talking about this? Because he discovered things that is relevant to the conversation we're talking about.
Yeah, but it's not, again, I'll remind you, it would be relevant if you were in the discussion of, hey, everyone, let's get together, put our heads together, and come up with this all-knowing what the Earth is and present it to everyone.
Do you not disagree though that the flat Earth?
It would be a different channel that you would have to start. It would be called "Let's all pretend to be omniscient and tell each other what the Earth is in its entirety."
As flat earthers, do you agree that the nomenclature of flat Earth puts people off because they have a preconceived?
Who cares?
It does matter.
It would be a hang up of like a concrete thinker. And a lot of these people, they use that as a little tactic. Oh, what are you saying? There isn't mountains?
No, hold on. I gotta take a shot real quick. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something though. I will, like when I started looking into this, it did shed some doubt on, like for me on things in it, the whole timeline, the sequence of events. Shortly there afterwards, the formation of NASA, the signing of the Antarctic Treaty, all the Operation Dominic and
Apollo 1,
Fishbowl,
Apollo 1,
and
all
those things, right?
T-Dub, Apollo 1.
That
Is that
sort of
not
made me
relevant
start
too?
thinking, like, is everything as it seems? This is information I was unaware of before, blah, 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 blah. How do I interpret this? But then when I started digging even more deeper and making observations out in reality, I realized, hey, this isn't what it's all about. That's not what it's all about. Like, those are just sideline interesting talking points. The main crux of the arguments is, what is the geometry of the surface we live on? That's the big question.
I agree with you, but I think there's factoids in between this. Like, for example, when I was asking you a moment ago, Apollo 1, the flagship of astronauts that were supposed to go to the moon before Neil Armstrong and all of them. They were joking, and you could find this. Anyone who's listening, I encourage you right now to look up on YouTube Apollo 1's disastrous situation when they burned alive in their training pod, when they're joking amongst each other saying, hey, we're supposed to go to the moon, but we can't even talk between a couple towers. And then 2 minutes later, they burn alive in their fucking training pod. These are all things that could be speculation, but it's also relevant to the conversation, similar to Admiral Byrd. But you guys want to disregard it as if it's like some sort of fantasy.
Okay, Goran, how is the incident of Gus Grissom comparable to the Earth being measured flat?
Because Gus Grissom was the most vocal astronaut at the time of us going to space, right?
So what's that got to do with the Earth being measured flat?
So he is.
That's what you're comparing. Gus Grissom, Earth measured flat.
Yeah,
you can do this.
Yeah, I know, and you know about it too. You got to take off the blinders because I know you're there. So Gus
hold
Grissom,
up a sec. Hold up, Goran, just hold it. Chris Connolly, please turn your camera off. You're blocking other people from coming in, mate.
Yeah, fuck off, you dickhead.
No,
all right, anyways.
That's not correct. Thank you, Chris.
All right, you cunt, whatever you guys Australians say.
Goran.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. I've been
Gus Grissom, Earth measured flat. How are we comparing the two?
Gus Grissom, okay.
You've been distracted from the get-go.
No, I think I've been... Although I've been pretty drunk, and don't sidetrack me again, because I'm pretty on point right now, even though I'm pretty drunk, is that Gus Grissom, similar to many other people, and I've heard you guys, this is actually what led me away from your guys' channel, is I was with you guys. I was this close to becoming a Flat Earth mod. Heretic was like on my ass like, yo, become a mod, right? I was like, alright, maybe. But you guys lambasted one guy who was talking about Hollow Earth. And I'm like, guys, this is a whole discussion.
Goran, Gus Grissom, Earth measured flat.
Yeah, right. Get me back on track. You're right.
Together. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, Gus Grissom. So Gus Grissom, this is what got me to fake moon landing, which inevitably, if you guys can agree to this, let's agree to one thing here, and I'll further my point.
No, we don't have to agree to anything. You are linking Gus Grissom to the Earth being measured flat.
Do you not? Okay, Matrix, don't pigeonhole me. I'm asking you guys a genuine question as like an interlocutor.
You're not asking questions at the moment. You're answering how you're comparing the two. For us to necessitate wanting to talk about Gus freaking Grissom. Now, link the two of them.
Right. So Gus Grissom and Apollo 1 leads to people not believing in us going to the moon, which then inevitably leads to us not believing in flat Earth or round Earth.
Not necessarily.
Oh, I'm telling you how I got led there. So this is my experience, and this is
Well, Bart Sabel didn't take the same path you did.
Yeah, but Bart Sabel is a Jew, and he's a little different than I am.
No, dude.
Oh, excuse me?
Out, aren't
what
you?
the fuck?
That's
you saying there's no Jewish flat earthers that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I got misled there. You guys just hold on. Let me get my point. Bart Sabel is a great person who led us to the. Okay, do you not think that a lot of people who watched the Astronauts Gone Wild got led to flat Earth eventually? Yes, you did, because that's how I got led there. But
I saw it ages before that, and I didn't
but I'm saying
think about flat Earth.
You can't believe flat Earth unless you believe we didn't go to the moon. That's just a known fact. No one believes flat Earth unless you believe we haven't gone to the moon. And so
but
that's
they're about to go to the moon again. They're about to go to the moon.
Peter did disagree with you.
No, I'm not saying everyone that believes that we didn't go to the moon believes in flat Earth. I'm saying that everyone who believes in flat Earth believes we haven't gone to the moon. So it's a stepping stone, similar to how I got there. Okay, but you know, for the T-Bug,
they're about to do it. They're about to do it in 8K resolution and film it for you in the coming year. So what are you going to do then?
Okay, it's Hollywood. I agree with all these flat earthers. It's Hollywood at that point. Like I don't.
But they're launching a spaceship this year, and they're going to send 4 people to go around the moon.
Are you one of them?
Sir, do you believe in the So hold on. Let's put this to rest. Do you believe in the ISS?
Yeah, I've seen it. Like back in 1995, in 1995, before the world got cluttered with Starlink and too many satellites, you could always see the ISS go past.
And so you're seeing that, you're looking at the sky and you're like gandering like a fucking lemon, and you're like, oh, that's cool, right? So let me ask you this: you're looking at that in the sky and you're saying, oh, that's the ISS. So what led you to believe that's the ISS?
Because it was timed. You could time it. It would go around and come back on the same path every X amount of minutes.
Right. So the space agencies that claim the X amount of minutes, right? They're the ones who say that. But I'm asking you a direct question, sir. What led you to believe, looking at that with your naked eye, that is the ISS as claimed?
I'm telling you from a different era. Obviously, you were born in 1993. Okay,
close.
So you weren't okay, but you weren't a young adult being able to look into the twilight out in the middle of nowhere where the night sky is clear.
Yeah, right. My eyes aren't good enough to see that distance.
He's asking you how you know it to be an astronaut space lab.
I'm gonna let the flat earthers take over on this one.
No, I mean you've.
Because that's what they said. I know we were to say, but
that's the point. That was the point. Okay, that was the point.
Yeah, but that was a different era back then. Conspiracy theories like this Discord did not exist back in 1993. The loonies weren't massed together like cattle in a paddock. That no one was herding like that. The only way you could find conspiracy theorists or flat earthers was in a mental asylum.
Sir, I'm about to ask you a direct question. I'm about to get muted because they're going to take over. But you have not answered my question of what you're looking at in the sky. Because I could look at it in the sky. I could see, something floating over. What in the sky led you to believe that is the ISS beyond what you've been told by the traction or by NASA?
You've got to go back in time to a different era where the night sky was less polluted. You could see the Milky Way in detail in 93. Huge amounts of detail. You could see
Arizona.
So you saw the astronauts. Did you see the astronauts?
ISS was brighter. No, let me just finish it. Sorry, one second.
Did you see the astronauts waving to you?
The ISS was a brighter moving satellite than all the others because it was a bigger structure. A lot bigger structure. You could see faint satellites, but you could always tell it was the ISS because it was a huge white glow. In 93.
Huge white glow must be the ISS.
Sir, let me ask you this. Did you see the astronauts waving to you as well when they were like flying by?
No, you're just acting like an idiot. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm
Sorry.
just curious.
No, dude. TV Nobby answered you and all of that. He said, well, he answered me. He said because that's what they told him. The end.
Yeah, I don't agree with these lemons, but they're on point with the ISS.
Yeah, because it's a huge white glow, and the guy on the TV told me it's a.
The problem is a lot of the people in this Discord right now in this channel were not 18 years old in 93, so they can't remember the difference between the night sky back then, right, and now, because you would have to look at a photograph to say there's no way that the night sky was that clear in 93. That's your argument, as opposed to now.
74.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. But TV Nobby, you're the one claiming that it's a space lab full of people.
Yeah, well, where do you think they did their biological warfare testing for bioweapons? They've done it out in space, in the labs.
Of course, on the flying space lab. Okay.
Who the fuck just said that they test things up in a flying space lab?
But that's where they did bioweapons because it was too dangerous to do them on Earth in case there was an outbreak.
Yo, go to sleep.
Okay, go get your COVID shots.
Listen, I don't agree with him, but don't discount him just because he has a different opinion.
No thanks. I'll discount him. Space is fake.
Yeah, you probably think that you're a cat and you identify your mother as a horse. You know, like, come on, bro. Come on.
Okay,
Goron, he just said your mother's something about your mother.
I don't care what he says. It doesn't offend me. Listen, if he thinks that the ISS is real, then that's his problem. Honestly, it's not my problem.
The funny thing is, you're the one who brought up the ISS about 30 minutes ago.
Right, and I said the ISS is fake, and he wants to go perpetuating it as if it's gospel. I don't believe in the ISS, but I'm saying people believe the ISS.
Well, why'd you bring it up? You were trying to make an argument about observation and then brought up the ISS.
Yeah, you're smart. You're smart because I said observation.
No, I'm just listening to your clown act.
Great.
It's entertaining.
So you picked up on a couple things, but not on everything. So obviously the observation of the ISS is it's real based on what you've been perpetuated, but it's not real based on if you investigate it a little further. Similar to this dolt.
So why'd you bring it up?
Because you guys are just as
you guys are just as space lab,
you guys are just as dogmatic.
The Earth was flat.
You guys are just
hey, bro, why can't that? No, actually, because I'm about to say it's going to shock you. Why can't it be real, and it just simply be not what they tell us?
That's entirely possible. It could be metaphysical, but I choose to believe that it's not real based on what I've seen. But honestly, this Australian guy, I'll be honest, T-Dub, this is like a main boss for you because you guys are both Australians and I know you have strong opinions. I'm in a video game, so I'll let you guys take over.
Right here, guys, I can't sit here and debate about the water being flat all day. Moved on from the nursery.
But I can't deny that there's something up there, and it's quite predictable when you can go online and find out when this thing that there's allegedly a metal box with people floating around inside it is going to pass over your house. And at the right time, you'll see it as, like TV Nobby said, big, bright, glowing white light.
And you have to be of the generation to like understand it, apparently.
Okay, then. One more counter argument then. You can buy a cheap telescope now with modern technology, an amateur one from Amazon or anywhere, Cameras R Us or whatever, and you can get it with tracking devices to track satellites. You can actually see the space station through a telescope in your backyard with your own eyes with the correct software and tracking device with the coordinates. You can actually track it and view it.
Can I ask you a question? Did you see Did you see the astronauts waving at you too when you looked at it?
Why would they do that on a moonwalk? You're an idiot. But if you did it, at the right, they're not going to wave at you because they're looking down from like how far up.
Sir, I'm just asking.
You know what I mean?
Sir, I'm just asking.
No, you're being retarded. You've got a mental health issue because you're being a smart ass. I actually told you a real fact.
Let me ask you this.
I told you a real fact.
Sir, you look at something floating in the sky and you say
I just told you. For something for $800, you can buy a telescope that has tracking software and it will track the space station. You can see it with your own eyes.
And
But yet, the Earth is flat.
surely you can look in the windows and see the astronauts if that's how in depth it is, right?
But you've got a device that's got a lens with no screen and you're watching a moving object. Yet you're saying
You
trying to
you're so smart. Never mind. I rescind.
Wow. No, I rescind.
Okay, good. What's your next? Other than that, TV Nobby, what else did you want to talk about?
Oh, okay. If the Earth was flat, then we would be similar to Asgard. You know, where Thorn would be using the teleportation device, and there would be something like that in the night sky. You'd see it when the Asgardians go to another realm to fight another battle. If we were on a flat Earth, like Asgard is on a flat Earth.
Nobby,
so
didn't you see the movie? The Rainbow Bridge got broken.
I just want to say, I think it's going to be interesting when they launch the spaceship this year, the Artemis mission, and it goes around the moon. And it's going to be interesting to be in this channel to hear you guys debarking like 16K high resolution.
Are you going to be there?
You know, 2,000 megapixel.
Are you going to be? I have a question.
This is going to be beautiful.
I have a question. Are you going to be there when it launches?
I'm sure there's going to be at least 5 million people watching the launch.
Or are you just going to be on the ground?
It's going to be huge.
Or are you just going to be on the ground witnessing in the sky like you did with the ISS?
TV Nobby, I hope you'll join us. We'll all listen and watch it. Join us in here. That'd be great.
It will be an event. For this going to be pure entertainment. I'll sit here and say a single word, and I want to hear your top analysts debarking.
Yeah, we're just going to be dumbfounded by another rocket to the moon.
It'll be riveting, you know?
You must be the dumbest Australian I've ever heard.
I mean, you don't have to go around insulting people's personality or their origin. That's what you scoop into because you're losing.
I just did.
You're getting destroyed, and you have nothing but to throw insults. So that's quite sad.
No, I don't agree with many of these Australians in here, but you take the cake.
You're just threatened by my profile picture that I could squash you like an ant because you're a midget.
Listen, I have more respect for flat earthers than I do for globers like you do, because you're just so deluded. You look at something in the sky like the ISS, or supposedly the ISS, and you say, "Oh, that's the ISS," because all this and that, but you have no reference point to say, "Oh, that is the ISS," except for calculations and what this says on the internet. But in reality, what leads you to believe that what you're looking at in the sky is the ISS? Can you answer that?
The way that you've boxed me into a question like that, the correct answer is I can't. That's what you're baiting me to that answer.
Interesting.
That's what you've done. No, because you cornered me to only one answer to that question. Do you understand what you're doing?
Maybe you were drawn towards honesty for a moment in time.
I'm pretty an upbeat individual, hey, and I'm a pretty caring, big-hearted kind of giant. But you know,
your honesty was appreciated. That's all I'm saying.
Well, because you asked a loaded gun question. There's only one way to answer that, because it's like saying if you stare at the sun all day long, will it affect your retinas? Will you burn out?
No, it's not the same question, because I'm asking what your reference point is to saying that it's the sun, right? If we're drawing parallels here, but I'm asking you what is besides the equations and like what the space agencies say. I'm asking you quite blankly what makes you believe that's the ISS besides what you look at, right? And you say, oh, well, you can track it online. You could track it on this. That doesn't mean it's the ISS.
I said, no, excuse me, my good friend. I said you can track it with an amateur telescope from Amazon that has tracking software to actually point the telescope. When you look through the
you can't.
You
can't.
Yes,
Stop
you can.
lying to these guys. You don't buy tracking telescopes. You're an idiot.
So then, how do they track the orbits of all the planets? I've seen motorized telescopes for sale on Amazon that will auto track the planets that you're looking at.
You mean you've seen telescope mounts that can track it? You mean?
That's what I meant. Is what I said. It's with motors.
I'm sorry. I gave you the correct thing that you meant to say.
But thank you for correcting me to get my points across. That went times 100 after you corrected me. So thank you for helping me destroy them in here. They're mounting like butter.
They don't sell things that you just turn on and it tracks things. So unless you know what the fuck you're doing, you're not tracking anything.
Yeah, what do you even know what you're looking at? Silence. Okay, cool.
Oh no! I thought someone else might want to talk because
you want someone else to take the reins because you don't know the answer to the question.
No.
I've been there before. I've been there. I understand. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
That was a good moment. Yeah, that was a good moment. He came in here slinging mud, and he had a moment of humility. That was nice.
I almost believed him for a second.
Okay.
I mean, the guy's excited about rockets. And space travel shows.
Obviously, I have a mental illness like all you guys because I invest in crypto. You know what I mean? So obviously we have something in common.
No, that's something fucking weird. Anyway, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. Why are you in here?
He thought he would capitalize.
So you want me to leave?
He thought he would capitalize on this agreement between us, and it backfired.
Would you want me to leave? Would you like me to leave?
Whoa.
You can start over and you do the same thing every time.
You're your own man. You could leave. You could stay.
Because I've heard people come in here and argue with you flat earthers about way worse, meaningless shit than what I was bringing some valid points, I thought.
Actually, no, that's incorrect, Nobby.
Yeah.
You said everyone in here belongs in a mental asylum? That was your opener.
Well, he's all used to congregate in Wait a second.
Let's not forget what we said.
In 95, the only place you could find flat earthers were in a mental asylum because the birth of the internet allowed you to congregate from your command centers underneath your mother's basement in a forum manner.
So you're upset that we're talking about the earth being flat. We'll add you to the list of people. The Kennedy guy's pissed about it too.
I disagree with him on certain points, but he's got a point. He's an idiot. I don't think I'm an idiot, but I think he's an idiot.
Okay, you're entitled to your opinion. I mean, that's your opinion.
Exactly, and that's the point I was trying to elucidate to all these flat earthers, is we all have opinions because we don't know the depth of the ocean.
Uh-oh, we have a possible brain in the jar candidate. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, the depth or the ocean's unexplored or large.
Brain in the jar.
Hey, Mr. 1.7%, have you explored the depth of the ocean? Have you explored the vast space that we know of?
They haven't. The ocean itself is, I think it's like a staggering number of 90-something% is unexplored.
It's a pointed
90-something percent.
Sir, it's a pointed question. Have you explored it yourself, or have you explored the depths of the or the vast of the outer space? Okay, fair enough. Similar to how these flat earthers haven't explored the depths of the ocean, you haven't explored the vastness of the space.
I got to get you to stop saying that, because I think that's incorrect. The depth of the ocean, by using sonar technology, they have discovered depths of the ocean.
Oh, really?
So,
wait, this is new to me. So they've discovered the whole depth of the ocean? When was this? Put me onto this. Cite me the source.
The difference between the depth and going down to the depths. No, you're not going to let me finish. The difference between knowing the depth and then actually going to that bottom and exploring all the ocean floor is two separate concepts.
So, sir, cite me the source. Cite me the source. Because you are so knowledgeable. I'd love to know the source. You fucking knobhead.
Okay, well, if you want to insult me, go for it. But that's your agenda. It shows your true intelligence on just randomly lashing out and attacking an individual. Yeah, bravo,
I'm not a flat earther, so I'm
Bravo.
not part of this. I'm not part of this community, but I'm just calling you out on your bullshit. So.
So that's probably why it makes sense now. Why you're definitely less intelligent than these guys, because these guys have quite interesting arguments back to their belief. You know, it's quite mind-boggling.
Okay, my problem.
You're just here drilling random shit.
My good sir, you have kept relying back on to your observations, what NASA has told you. I'm asking you quite frankly, what is your source for saying we've explored the depths of the ocean and what we know the depths to be? Because I've yet to hear
sonar technology. You monkey butt.
Cite it, you fucking dolthead.
Stop being a dolphin, okay?
Hey, don't insult dolphins. Dolphins are way smarter than this dude.
That's true.
Adult head. Yeah. It's a slur that you guys might not know because you're a little young and you guys don't know too much. But
well, young. How old are you then? If you're saying that we're young,
older than you. So, like I've said, can you cite me? I'll get muted. I'll probably get banned soon. But can you cite me the depths of the ocean?
I don't think they ban people here. They mute them, and you'll probably get muted for half an hour to an hour.
Right.
But I believe they don't actually ban people here.
Sir, it wouldn't be the first time. I'm asking you a direct question.
Oh, it would be the first time. So you have came in here and trolled hard like a retard.
Sir, you've cited the depths of the ocean. Can you please cite that for me? In some sort of scientific stuff.
You sound like a peanut.
Okay, so you can't answer it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I told you with sonar technology, but you won't take that as an answer because you just want to argue.
You haven't answered the question.
Do you rent or own? Just out of curiosity.
I'm gonna mute now because I'm in a video game and
he's gonna hide in his mum's basement and go back to playing games.
I'm gonna play games. I am gonna play games. Yeah.
He's older enough to know.
No, but I believe these knobheads in here are gonna answer your question to the extent you'd wish. So go ahead.
I don't have any more questions. I now want to listen to other people talk.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Wait, are we doing anime music laugh or whatever? All right.
Yeah, whatever. They're both trying to leave, but the other one's trying to. I don't know where they kind of get tangled up in each other.
Yeah. That's fucking. I don't know. Like, they're being pussies. Yeah, they're trying to run away. They know what's
you
up.
said it, man. Your turn. Yeah, you can go now.
I've debated you guys plenty. It's his turn.
Yeah, it's fine. It's going well. This is great.
No, you're good.
I've put my pound of flesh in, so to speak.
Yeah, welcome, Ray's Sue.
Oh, it's done. What's done. How you doing, faggot? What are you up to?
Oh, the hard T. I think that gets you a hard ban.
The hard T word.
No, it's not a ban. It's respectable. I appreciate it.
Anyways, man.
Why are some Aussies so hell bent on the flat Earth, and some Aussies are so hell bent on the Earth being round? I don't get that.
That's like saying, why are there Aussies that are good at tennis? Why are there all these Australians that are so good at tennis? What's going on here?
But no, like you got to agree though. Most
are they great swimmers? I don't get it.
Most of the most proliferant flat earthers are Australians. It's kind of like mind-boggling.
Bro. That's just stupid.
So, is there going to be an event here on what's the date here? February to April, the Flat Earthers, because that's when they're going to launch the spaceship to go to around the moon. Apparently by Animus 2. That's what ChatGPT claims. So, is there a calendar event that the community of Flat Earthers?
February. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's
Is there
a little
anything?
in the distance. I'm sure people. I was here for the last Artemis launch that got delayed until the middle of the night.
Hey, if you really want to rile the flat earthers,
they finally launched the rocket.
Ask them what they think about Elon Musk.
Why? What don't you tell me? What do they think? Obviously, you're baiting.
Ask them. See what their answer is.
Horrible dancing. Yeah, I'm not really obsessed with the character Elon Musk.
No, like Elon Musk sent spaceships to Mars, and so did Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, do you know it's real because it looks so fake, that Elon Musk?
Right, because like we perceive it and we observe it, right? So it must be scientific, right?
That's not what he was saying, but it just goes to show how dumb you actually are. He was saying, look how fake it is. It must be real. AKA, it looks so dog shit, right? That I'm worried that you're going to realize that it is actually fake. But then again, we got peons and again, people like you who believe
that's just an opinion. That's not like scientific, right?
That's called getting out in front of something.
You guys dive into science and all that, and so that's just not science. So I don't perceive it the way you do.
No, a car being shown under a micro Earth on a TV is not science.
Okay, so says you. Got it. Cool.
Well, no. How is that scientific?
No, like he sent a rover out there. He had videos and all that.
Being
but like I
presented to you on
perceived
a
it.
screen.
I observed it. It must.
Yeah, you watched the. Okay, so Star Wars, is that all real?
Exactly my point. So flat Earth must be real because you observed it. The water conforms to the space.
You're spiraling, dude.
All right, so be it then. Whatever.
I don't think you should bring Star Wars into it. That's a touchy one because some people have turned that into religion, and the moon could be a Death Star. So you can't really go there on that regard.
Right. I believe in Hogwarts too, so you can't really.
Yeah, there you go.
You probably believe in warts that you've got from your mother's. Like that's what you believe in.
No, that was my stepdad.
You say the right words in a sequence, and you'll be able to go through a wall. That
was my stepdad. So yeah, you're a little off. I just think it's so hilarious that you guys have your little like fantasies and the Globers have their fantasies and then you guys argue. Okay, so be it. Whatever. And then the Glober I debate can't explain why he sees the ISS in the sky and you guys like go against me. Fair enough, whatever, so be it. I'm not offended.
No, he answered you. He said that because that's what they said it is.
Right. Is that
in all of your grandstanding, you missed his honest answer,
and so
then you had to painfully drag it out of him when he answered you up at first.
Right, he had to admit it, as you guys always drag out of people, and as I do. But you don't side with me on this, right? Like, you think it's silly that I would
Why?
bring it
That
up.
was a poorly constructed sentence, sir. Right?
Right, you must have missed the part where I said I was drunk, right?
No, yes, I remember. And then you reminded us that you were going to get drunker, so maybe you should tag out like you tried to tag out an hour ago, because
No, I only get tagged out.
You're picking a fight with a ghost.
I only get tagged out when I get muted or banned, so I'm gonna take another shot.
What are you drinking?
Screwball. It's a peanut butter whiskey.
Okay.
Listen, I respect you guys. I used to be one of you guys. Heretic almost recruited me. Like, I respect you guys. I just think you're a little misled. That's all.
Out of the words of the mouth of a drunkard. Got it.
I would be saying the same thing if I was sober. Believe me. I've been banned in this channel and muted sober as many times as I've been banned drunk. It doesn't make a difference.
Are you finished?
Oh, yeah, I'm done. I'll mute.
I don't even know what the hell. I mean, you had this conversation with TB Nobby. He was assuming you were a flat earther.
I've debated T-Dub many times.
You need a hug. Everything's going to be fine. I mean,
I think you're new though. You're a new moderator, so you're kind of like new to me. And T-Dub's
I feel like I've spoken to the sober you before.
T-Dub's accustomed to me, and so is Alpha Veritas, if he's still around. I don't even know if he's still around, but he was a good one. He was actually a respectable flat earther. And he added me.
Nah, bro. Yo, quit acting black, nigga. Shut your bitch ass. Sit your ass down, nigga.
Come on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Conversation with that. Carry that shit somewhere else.
I was just coming in here to add a lively debate. If you guys want to debate, Tom, what's his name, Scott Mackey, I don't mind.
So you're just here for a random verbal diary on no belief or anything.
And sir, what are you here for? Sir, what are you here for? If you're not here,
I'm here to hear what the flat earthers have to say, because some of their answers are quite interesting to hear their perspective on things.
My guy, I've debated flat earthers for more hours than you've probably been alive. So I don't know what the fuck you're getting at, because you're a glober. What are you getting at?
Yeah, since June last year. Congratulations, Goran. You're a fucking clown.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Guys, if I ever get this wrecked, just boot me out, please.
Well, boot me out. I'm waiting for it so I can go to the atheist room, and I can come back like a month later. You guys booted Geeks as well. Geeks was another interlocutor who I don't agree with, but you guys banned him.
He's clown shoes.
Yeah, because when people bring
spit it out, Junior.
When people bring thought-provoking arguments to you, you guys just disregard.
No, he's not thought-provoking. He's a clown.
Yeah, you don't even know who Geeks is. You haven't been around long enough.
Really?
Maybe, I don't know who you are. But...
Yeah, maybe, not sure.
My point being is, you guys disregard a lot. You guys classified me as a glober, and I'm just like, you guys are silly. Like, it's just...
or whatever, You're just complaining.
Why don't you go research?
It would be like going to like a Yankees fandom forum and saying, "Hey, why aren't you guys talking about soccer and the NBA? There's other sports, How about hockey, guys? And the Olympics are coming up. Who's going to be a figure skater?" I mean, it's...
Old Haas, have you ever delved into Admiral Byrd, or are you just like spouting?
Yeah, I've seen what you've seen, the interviews,
and then you just like took it as like, oh, that's just silly nonsense, right?
No, I mean there were stages. I mean, I probably saw it at least 20 years ago.
And you just disregarded it because you're like, oh, that's...
No, I mean there was probably a point in time when I listened to, and then there's like, I feel like there's also like some sort of radio broadcast or something where I don't know. Yeah, I used to listen to it and be like, oh wow.
And that led you into where you're currently at.
No,
I
mean every day of my life has led to me to where I am right now. Have you ever heard of?
But
you're making connections
Old Hoss,
in a stepping. You said, listen, if anyone's going to go to flat Earth, they have to know the moon landing's not real long.
Right. Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah, but those things happened decades earlier in my life where I was examining all that stuff and believed it and then snapped out of it.
You guys are so combative. You guys won't agree with me.
No, dude, you're the one that's kind of.
Old Hoss, no,
I don't even know what your complaint is.
Old Hoss, you guys won't. This is my point. This is my overarching point.
He doesn't know what the complaint is.
No, I really don't, because every time we go into anything, he goes, yes, we agree on this. It's like, okay.
Old Hoss, can I explain one last thing?
It doesn't have to be your last thing. You can go on. It's 24/7 Flat Earth. The name you also love.
So, Old Hoss, are you done?
Yeah, I was figuring you were going back to your mini bar. Go ahead.
I took a little side step, but I'm back. So, hold on. I gotta remember the point, because it was like a zinger. Give me a moment.
Nice.
Just give me a moment. I'm thinking of it. It was actually a zinger in my head. It was really good.
I've heard people get muted for a lot less trolling than what this guy's doing, that have actually had really great input. And this guy is allowed to have an open mic and just spew diarrhea about random shit.
noted.
So it's kind of insulting to all the other people that have actually came in here with actual debatable things.
We understand your complaint. We feel for you. We'll take note and we'll just add it to our diary. But what Goran wants is us to mute him and kick him out. That's what he's been begging for the last hour and a bit.
It wouldn't be the first time, but I actually have a good point. Give me a moment. I'm going to disregard.
So
we're still waiting
you give him a mic to get his verbal diarrhea out, but other people that have actually got really interesting things to say, and you guys counter interesting things.
Sir,
hold on. He seems to be constipated at the moment, so just let him create his own silence.
Okay,
where he
you know what,
think of his dinner.
Sir, why don't you fill the gap while I'm thinking of what I was about to say? And I take my shot.
You can't think because your brain is a peanuts.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Anyways, give me a moment. I'll think of it. Give me a moment.
As far as I'm concerned, if you're like you to leave on
Okay, I'll say this. I'm gonna say this is my departing thoughts, and this is more so directed at T-Dub, because I've debated T-Dub many times. I'm sure he's muted me and banned me, so fair enough.
It's like a broken record, isn't it?
But
I'm leaving. Right, you're a fucking idiot, but I'm leaving.
Alright, so be it. You didn't contribute anything regardless. ISS nonsense. But I just think you guys have a lot of potential. And, I remembered what I was going to get at. So this is my point, my overarching point. You said to me, it's so far-fetched to say that flat earthers came to flat Earth from the moon landing, right? And I'm like trying to lead you guys, but you guys are so resistant where you say, no, not everyone. Can I ask you one question? As all flat earthers in this
That's not what I said.
Okay, no, can I ask you one? Fair enough.
You made a statement that those are necessary stepping stones.
Old Hoss, as an American, I respect you, right? So I'm going to give you that respect. But I respect Australians too. I've partied with them. They're great guys. I love Australians too. You guys are great guys. I really do think that. Even though you mute me and ban me, I don't give a fuck. You guys are fun guys. I want to say this though. You guys want to resist me, but can I ask you one question? Have you ever met any flat earther that has not believed in the moon landing?
You form all your statements odd. I don't know if it's because you're speaking from inside the bottle, but yeah, I would say that anyone who's ready to acknowledge that the Earth in reality is flat realize that the space travel stuff from the late 60s, early 70s, throughout the 70s is bullshit.
Right, you can't. My point in asking this
Yeah, but
question,
this
it's a
stuff is
stepping
old
stone.
news to us, though.
No, old
Stuff, this
My point-
astronaut, this Apollo footage was force fed to us in late night commercials for entire volumes upon volumes of VHS.
Old Hoss.
$9.99 payments. We'll send you the first one tomorrow. Plus this. What I'm saying is that's just living in America, living in the world. You're fed the story, so you're acting like this is old news.
You see my profile picture as JFK. I think to this day he's the most realist president. He tried to expose all the dark aspects of the government, right? So I hope you take this into account when I tell you, because I'm about to get off right now. When I tell you this, if you don't think that Apollo 1, Admiral Byrd, and all these things are relevant to the conversation, I really question your integrity, because we all know if we do enough research into, like, say, let's just go to Apollo 1. Apollo 1 was supposed to be the flagship into the space research. And the same day they died.
Don't do this whole thing again.
I'm not going to do the whole thing again, but
the whole relevant how?
Because the same
yes, they are putting on a show for the masses to lead everyone into believing that we're on a ball, that you can get on a rocket and leave and go other places. Yes, they're presenting that narrative. This is known. That's not groundbreaking. We're aware of that. Or I am aware of that. Hell, they call NASA a spy agency now. So if people are gonna sit around and wonder if what NASA has shown us from their Apollo 1, even John Glenn nonsense before that, up until now, it wasn't suspicious, then who are you even talking to? You're just talking to fish in a goldfish in a bowl who are clueless. So how is it relevant? Some people have it embedded in their psyche. A lot of people still think that stuff's real. Yes. Has nothing to do with the water and the lack of curvature in reality. Two different things. That sink in, or I think you're just newly aware that all this stuff was, I don't know, sounds like you were believing in moon golf up until very recently. I thought you probably still do. Anyways.
Lights in the sky are non sequitur to the horizontal baseline.
What's going on, Skip?
Can we say the N-word in this channel?
Excuse me?
The N-word.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll stay anyway.
Was that the zinger that, anyways.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Sorry, guys. I had to process everything. What were we saying?
He called you the N-word.
Oh, that's not very cordial, but okay.
No, he didn't. He just stirred shit.
You must be a glober, a dirty glober. It was good talking to you guys. I hope you have a great night. I will see you again soon.
Give us a report next time on what you processed.
I have been taking notes about tonight, and I'll report on it next time I see you. But honestly, I'll say it's been a successful night because I haven't been booted or muted, so that's pretty good. But other than that, you guys are still as stubborn as you have always been.
Stop the cap.
I guess because King Heretic isn't here, you guys haven't done that yet? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? You guys have been pretty cool. So I'll take that as a win. Good luck to all of you. I hope you find... Anyways, good luck. Bye.
What happened? I think we, escaped enlightenment or something.
Just so you're all aware, the second time he said that I've been muted and kicked out of here and banned multiple times, that's when my finger started twitching when I wanted to yeet him. Just keep that in mind.
Way to prove him right.
What? By not kicking the clown out.
You felt the... Oh, he thought he'd... Oh, okay.
That's all he wanted from the get-go. I've been kicked out of here so many times and I've done that. That's like you've only been dribbling in and out of here a couple of times since June last year. It's not hard to go right-click on someone's profile and have a look when they turned up. I've seen him probably 3 times, but granted, I'm not on all the time. They're pretty close, though.
I've been banned from here a couple of times, but I don't hold a grudge.
Oh, he was just making a big song and down. I've got to get this point out before they mute and ban me. I've been banned even so many times. Say it again, kid.
Yeah, just the next time he shows up, hopefully someone can remind him that, hey, last time you were here, you didn't get banned. Because yeah,
but I was talking about the other ones.
Many other times. Many people I've heard of. People like you.
Actually, if I'm on the trigger, I'll yeet him before he even unlocks his mic. So we don't have to deal with it. Seriously, that was painful.
sounded drunk anyway, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he's pretty wrecked.
Ass, get out of here. We don't need that. Come back sober. Yeah. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies. Okay.
Oh, what's going on?
Watch.
We need conversation.
For a bit. Peter, are you LARPing today?
Am I what?
Peter, the critical thinker. I was listening to him today. He must have been LARPing for sure.
Which part?
Claiming to be a flat earther and debating Globers.
Yeah. He did make Socrates flip out a little bit. Well, that was funny.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a long-term social experiment of his or something to see, like if, we accept his conversion, right? Like,
Yeah. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go find my diary. I'm back. I still use my good old paper diary. Can't stand having the calendar on my phone or computer. Drives me mad.
yeah, I'd probably prefer paper if I was to use one. Although, I do love spreadsheets.
Yeah, I like being able to just open it up and see what I have there for the day. I don't know. It's different.
It's like you got like a ledger.
Just normal diary, 2026 diary.
That's fair enough. Yeah, yeah. You don't write in it, dear diary.
Yeah, diary. Today I had a shit day. Had to go to work again.
How's Queensland treating you?
Oh, we got a cyclone coming directly
Oh,
for us
fun.
too. Supposed to hit us
It goes all the
Sunday.
bananas. I'll tell you what the market is flooded with here in New South Wales is mangoes from Queensland. Shitloads of them. To the point
Oh, there's
they mark them down to $1 each.
There's none here in our supermarkets from Queensland. They're all from like Mexico or somewhere. I don't know. They're not definitely not Queensland mangoes from here.
Really? Oh, are they called Pinata? Brand Pinata?
Yeah, I don't know what the brand is, but like you can't. I've never bought an actual like Bowen mango from the supermarket. They're always R2E2s
Right.
or Kensingtons or something, but not a proper Bowen.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure there's Queensland ones in our supermarkets here. But there's also these Pinata ones. They may be from Mexico. I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just guessing on Mexico, but yeah, I'm sure a few of them aren't from here.
I had one bad one where I had to like cut pretty much like a quarter of it off, like it was just brown, almost see through.
Yeah. I'll grab my phone in a second. I'll find the cyclone tracking map. I'll post it up there. There you go, T-Dub. Check that one out.
Coming straight for you, eh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Dang.
It's only a 1. Who knows what it'll do?
Right.
Could come in, go back out, get bigger. Most likely to probably go up and hit Innisfail or Ingham.
So what we need to do, a level 1 or a category 1, we need to redefine this so our American counterparts can understand how severe this is. So 1 would be like a bar fight.
One would be like Matrix farting.
A good
bit
bar
of a
fight.
bit of a violent wind there, but it's not going to kill you. Blow a few skinny fellas off their feet, maybe. I don't know what one is. About what? I think it's 120 k's an hour or something.
But which direction is it spinning? Huh? Flat Earthers?
Yeah, Coriolis. Yeah, 100 k's an hour, they reckon, for us. Overnight tonight, heavy rainfall. Winds intensifying. That's exciting. Go pump it through some floodwater in the old Forby. Get some tidal waves going through people's houses. No, I wouldn't do that. Oh, Professor Triangle. Yeah.
Earth around.
What? Like a coin? Holy sh! Oh, it's headphone. What a shame. Hello? Discord's not working. Everyone's AFK.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.